Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this narration of the web series The Nature of Predators, taken from r/HFY. If you are new to the series, there is a playlist listed in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 34. Memory Transcription, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Data, Standardized Human Time, October 6, 2136. The way the humans maneuvered through space was like a bird of prey, swooping down on its intended target. It was a graceful and emotionless flight, as I watched the blues and tans of my planet come into focus. Those in the UN fleet who shrugged off their assailants fell into position and began to coordinate their next targets. Meanwhile, the dogged Orcs were forming ranks across the globe. They had no intent of relinquishing their position to a few primitives. Every sort of ammunition imaginable was ready to be lobbed at the first UN ship to stray too close. The Terrans weren't foolish enough to approach the reptilians directly, instead charting their course off to one side. Our nimble ships then hooked sharply back towards the fray with surprising maneuverability. I'm surprised the Terrans specced into speed. It's clear they tweaked whatever Vendel building blocks they got in their hands. The furless predators at our weapons station were growling over which enemy to take on. An indicator blinked red on my data feed as the humans signaled at the weakest link. I squinted at the viewport, studying their selection. The enemy ship's exterior had lost its shine, and its armor didn't look as thorough as its companions. Deploy missiles on target and follow it up with everything our rail guns got. Captain Monahan's voice pierced our scare, booming and authoritative. Divert all powers to shields as soon as we get off shot off. Carlos tapped me on the shoulder. Hold on. We're going to be in for a rough ride. Let's hope our new developments, our ablative armor, pay off. We banked towards the intended target, which seemed to be tracking us as well. A spray of kinetics battered our exterior, though they did little more than superficial damage. The Terran ship design diverged slightly from the Federation, which meant the Greys hadn't learned our weakness. The primates held much more intelligence about the Orcs than the other way around. Around us, UN ships were careening into the fray with guns blazing. Pockets of fire littered the space in our periphery. I couldn't tell who was suffering more losses in its initial confrontation. The clash of two species of equal ferocity could only mean carnage. The bombing of the cradle ground to a halt at the least, as every ship was drawn away to address the vicious humans. The fact that the large-scale conflicts with apex predators is even close is a damn miracle. It's easy to forget the Earthlings developed FTL a few months ago, I mused. I imagine how indomitable they could be, given a few hundred years to practice. A scary thought. Amidst my musings, our spacecraft pelted its opponent with a flurry of missiles. Prompt point defense took out most of our firepower, but a handful detonated against the Orcs armor. The rival ship struggled to regain its bearing, and was unable to return fire with its own munitions. While dazed, and possibly with navigational troubles, its defenses and shrugged off our initial assault. The dilapidated Orcs vessel peeled back towards one of its compatriots, seeking backup. I could feel the roar of our engine as we gave chase at full speed. The technicians at the weapon stations were racing to get their shot off. Obliterating the Greys with plasma would be a stylish finish. The enemy sensed that they were about to be nailed by a railgun and yanked their noses skywards. The humans failed to compensate for the change of course, and the plasma stream missed the mark by a wide margin. The reptilians were emboldened after skirting our heavy blow. They knew we would have to reload. Worse, they succeeded in drawing a partner's attention, and this late joiner was the new Orcs model. Ray shields, the Terran captain barked. Switch over to kinetics, full speed towards the UNS Lovecraft. Our flight took an erratic path as the engines were pushed to their limits. The state-of-the-art fresh Orcs partner had no trouble keeping pace with us, even at our maximum speed. This was back to what they were used to, chasing an enemy that knew that they were beaten. The human predators were on their heels, like everyone else. The Terrans sent out bursts of kinetic bullets, despite knowing full well that the Grey shields would absorb their punch. Right now, we needed to buy time to find our own backup. It couldn't hurt to throw everything in our arsenal at them. My senses told me that both Orcs ships had us target locked, and that couldn't have been a good omen. On screen, the allied UNS Lovecraft moseyed towards us, The flashy blue crest of the hull demonstrated it wasn't designed for camouflage. The rectangular ship, which seemed to boast retractable doors, suggested it could be transporting smaller craft. The human ship was an unseemly clump of mass and guns. A layer of paint didn't hide that it was a predatory prowler. Some of their ships are definitely modified Vendel models, but this screams humanity, I thought. A census technician glanced at the captain. The computer suggests the second Orcs or hostiles' railguns are charged. Evasive maneuvers are infeasible. Understood, Monahan replied, her voice icy calm. Brace for impact. My claws sank into the armrests, and nerves bubbled in my chest. Why were the humans not showing more alarm? An imminent threat on their lives should at least rattle anyone with a trace of sanity. I knew that these predators could feel fear from Marcel's responses to me. Plasma snaked towards us, hungry to devour our metallic shell. The white-hot blur plowed into the aft hangar. At least, that's where the sensors registered the impact. My arm was nearly jerked out of its socket as the force reached the bridge. The overhead lights snapped off from the electrical short circuit, and baseboard lighting provided an eerie glow. The predators that were standing found themselves on the ground. A few of the unfortunate crewmates face-planted and hobbled off to mend their injuries. Alarms warned that structural integrity was compromised. Atmosphere was venting from the rear sector, which would require repairs if surviving this battle. UNS Rosinante, are you right? A throaty voice crackled from the speakers. Captain Monahan surveyed the bridge. Still in one piece, Lovecraft. We could use a hand. You heard the lady, came the reply. Let her up, boys. Our ship staggered down to avoid getting in their line of sight. The Lovecraft powered up twin railguns on its broadside, undeterred by the energy demands. I doubted that they could command the same power as Sol armament. The humans must believe wounding an enemy in two places offset that drawback. The newfangled Arxor wizened up to the peril a bit late. By the time it slowed its pace, the Terran plasma was already in transit. Two simultaneous beams blazed scars on both flanks, connecting with several key systems. The drive plume flickered out altogether, which meant our foe was out of commission. UN pilots steered the Lovecraft towards the original Arxor and deployed missiles on target. With that monstrous warship on our side, confidence was restored within the bridge. Several human eyes glowed with anticipation of the kill. These predators smelt blood. While the aged vessel was preoccupied with the inbound parcel, the weapons station coaxed our ship's railguns back online. A plasma beam barreled towards its target with perfect aim, magnetically accelerated by my devious partners. My instincts told me the enemy was toast before it arrived. Some intuition sensed that the momentum had shifted in our favor, and the Terrans didn't need a second chance to capitalize. Fire seared atop the enemy's armor, and its integrity collapsed. The scorched metal split open from side to side, leaving the ship powerless and immobilized. With its weapon systems knocked offline, the Arxor couldn't deploy interceptors against the Lovecraft's missile barrage. The vessel exploded in an orange burst, churning into metallic residue and fragments. That'll leave a mark, came a gloating command of our allies. We're off to respond to another distress signal. Smooth sailing. Captain Monahan offered her thanks over the comms before reviewing the damage to our vessel. It wasn't quite as extensive as I would have expected. There were some nasty wounds across the ship's body, but all major systems were functional. As long as there were no issue funneling power to weapons and propulsion, we were still in the fight. The human officer straightened. Navs, bring us closer to the planet. Our structural integrity is weakened, so we're going to play a supporting role. I lowered my head for a moment, trying to cleanse some of the fear chemicals from my system. The exhilaration of killing the Arxor was lost beneath raw sensation. The burning in my chest was making it difficult to breathe, as if I was walking in line with cardiac arrest. While the predators breathing down my neck were dangerous and untamed, I was thankful that they were at the helm. A human split-second decision-making under duress was clearly better than mine. Our brush with death struck more fear into my heart than any of the surrounding crewmates. And you're considered exceptionally brave at home, I mused. I suppose keeping it together enough to function is what we consider stoicism. Our vessel curved in a winding path through the battlefield, avoiding a solo confrontation with any lurking Arxor. It was sobering to see that several dozen UN indicators had flicked out on our sensors. I hoped these measurements were erroneous, or at least each Fallen had at least taken 2 enemies with them. The good news was that we had numbers. That advantage was minimized in clashes involving the Federation, when fleets often fell to disarray at just the first sign of incoming fire. A bold charge like the Terrans were attempting was nigh unthinkable. We lost the psychological war before we ever thought of a physical one. Sensors pick out any targets that are showing signs of critical damage. Captain Monahan nodded at the viewport, a thoughtful look on her face. We don't want anyone to limp off and nurse their wounds. On it, a technician answered. My eyes turned to the cradle, a homesickness burgeoned in my chest. Beneath the tranquil blue exterior, I knew the ground was ashen and lifeless. The Orcs ships gliding above the atmosphere, menacing the skies. They were locked in combat with the humans now, but if our mission failed, they would return to bombing in a heartbeat. A dark, rectangular object was burned away from the planet's glow caught my attention. There was only one Orcs ship that would flee from the heart of battle. My heart sank to my stomach, and I realized which target the Terrans had to choose. It was a small mercy for the souls on board. I leapt to my paws, ignoring the bile rising my soap. Terminate the hostile labeled A9241 on your sensors, please. It's on an ascent course departing from the cradle. Hold on. Why that particular ship? Monahan asked. I met a steady gaze. It's a cattle ship. It cannot be allowed to leave system. Put those Gojits out of the misery. I beg of you. There are innocent hostages on that ship. We don't kill civilians whenever it's possible to avoid it. But their fates are much worse than death, humans. Please tell me that you're logical enough to understand. There are children on there, and I know you care for them. You're saving hundreds of people from an existence you cannot imagine. The captain studied her own readouts and waved the first officer over for a brief conference. I didn't know what she was discussing with him. It was an easy decision to me. The hushed words gave the Greys time to get away. Maybe these predators did have a stunted morality. If they couldn't discern the lesser evil here, forget the letter of the law. Monahan's head snapped. Sovlin, how many Orcs do you expect on board? I don't know. It's not like anyone's ever been on one of those ships, I growled. But, their landing parties are usually around 2 to 3 dozen per group. That seems manageable. I'll put together a breach team, and we'll send a shuttle to board them. We need to knock out propulsion so that they're dead in the waters. The proposition was so simple, yet it almost moved me to tears. I couldn't believe these savage beasts would attempt a rescue mission mid-battle, at grave peril to their own personnel. From how the UN captain reacted, it was her first instinct. The thought hadn't crossed my mind to think of those Gojits as anything but gone. As the officers began assembling a flight crew, I realized there was a foundation of genuine trust forming. The idea that humanity would want the sapient livestock for themselves had barely crossed my mind. I'd begun to believe that this conquering species would help us, just as they had with our refugees. Captain Monahan barked orders to the bridge personnel, who began scrounging with what energy they could for the plasma railgun. There was no time to await backup, and most UN ships were preoccupied regardless. The comm station notified all nearby friendlies of the cattle vessel, so that it wouldn't be shot down while we were trying to seize it. If reinforcements arrived down the line, that would be a bonus. Sovlin, I'm going to offer my name for the boarding party. Hatred radiated from Carlos as his gaze scorched towards the viewport. I'm a foot soldier after all. I would like to take a crack at those grey freaks. The humans' pent-up rage seeped out as they contemplated the terrorizing foe. Hunger trickled into their stances and snarls. I could almost feel its burning hum through their veins. Wild, untapped anger spurred the primates to action and demanded retribution for the cruelty they perceived. They're channeling their predatory energy, but they're still in control of themselves, somehow, even in hunting mode. Can't imagine the intrusive thoughts it puts in their heads. Our ships raced towards the Orcs transport, gaining on the clunky object. Cattle vessels did have external weapons, but they were more limited than their warship counterparts. However, their internal armory wouldn't be efficient. By any metric, they were equipped with the tools to eviscerate a city. This wasn't going to be an easy task for my human allies. You're all so noble and fearsome, I growled. Captain Monahan, Let me accompany your team, please. The captain raised her eyebrows. Why would I do that? So the only Federation asset we have can be KIA? KIA? Killed in action. I won't get in your way. If you manage to free the Gojans, you'll need me to stop the stampede. They're not going to be in their right minds. You'll, see why. On her hands, Rosie's lips twitched, and I could sense the unspoken question in her tongue. After witnessing our lack of composure during the initial landing, she wasn't sure I'd be in my right mind. It was a valid question, honestly. Charging through an enclosed space surrounded by Orcs and gunfighting would break most Gojans. The mere sight of binocular eyes pumped dread through my veins and made my spines bristle. It was a constant effort to push that aside, but I could power through it in most cases. My fury towards the Greys had to be enough to override it. I tried to show my determination through teeth-baring, raising my claws in a threatening manner. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. Very well, don't feck this up, and, for the love of God, don't die. Understood, ma'am, I answered. Just, if the mission fails, please take out that ship. No matter who's on board. They won't make it out of the system. Not on my watch. A wave of livid excitement almost swept me off my feet as I eyed the cattle vessel in the viewport. Few people met the Orcs face to face and lived to tell the tale. Insertion into an enemy ship could end in a complete catastrophe. Such a feat could be unheard of. My predatory companions either didn't realize or didn't care how risky their stunt was. The eager weapons station pinpointed their target, and plasma arced across the void. My nostrils twitched in anticipation. I was raring to go, same as the predators. This roll was a pitiful attempt to atone for my crimes, but at least I felt certain that I was in the right side. Any way I could assist the humans, I was going to chip in. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Memory transcription. Subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 6, 2136. The bulletproof vest afforded to me by the predators was snug around my spines, but nearly fell off my shoulders. Its shape was not designed for the rotund Gojid species. The slender curvature of the human spine was a polar opposite, evolved for grace and flexibility. I knew the armor might save my life, but I wished I waited longer to don it. My bristles were being compressed at irritating angles, and the nearest soldiers seemed annoyed by my inability to sit still. The humans were sandwiched together in the shuttle, brushing shoulders with each other. I was glad to be at the end, so I could lean towards the wall. Samantha traded places with Carlos halfway through the ride. She bore an obvious disdain for me, but the male guard had enough of my fidgeting. Many of the general soldiers curled their lips in contempt as well. I wasn't winning any popularity contests with these predators. I was grateful that we were only a minute out from the cattle vessel. Did we succeed at paralyzing the Orcs transport? I asked the female chaperone. Her eyelashes fluttered in annoyance. Yes. Were you not listening to the damn announcements? Relax, Sam. It was an innocent question, Carlos sighed. I'm sure he just zoned out. You feel sorry for the racist war criminal? A soldier called out. I saw a few humans nod their head in agreement, which caused me to lower my gaze. There wouldn't be many tears shed by anyone other than the UN brass if Orcs gunned me down today. Not that I blamed them. An honorable death wasn't the worst thing I could think of. Dying scared me more than death. I wish I had a weapon so I could actually help. I don't want to stay back and let them do all the fighting. Well, that's good news, I said, ignoring the jab. Can I have a gun? No. A chorus of voices answered in unison. I waved my claws dismissively, worth a shot. The shuttle lurched beneath my paws, and my vest pressed harder against my spines. There was good to be some sort of light bruising tomorrow, if I lived past this battle. Our craft latched onto the Orcs wing, attached itself to the immobilized transport. We inched forward, so that our airlock stood across from theirs. A vac-suited predator slipped into our emergency airlock, and I strained to see the movement through the window. The Terran unfurled a walkway to our side, then floated across the Orcs vessel with a gentle push. All that tied him to us was a thin rope on his waist. He tested the red lever with a feeble hand and confirmed that it wasn't locked. The human nodded to himself and used some sort of suction technology to adhere the tunnel to the enemy ship. His feet clicked onto the ground as the artificial gravity initiated. Once the corridor was sealed from the vacuum, he raised his thumb to the rest of us. I didn't understand the signal, but the others took it as a go-ahead. The UN soldiers trundled out the ship, wielding massive rifles, while the Predators possessed few natural gifts. They were saddled with a truckload of gear. Their warriors were clad head to toe in black armor, including a hard shell atop their heads. Once they shoved reflective goggles over their eyes, humans looked homogeneous, impassive machines. "Stick behind us, Sovlin," Samantha rose to her feet, falling into the rear of the pack. "We can't leave you here to get captured. Take cover and stay out of the way till you're needed." Silence fell over our entourage as the primates crossed the cattle ship's threshold. I couldn't help but notice the human sinking posture, as though they were stalking prey in a shaded forest. They were crouched in a fraction of their normal height, with steps furtive and calculated. Their guns swiveled in every direction, searching for a target to pounce on. With a hint of reluctance, my paws followed them down the tunnel. There were some short bursts of gunfire as they pumped a few unprepared oxel full of lead. I suppressed a chuckle, knowing it would make me seem deranged. The enemy would raise the alarm now, but I relished that we got the drop on them. My attention switched to the reptilian interior, taking mental notes of its facilities. The Federation would kill for intelligence like this. The atmosphere was musty, but the lighting was rich and plentiful. The hygiene on the enemy ship was surprised me as well. It didn't reek of rotten flesh or blood. I guess those savages understood basic disease transmission after all. We followed the entryway a few hundred paces before we reached a bend in the path. The team leader poked his head around the corner and immediately recoiled. A barrage of bullets decimated the wall, where his shell cap poked out moments earlier. He ducked behind the cover, hugging his weapon to his chest. 8 or 9 hostiles arming themselves and taking positions, he hissed. "They're waiting for us." "We have more numbers than that, but the Orcs have a clear line of sight. They're going to nail us as soon as we advance." A human rolled a metal canister across the floor, which released a milky plume of smoke. Irritants dispersed through the hallway, and I squinted to see anything. There was no way the Orcs would determine our position. If I could barely see my claws in front of me. Shrouded in a haze of silver mist, the Terrans stepped out from behind their refuge. The Orcs sprayed bullets in our direction, hoping to connect with something. These sounds helped the humans key in on their positions, and they spewed their own rounds back in return. The Terrans seemed to fare better in the low visibility, with their remarkable adaptiveness. The silhouetted movement I glimpsed in the midst suggested the few Greys were hit. As the smoke dissipated, the primates sprang towards the makeshift shelter they could find. Carlos pulled me behind a supply cart and popped his gun over the top. Samantha sprawled on the floor beside him. Her hands were steady as she gazed down the scope and fired at Orcs attempting to fall back. I didn't know the Greys could retreat. "I imagine down that main staircase we'll find the living quarters, the cattle pens, and the bridge," Samantha growled. "They don't want us to get anything vital." The female human stood to get a better look, and inched forward to join another UN cluster. My eyes drifted to the Orcs she shot, who was bleeding profusely. The enemy bastard was still twitching, until another Terran soldier unloaded a clip into its head. That was overkill, but hey, I wasn't judging. Samantha caressed her rifle with a gloved hand and waved for Carlos and I to follow. Hesitant as I was to move, the handful of hostile survivors were regrouped with their brethren. The Terrans blinding every combatant caught by Orcs off guard. It forced them to make concessions and await backup. "The Greys haven't fought a true enemy in a long time, have they?" I mused. "They haven't been on the back foot for a second in this war. Our weakness must have them complacent." There was no sound from the presumed Orcs position, and I guessed that they were lying in wait. The UN contingent advanced with caution, creeping towards the stairway. Their boots glided across the metal, as light as the patter of rain. Whether they were coached by instinct, training, or generational experience, I did not know. A grating voice rumbled over the PA. "Greetings, fellow hunters. I take it you don't appreciate that we stole your catch." Several human predators startled, and their attention shifted overhead. My jaw almost dropped to the floor. The Orcs never conversed so eloquently with us. We translated their dialects at first contact, but I couldn't remember them enunciating anything but vulgar threats in my lifetime. It was incredible that they had words for greetings or appreciate. "They would have offered to split the whole if we'd realized our intrusion sooner," the Orcs continued. "You made things much easier for us, and we're not entirely ungrateful. You already learned that Gojits make excellent slaves, judging by your companion." I bared my teeth, incensed that this monstrosity thought that I was a human plaything. While I was a Terran prisoner, that was a far cry from servitude or degradation. There was nothing I had been forced to do. My presence on this mission was voluntary, and my treatment was fairer than I deserved. Carlos nudged me, pointing to a blinking red light on the ceiling. There was a camera tracking our movements and granting the enemy full view of our advance. He raised only his middle finger, and several of his counterparts copied the gesture. I didn't understand what that meant either, but I guessed that it was something hateful. "Go fuck yourselves!" the male guard shouted. Probably that. Note to self. "Ah, to be a young race again. Let's get that aggression out of our systems. Then after, we should pool our resources to bring the lesser species to heel." The reptiles sounded almost disappointed, as though it would enjoy a test of strength. "Anything else would be wasteful. When our interests are aligned, as loathsome as sharing is, there's enough food to go around." Did those demons just offer to ally with humanity against the Federation? My blood boiled at the thought. It had to be a trap, since everyone knew the Orcs were incapable of interspecies cooperation. They couldn't get along with themselves. The Greys were locked in a global bloodbath, which jeopardized their world's survival. We found them then. The prospect of the Terran switching sides was unnerving all the same. The clawless omnivores hadn't been welcomed into the galaxy with open arms. The lack of clarity from our factions meant threats could still reside within the Federation. Would humans view siding with monsters as the only way to save the Earth? Carlos gunned down the camera lens with prejudice and answered the question for me. His knuckles were stained against the cloth coverings from being clenched around his rifle. The soldier at the advance's forefront raised a fist, and our posse shuffled to a halt astride the staircase. Odds were the enemy were gathering in the deck underneath us. "Fire in the hole!" a human voice declared. A UN soldier lobbed a grenade into the open area, and we watched it clatter down the incline. The resulting explosion detonated atop any Orcs in the vicinity. I heard a gurgling scream as if shrapnel hit one of the reptiles in the throat. My predatory allies moved down the first steps and followed it up with another explosive toss. That would be enough to get any enemy to move back. The primates bounded down the last of the staircase and jammed down their firing triggers. I followed Samantha's movements and tried to keep my head low. We took refuge behind a trash can in what appeared to be a mess hall. There was blood-speckled trays and reading materials left abandoned on the tables. What do you know? Eating sentience is a communal activity, I guess. Orcs gunfire peppered the walls around us and took down several humans. Other Terrans stepped in as soon as they saw a counterpart felled, dragging them to safety. Attempts to stymie the bleeding looked hopeless in many cases, but their efforts were charged with emotion. It was mind-bogglingly how the Predator's warrior class could forge such deep bonds. How they could even think of their fellow man during the insanity of battle was beyond me. The amount of Orcs tickled every flight urge in my DNA, and overstimulation made my head swim. This wasn't at all like my revenge fantasies. I was helpless, without any weapon, and one of them lunged at me. I could sense several reptilian eyes on me from the vantage point. Dinner was walked in front of a firing squad. Malicious snarls sent in my direction told me that they saw in my form. The humans, for all their wanton teeth-baring, had never seemed to be so distracted by me. Stay calm, Sutherland. You hate predators. You want them to burn, rot, and die in agony, I murmured. Samantha snorted. Gee. Thanks. Not you. You're different. Whatever you. A stray bullet grazed the female's headgear, and she sensed to clip her cap and fell back as a knee-jerk reaction. The soldier dragged herself back up against the waistband with erratic breathing. After taking a moment to collect her wits, she worked to get her rifle situated. Guilt flashed through my mind, realizing my distraction almost killed her. Calling my guards friends would be a stretch, since that required a mutual respect. But they had become familiar faces, and I didn't wish for anything to happen to them. There had to be some way for me to help, rather than impede their progress. Carlos was couched further a few paces deeper, using the upturned table as shelter. Several UN soldiers were positioned there, coordinating fire. My eyes widened in alarm as I saw an Orcs or duo attempting to encircle them. I shouted to warn the humans, but the deafening pops of gunfire drowned out my words. Panic flooded in my chest as a reptile straightened its rifle. Sitting here and doing nothing wasn't an option. Samantha was too rattled from her encounter to react in time. The mangled Orcs or corpse downed by a grenade at the base of the staircase caught my eye. A crazy thought leapt into my head as I glimpsed at the bloody gun in its grip. "Sovlin, what the feck are you?" the female human began. I dashed out behind cover and retraced my short steps into the room. The tile was slick with blood, which made traction a struggle. Prying the firearm from the beast's lifeless grasp, I tried to line up the shot. My heart was hammering at 1,000,000 parsecs an hour, and my paws quivered too much to steady it. The lead Oxlaw fired off the first shot, nailing one of Carlos's companions in the back of the neck. The other human whirled around, but they couldn't react the half-second it would take to execute them all. Gritting my teeth, I tried to lock my wrists. I released several rounds, praying that I wouldn't accidentally hit the Terrans. 2 of my first bullets nailed the first Oxal, and it crumpled to the floor. Its partner stumbled over the body, which gave the primates enough time to swivel around. An unfamiliar Terran blew its head off with the panicked motions. Carlos turned his masked skull, looking for the source of the shots that saved him. His gaze faced me as I skidded back to Samantha. The female snatched the firearm from my grip, tucking it under her arm. "You're really going to take the gun away?" I groaned. "I saved—" She offered a grudging sigh. "You saved Carlos's life. I'm good at killing, for a Gojid. Let me help, please." "Not a chance. Don't even think about pulling that stunt like that again." I chewed my claws and leaned back against the wall. Several human corpses were strewn about the entry point, suggesting many hadn't been as lucky as Carlos. These Terran soldiers were resilient, but it was evident Orcs or marksmen had wicked accuracy. About half of our active allies appeared to be nursing injuries, which spoke to an unrivaled ability to persist through pain. Then again, I couldn't tell when crimson bloodstains were theirs or a comrade's. Regardless, our ranks weren't unscathed. From what I could make out of the scenery, the Greys had suffered the fair share of casualties too. Their numbers were whittled down to 10 or so, by my estimation. The UN warriors were starting to gain ground and flush the enemy out. I don't think the reptilians were prepared to fend off a larger contingent of predators. The hostile gunfire ceased without warning, and I tilted my head in bewilderment. A fire team skidded across the floor, followed by a series of others. A handful of Oxal rose to their full height, watching the primates' next move. The humans paused their barrage, suspicion in their eyes. What, in the name of the Protector, was this? End of chapter. Chapter number 36. Memory transcription, subject Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 6, 2136. Resounding shouts coursed through the air as the humans rounded on the unarmed enemy, most with some variant of a demand to lie on the ground. There was no question that this was an Arxal surrender. They were complying with the barked orders and cuffing themselves without any clear trickery. There was no snarling or sudden movements either. Perhaps the inexplicable behavior was because humans earned respect, by whatever their twisted standards were. The primates' bellowed voices shook me to the core, and clearly left no room for debate. Scaring the boarders away with bloodied fangs and pierced eyes hadn't been a viable tactic for a change. All the same, I didn't think the reptilians were capable of submission. The Federation never managed to capture a predator or reason with them. Appealing to mercy was an exercise in futility. Amusement seemed to be the only motive they needed to destroy our worlds. Accepting the Terrans as thinking people was one thing, but the Arxal were clear-cut in their validity. "I wonder what Captain Monaghan will do with the prisoners," I muttered. Samantha offered a non-committal shrug. "Not my call." "Not mine either, and that's probably a good thing." Carlos bounded up to us, raising his goggles. "We're going to have some guys make sure that they sit nice and pretty for now. Probably sedate them, take them as prisoners." But if it was your call, what would you do? I asked. I'd put them in the cattle pens, right where they belong, he growled, a malicious gleam in his eyes. I wonder if the greys could taste like gator, or maybe they'd be a good pair of boots. The bold-faced talk of eating another sentient left me taken back. It wasn't something I thought humankind would contemplate, even for these monsters. I understood what Carlos was saying, though. The schadenfreude was something we had in common. The God statement was pushing it a little far, but I was happy he was being more open with me. Maybe Carlos was grateful I saved his life. He seems more friendly towards me. My eyes studied the Orcs or prisoner, but they would still look hideous as boots. Also, I wouldn't want my paws touching their skin. How defining. Well then, what would you do with them, Sovereign? As much as I would love to see the Greys add a full dose of their own medicine, the stakes were too high. The intelligence a strong-willed military could extract was invaluable. If we could stop the Cradle's fate from befalling another world, that was worth keeping these Orcs alive for a bit. Besides, they deserved more suffering than a quick execution. Scientific studies of their pain, tolerance, and responses could offer an interesting results. My lip curled up in disgust. I would inflict as much agony as I could, and once I had no use for it, I would blow its brains out. You already knew that answer to that, Carlos, Samantha hissed. Remember why he's here. You two have fun with your chat. I lowered my gaze, watching the female guard stalk off. It hadn't occurred to me that I described verbatim what I had done to the first Terran soldier I found. After recognizing the parallel, Carlos would surely lose interest in speaking with me. It confused me why he hadn't loped after her, but a part of me still hoped that we could still make progress. I'm sorry, the irony is, somehow, I think you might be the only species who can understand why I did that, I sighed. The human crossed his arms, a conflicted glint in his eyes. I understand why. If we were the Orcs, but you didn't even consider or research Marcel Fraser's history, nor did you listen to the Venlil that backed him up. I did research. The Federation's database pegged you as a species of genocidal conquerors, who do nothing but war. My spines bristled as I recalled the atrocities in one other briefing. Then I watched videos of humans gassing children and nuking your own cities, and you lecture us about stampedes. I still don't get you. That history makes a lot of us angry too. We're, capable of what they are. But the Venlil, Slanek, as he was unconscious for days. What we knew was the Republic cut off all communications and chased off the ships at gunpoint and took every Federation visitor hostage. After they met, it was an obvious conclusion at the time that humans coerced them into those actions. But that's just not true. You know that. Now, my pulse, would you have thought humanity was friendly and empathetic, when you seem so much like the Orcs, the only other known predators? The guard didn't say anything, but his ocular reflection showed that my point had landed. He pursed his lips, then scratched the back of his neck. It was obvious that he was hesitant to vocalize understanding for the torture of his own kind. Perhaps his concern was that nearby soldiers might overhear. Let's just say, by the time Slanek woke up, it was too late. I had to be right about you, or else. I was a monster. My voice cracked, and my eyes blinked shut to seal away tears. I'm not defending Carlos. I can't live with what I've done. Not since it hit home. I don't expect anyone's forgiveness. The predator patted my shoulder once, with a surprising amount of gentleness. No words tumbled from his lips, but that was more consolation than I deserved. The guilt enshrouding my heart eased for a brief moment. I realized how badly I needed one of the humans to understand. Carlos cleared his throat, and his gaze dialed in on the Orcs prisoners. A human had a boot planted against one's tail, with a gun barrel pressed against its skull. The reptilian's eyes were wild, with what I would think was fear. In any other species, it looked young and scrawny, which might be why it was singled out for intimidation. What did you do with the kids? The UN soldier's voice was low, charged with a venomous undercurrent. Where are they? Kids? The Gojits, the cattle, you son of a witch. Why didn't you just say that? They're in the cargo bay. And where the feck is that? Show us now. The Grey led us to the kitchen, which was placed adjacent to the cafeteria. The station seemed more suitable to butchering than food preparation. Carlos gestured for me to follow, since my inclusion was only permitted to pacify any captives. My uneasy brain resented the march into a predator's lair, and was relieved when the human hovered close behind me. A decaying scent wafted into my nostrils, which triggered my gag reflex. A few Gojid corpses dangled from the ceiling and had been gutted from head to toe. The amount of dried blood suggested their organs were carved out while they were alive. One carcass was notably smaller than the others. It looked about the size of my daughter. Last time I saw her alive. That child was dissected and then served to the group as an entree. Just like my sweet Hania. Those vile predators, they use us as a feast. Disgust torched a path to my esophagus, and I spewed vomit onto the tile. The way Carlos's cheeks were ashen and puffed out, I think he was barely keeping his own lunch down. It was a relief to see the clawless predator looking squeamish, especially after hearing him ponder how the Orcs tasted. Heaving sounds behind me suggested that disgust was overreaching reaction within Terran ranks. The UN soldiers bringing up the flank got more of an eyeful than they anticipated. It was baffling that predators would have such a strong aversion to gore. All evolutionary knowledge suggested blood should serve as an enticing marker of an easy catch, to sharpen their senses. The male guard wiped sweat from his brow. Fact, man! Can't unsee that they're so brutal, senseless, deep breaths. Don't focus on it. I know. By the way, why did your warriors split up? I asked Carlos, trying to distract us. Doesn't everyone want to secure the civilians? Samantha cleared her throat to my right, startling me. Enemy officers are holed up on the bridge, and we need to sweep the ship anyways. Don't need a napping Grey crawling out of a crevice. I thought you didn't want to be anywhere near me. I don't. But it's my job. The scrawny Orcs staggered to the kitchen rear's wall and wagged a bony claw at a partition. The reflective metal formed two double doors, wide enough to fit a few spacecraft side by side. I considered that the prisoners were deceiving us, since that was their modus operandi. But it made too much sense for the prey to be right next to the mess hall. The Terran handler jabbed his gun barrel at the Orc's temple. Open the fucking door, or we'll find out what color your brains splatter. It swallowed and waved a paw in front of a motion sensor. I half expected an automated turret to descend from the ceiling and start cutting down our ranks. The humans tensed as well, clearly not trusting the beast. Despite their lack of experience with the Orcs, they seemed well versed in the ways of sapient deception. The doors creaked open, and the UN soldiers inched forward. There was no reinforcing army amassed inside, for all of our misgivings. The cavern before us was devoid of Orcs, on the ground level, which was where my eyes stopped looking. Of course, the reptiles wouldn't leave their prized position unattended. Some instinct compelled the humans' binocular vision to turn skywards. Perhaps it was the same madness that made them leap out of planes. One Orcs camped on a raised platform which allowed it to overlook the assembled prey. It wheeled around, slowed by the same narrow vision as the Terrans. The Grey couldn't reach for its weapon before it was obliterated by dozens of bullets. Lots of trigger-happy humans out here. They seemed really on edge. I watched as the monster slumped to the floor. Its skin was perforated everywhere that constituted a vital organ. The life flickered out of its reptilian eyes as liters of blood dripped through the latticed walkway. It doused any Gojits below in coagulated goo, but I couldn't bring myself to face the livestock yet. My gaze instead fell on our predatory captive. I wanted to see how it reacted to the death of a counterpart. A brief gasp slipped from its maw, and those diabolical pupils lingered on its fallen comrade for a full second longer than they should have. No heads up about the guard. The UN soldier slammed his rifle butt onto the Orcs prisoner's temple. He snickered as its hind legs buckled and collapsed on the floor. Ah, crap. My hand slipped. That's what everyone saw, isn't it? The other humans nodded as they studied the cattle enclosure in horrified silence. My reluctant eyes fell on the scene with renewed fury surging through my spines. Gojits were packed in pens like animals to the brink of suffocating. I could see faces squished against the barbed wire mesh and paws scrabbling for a way out. The guards must have fed cattle by throwing seeds and leaves down from the walkway. Water was available through a few small basins on the room. Many people seemed to have just given up and were lying unresponsive on the floor. The squealing of the children was what really stabbed at my heart. They sounded so high-pitched and frantic. Help us, please! a desperate voice wailed from the corral's epicenter. That individual was shushed by its counterparts, who divulged that the entrants were humans. There was no line of sight from where their throng of Gojins. All they knew were the borders weren't Orcs, and that the Greys had succumbed to them. The last they saw of humanity was Terran soldiers dropping into cradle settlements. If they hadn't witnessed the heroic sacrifices on the surface, it would be logical to assume humans orchestrated the Orcs raid. These people must think that they were going from one predator's clutches to another. One Gojid strained his face against the mesh. "Captain Sutherland, they captured you. You should know better than to let them take you alive." My mouth was dry. I too was horrified by the atrocities of this vessel to find words. This felt like a waking nightmare. It was all I could do to not sink against the nearest human's boots and break down. The Gojids took my shocked state as an affirmation of these fears, howling with despair. Carlos shuffled forward, kneeling by the cage's edge. He tugged on the material, which did not budge, and bared his teeth in obvious frustration. The muscles in his shoulders were quivering with the primal rage that he was struggling to restrain. The predator couldn't bear the sobbing kids any more than I could. A growl emanating from his chest, and his brown eyes narrowed to slits. The compulsion to break the sapient livestock out of the cage all but possessed him. There was franticness in his motion as Samantha passed him a cable cutter. Carlos slipped the first strand, and the other humans ambled in to help peel back the material. The Terran's haste was enough to snap me out of my trance. If I didn't get through to the Gojids, they would simply stampede right over their saviors. A mauling wasn't the way to reward the gentle beasts for their compassion. The humans are here as allies of the Gojid nation. Let them help you, I croaked. The warlike predators who invaded our home and caused the Orcs to capture us, our allies. Tell those demons to make their lies believable, puppet, came a sneering reply. So this was how it felt, trying to convince a skeptical audience to see past the abominable appearance. Carlos's efforts paused for a moment, and he shared a glance with his counterparts. The gash they carved into the barbed wire was almost wide enough to rip out an opening. How could anyone read malice into their actions? Nobody ever just started off seeing humans as people. Nobody accepted their story at face value or treated them as equals. In that moment, I felt sorry, angry for the alien predators. Stormed towards the pen. The ground invasion occurred because we were planning to bomb Earth. I would know. Preventing their own extinction is self-defense. The fact that they risked their lives to save you, in spite of that, shows their empathy runs deeper than ours. Predators don't feel empathy. Great Protector teaches that they are cursed creatures, doomed to live in eternal hunger and bloodlust. The Great Protector, Carlos' mouth. Arguing with a fairy tale wasn't my ideal scenario, but antagonizing the religious was only going to make them shut down. There might be a shred of truth in that axiom anyways. I had seen the Terrans tap into their aggression multiple times. Humans use their higher emotions to redirect bloodlust to proper outlets, but sometimes their agency waned. My eyes swept over the group. These predators are intelligent enough to override that, to control it. The Venlil did experiments that prove that they can bond with prey animals, and that they feel pain for those of us in suffering. It is irrefutable evidence by every scientific metric. What? That's not possible. You're saying humans use their hunger to protect the weak from threats, much like your goddess. They formed laws and morality that are civilized, honorable even. If they are cursed and trying to break free, wouldn't the Protector command us to help? The UN soldiers dug back the spiky wall and surveyed the traumatized Gojids. My people didn't rush on their savior in panic, though many shoved their way forwards to escape. The alternate was to remain in Orcs custody, and the Orcs were known commodity. Even if the Terrans were just evil, it was difficult for them to be worse. Several humans extended gloved hands, hoisting the victims onto solid ground. Herbivore food and clean water awaited the rescued. The special care they gave to the young didn't escape my notice. Samantha's eyes glowed as she began to spoon-feed an emaciated infant. I had never seen such a toothy snarl in her face, or heard her speak so softly. The skirmish hadn't been to contest the cattle claim at all. I wondered what the Orcs would think when they realized the predators they viewed as equals despised them as much as the rest of the galaxy. Whether humanity's interrogations turned up anything useful or not, it would be priceless to be a fly on that wall. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Memory transcript, subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 6, 2136. In the month that we'd been away, the Predators seemed to have established their presence on Vendel Prime. Teeming masses of humans with cameras awaited the shuttle. The increase in personnel was noticeable. Vendel journalists were squeezed right next to the formidable beasts and didn't pay their counterparts much attention. They must have done extensive work with the Terrans to be so casual. Several individuals in the UN's Baby Blue welcomed the new species and offered polite introductions. Their eyes were concealed in floral-colored visors, which was a clear attempt to look as non-threatening as possible. They paused as they saw the Civ-Kit diplomat bolt away from the crowd. Oxley's snowy pelt vanished into the thick bush around the governor's mansion. Ambassador Noah took a step in that direction, as though he wanted to follow her. I placed a paw on his arm and shook my head. Chasing after her will only make it worse. At any rate, we need to speak with your people immediately, I muttered. Concern flickered in his brown eyes. Is something wrong? You've been subdued. You learned something, when they answered. As soon as we entered FTL communication range, I had relayed word to Federation delegations through government channels. Chowson patched up the ship enough to travel, but affirmed that the cooling shaft showed signs of external tampering. I didn't convey these details over the network, since I didn't want the UN embassy's greeting to involve guns and interrogation. The Vendel government brought the Terran's officials into the loop and related some startling developments in the Gojit War. However, the immediate concern was that both parties seemed surprised by our contact. That meant Rissel's ship never reached its destination. Without lengthy delay, they should have arrived well before we crossed Vendel space. At my request, the Terrans deployed a search and rescue team to follow their flight path. I kept the knowledge to myself to avoid panic, but the worry was nagging at me. What would happen to our relations with those 6 species if something had gone wrong? My ears pressed back against my head. I learned several things which are all troubling. Let me brush off the media, and then we will join Cam in the briefing room. The camera-wielding primate drew closer with the clamor, and the Vendel yipped questions as well. My instincts protested, allowing noisy predators to crowd me in every direction. The humans were on more aggressive than I was used to, with our own reporters. I breathed a silent sigh of relief as they granted enough space for us to pass. I think some of the human journalists have bad habits. Their ambush tactics have rubbed off on these Vendel stars. I politely request that you lower the volume of your speech, especially when you are this close. My ears are more sensitive than yours, and it carries more intimidation than I believe you intend. I balked to the microphones. The crescendo of the Terran questions died down, which lessened the encounter's intensity. At least, if they were all badgering us, someone had a good sense to tell them to avoid the new diplomats. We might have other visitors running into the foliage, if this ensnarement was attempted on anyone else. What happened on the Federation Summit? An insistent voice called out. I am behind on everything that's happened in the past month, so I'm taking general questions right now, I said, forcing a level of cadence. For now, you can report to Earth that 11 species offered to open up diplomatic relations with you. Only 11? Noah Williams. How was your treatment at their hands? Is the rest of the Federation at war with humanity? How do you think this affected Vendel-human relations? Let me finish, I spat. Over 100 species devoted to ally with you against the Orcs. An even larger sector are either undecided or opted for an isolationist policy. While these may not be the results you hoped for, I see them as a positive step forward. From wishing your species extinct, however. The Crocodile fleet are amassing warships with support from several neighbors in every border station that faces our space. How can we trust these public stances aren't intended as deception? You might find your questions resolved if my answers could reach their conclusion, I growled with frustration. I was about to explain that 38 member states would not budge on their extermination position and may seek war of extinction. The crow cattle are one of these, a rather vocal one. Agitated whispers cycled through the crowd. I knew there was half a second that I would take the humans to process that information before they'd launch into new inquisition. The questions would fall into predictable categories. How Earth should defend itself in these threats if diplomatic resolutions were off the table, and what assistance the Vendel would provide. I'm going to discuss with your generals and my generals how to handle this now. Perhaps our new allies will help us. I swished my tail towards the Zerulean diplomat who had settled down atop the human shoe. The predator looked taken aback, but didn't move his foot. No matter what, we will figure this out together. The Venlo will stand with humanity to the end. Now excuse me. Noah grinned as he saw my irritated head shakes. The Terran ambassador clasped his hands behind his back and followed me into the governor's mansion. There was something in his eyes beyond amusement. As his gaze bored into my skull, I almost came off as predatory hunger, though, for some reason, it wasn't unnerving. The human held open the door, his stare never faltering as we walked into the briefing center. That unblinking fixation was distracting. I wasn't sure if I wanted to tell him to break eye contact. It took all the colossal effort to recall the planet-threatening reasons that we were here. General Cam leapt up from his chair. Governor, Ambassador, we're all delighted you're back. I took a seat next to him, and the predator settled beside me. I would say that it's good to be back, but, in the month that I've been gone, the Gojid cradle was glassed. What? Noah hissed. Please, don't tell me we did that. From his dejected tone, it seemed he considered the well within the realm of possibilities. My certainty that there was another explanation wavered after his response. The UN's positions against civilian casualties seemed set in stone. At that initial briefing, perhaps Maya was just saying that we wanted to hear, so that we could obtain our aid. The Orcs took advantage of the defenses being down. There was nothing that we could do. General Jones of an American clan growled. We lost considerable amount of our own troops trying to evacuate civilians. I lowered my gaze. And civilians you did evacuate are where? Earth. Mostly refugee camps in New York. My eyes bulged out of my skull. The humans thought that it was a good idea to take a bunch of terrified refugees to a predator homeworld, far away from their own territory. Those Gojids must be overwhelmed, and the optics of this was atrocious. It would have been a better solution to host them on the Venlil Prime, or transport them to a Gojid colony. General Zhao narrowed his eyes. Governor, you look displeased. Do you not trust humans to be proper caregivers? You must understand. Candidly, this is an absolute disaster, I grumbled. 52 species specified that they were waiting for news from the cradle to determine their diplomatic position. When they hear it's been destroyed, they'll blame humanity. She's right. I wouldn't be surprised if they accused us of coordinating with the Orcs. Noah finished. A sigh slipped from my lips. The refugees are the cherry on the top, as you say. When they hear you're keeping them in camps on Earth, they'll assume that you're keeping them as cattle. We have troves of footage showcasing our humanitarian efforts, the Chinese general objected. And it's easy enough to dismiss that as stage propaganda. I bet anything the Krakotl will use this to gain public support for their attack, to smear you as slaving predators. What was stopping the species on world from rescinding their diplomatic offer? The Mazak president was going to flip when he learned of the cradle's destruction. This was a grave setback to our progress with the friendly governments, and it would push most undecided factions towards animosity. At least I had a few hours to deliberate how to react to the various scenarios. This is all news to Noah. The Terran ambassador shifted beside me, and I could sense his surprise to the war's developments. After witnessing the hatred on the Federation floor, he knew better than anyone that I was right about their perspective. The Secretary General understood the cradle's importance as a propaganda tool, Jones said. That's why we sent our first fleet on a liberation mission. We have a chance to defeat the Oxal and retake the cradle. Those mission logs and the footage which Captain Sovlin provided to us from the Gojid media sources might help mitigate any reputational damage. 2 items leapt out at me from that statement. The first being, the humans sent a large contingent of the Venlil ships that were donated to them to the slaughter. Attacking the Oxal was a foolhardy play, which I can't believe General Cam didn't object to. Predators or not, the UN had succumbed to it at the very turn of the Grey's superior army. Are they trying to leave both of our planets exposed, to lose everything we gave them? Since the fleet was already dead, there was no point even addressing that matter. I began to wonder if allying with the humans was a mistake. I hadn't thought that they were suicidal. The second topic was the name Sovlin, which I couldn't be hearing right. Even under excruciating interrogation, it was tough to picture that Gojid giving humanity anything helpful. Had they captured him during the war? What terrible retribution had they inflicted to make him violate his principles? Sovlin is in your custody, I blinked with concern as the human representative nodded. Is he alive? Jones rolled her eyes. Yes, why does everyone ask that? Because we wouldn't blame you for killing him, General. I might venture he deserves the ultimate penalty. But how did he come into your possession? He turned himself in. After witnessing our soldiers fight back against the Orcs, I see. Would it be an unreasonable request to ask Sovereign to stand trial in a Venlil court? I would like for him to answer for reckless endangerment and mistreatment of Venlil citizens. The UN is willing to discuss extradition, but he is a valuable strategic asset now. I don't see him being handed over for a few years. A female voice I didn't recognize piped up. This predator was seated away from the generals and bore a keen visage of intelligence. Aaron Kumper, UN Secretary of Alien Affairs, formerly SETI. The agency name rang a bell in my head. Humans desired friends amongst the stars long before their species was interstellar. Stories about aliens were abnormally prevalent in their culture. Some Terran scientists devoted their careers to scanning the skies for signals and cataloging exoplanets that might be habitable. Noah and Sarah's flight on the Odyssey was charted by SETI researchers. Vendel Prime happened to be the 5th Earth-like world on their candidate list. It made sense that those prescient astronomers would try to become the first alien experts and attachés. I flicked my ears with politeness. Nice to meet you, Madam Secretary. I understand humans have the greatest claim to Sovereign, of course, but I don't want this treatment of Slanek to be overlooked. It's a bad precedent. Agreed. I think it's a good idea for us to write out travel and extradition treaties. We've relied too heavily on goodwill between our species. This would nip any misunderstandings in the bud. There were a lot of other details that needed to be ironed out. Trade, borders, intelligence sharing, joint military bases, and which foods were allowed within our domain. It was a daunting task, since I had no idea how predators approached such matters. That fact that Earth technically fell in Venlil territory was a grievous issue that I'd been tiptoeing around. The official status galaxy-wide is that humanity does not own their homeworld. We do, even if we renounce that stake between our two species. Of course, the Venlil Republic would never lay claim to the Sol system. The unfortunate reality was that we didn't have the authority to hand out parsecs of space. The Federation would be hesitant to sign off on any territorial claims, and that was a best-case scenario. Recognizing the United Nations as a legitimate spacefaring entity would be acknowledging humans as equals, encouraging them to spread throughout the galaxy. I feared that our predator friends wouldn't take kindly to that, especially as they eyed colonial expansion's initiatives. The chorus of humanity were, and I didn't think that they'd be happy sharing with neighbors forever. They would want some breathing room and space to call their own. Speaking of misunderstandings, Ambassador No rumbled, myself and any human-allied species might have the target on our back. It appears our shuttle was sabotaged, and that almost resulted in a catastrophic drive failure. General Jones chuckled. I'm amazed the Xenos have the stones to think of subterfuge. They sure haven't shown it before now. The Venlil have risked their entire existence to protect ours. Is that not courageous? Let's not insult our friends. Secretary Kumper shot the American a warning look, then gave me an apologetic smile. I'm sure that was not her intention, Governor. No offense taken, but as Noah is about to mention, there was a second ship of representatives coming here. You sent out a search party already. The astronaut's eyes shut up. He must be stunned that I had discerned his thoughts with a half-glance. It was uncanny, at times, how I felt I could sense what was in the Predator's mind. Venlil and humans are scouring the edges of Cerulean space. We expect them back in comms range within the next few hours, Zal answered. Kuiper tilted her head. Is there something more you would like from us? We would like the Yodel diplomat pulled aside for questioning, at the earliest convenience. He had an uncanny amount of knowledge about the defect, but please, do so with tact, without drawing outside attention. The human official shared a glance before consulting an encyclopedia of known species on their holopads. It must be difficult to recall the nuances and details of 300 races they'd never met before. Perhaps a full briefing on the friendly visitor races should be led by our diplomatic corps. General Cam cleared his throat. I'll tell Venlil Police to collect him, since you wanted to slip under the radar. Thank you. And listen, media silence for now, I said. We don't need this playing out in the court of public opinion. Kuiper nodded. I second that. Talk of conspiracies will sour any good news. Silence fell over the room as my military advisor forwarded the request to the appropriate agencies. The Terrans were browsing the Yodel's file and seemed to home in on the details of their uplifting. It was easy to forget how new humans were to the galactic scene. As predators, they rarely seemed unprepared for anything. My eyes fell on my holopad, awaiting the call that would bring news. It was unknown what happened to Russell and his passengers, but there was a sinking feeling in my stomach when I thought about it. Our interspecies relations were in a delicate position to begin with. A tragedy was the last thing humanity needed. It was in our best interests to hope the Colchian pilot got lost. End of chapter. Chapter 38. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Venal Republic. Date Standardized Human Time October 6, 2136. There was a heaviness in my heart as the 4 diplomats were ushered into the briefing room. The Mazik had been creating quite a scene outside, accusing his human hosts of kidnapping Laulo. Apparently, no amount of tact could prevent that. The uplifts disappeared without noting within minutes. President Scupo's dramatic theories, and the predators intended to poke and prod every diplomat, were generating panic amongst the others. That meant we had to brief everyone about the sabotage and the missing craft. The information needed to be turned over to the media as soon as possible, too, since Scupo's outburst occurred in front of live cameras. How could we persuade such a paranoid individual? His mind longed to believe that humanity was up to something. I wasn't sure how much of this briefing the Sivkit would remember, given that she was drugged with a slight sedative. The Mazik, who had been quite gentle with Axley, had to carry her into the room. The humans couldn't breathe without spooking the fluffy representative. Noah had accused the Sivkit Grand Herd of having a poor choice of personnel, and I began to agree. I should order her to return home and request that the herd send someone else. With behavior like this, it's impossible to establish any relationships with her species. Tosa was oddly quiet, and her gaze darted across the waiting predators. Despite her disdain for uplifts, her snooty attitude slipped when Laulo disappeared from their ranks. The Nevok had been trying to hawk her planet's refined metals and microchips to any Terran that would listen, but now the interest had subdued. Even Chowson looked curious as to why Yodel had vanished from their ranks, though he had more of an inkling of what was going on. We had told him, in no uncertain terms, that someone on the ship could be involved. A scientist of the Zeridian's intellect might put the pieces together. I knew from the beginning that we couldn't trust you predators, Kupo spat, as he took a seat on the floor. You were just waiting to get us here to turn on us. Chowson's whiskers twitched. You should wait to hear what they're going to tell you before you start with that nonsense. It's not what you think. Wait, you know, so Tava and Nova has been selecting who to spin their yarns with, who to hide things from, Tosa growled. The Mazik president flared his trunk. Half of the shit comes from the human's mouth is a lie. Who knows why they want to manipulate us? I bet it's about control. All their species has shown they care about is power. The UN diplomats fidgeting with their visor, clearly uncomfortable with the accusatory rhetoric. This couldn't have been their expectation when they greeted a landing party. I winced as I saw the anger on the Terran general's face. They lacked the poise and the patience for their diplomatic counterparts. It was tough for them to shrug off the insult. You know what? Feck the Federation. You can go feck right back to your ships. General Zal stood from his chair and leaned across the table towards Mazik, present. All you care about is where your person's eyes are in their head. General Jones reclined in her seat. And there's the friendly species Zal, who needs enemies with friends like these. Axley's chest was racked with sobs as the primate's tone escalated. The military humans shifted their annoyance to the sniveling animal, their binocular eyes smoldering with indignation. The general's tolerance for predatory bigotry had been tested for the last time. And you, with the white pelt, you can't even look at us. Why are you here? Chinese general spat. Jones bared her teeth, intentionally pointing at the Sivkit. Get a grip. You're embarrassing your race. To be honest, if the brunt of the human's anger was directed at me, I would make a clam up too. When their jaw muscles were clenched, it showcased their flesh-tearing bite force. The lack of fur made protruding bones and bulging veins more obvious. Translucent skin combined the rage bubbling beneath the surface. I can tell they're in control, but I don't think any other alien can. That's enough! All of you are acting like children, I screeched. Let's agree that we've all messed up in one way or another. We shared our information with Chowson because he's the only one not looking for an excuse to spout predator nonsense. You lot just proved my point. Noah squeezed my paw under the table. Also, you guys tend to freak out at the slightest sign of danger. It was hard enough to keep everyone calm on that ship. The Nebic diplomat sighed. You get one chance to explain yourself. The truth! Anti-human plotters in the Federation tried to kill us all with cooling shaft malfunction. Rissal's ship is missing, probably for the same reason, I replied. We're trying to figure out who's responsible and hold them accountable, Noah added. Tosa snorted. And you think it's the little primitive Laulo? The Terran ambassador tensed beside me. Clearly recent events hadn't stopped the defense reaction to any primitive jabs. I gave Noah a look that warned him to not interfere. He swallowed hard and inhaled a series of deep breaths. This was not the time for him to give to the Nevok an earful, especially when she was the most level-headed person here, not named Chowson. I offered a non-committal tail swish. We're suspicious enough to ask questions. It was plain to see from the representatives' faces that they were worried about how those questions were being asked. I swiped a few buttons on my holopad and cast the security feed of the cell to the projector. The marsupial was seated alone on a bench with his head in his paws. It was the predator's suggestion to let him wait for a while, to give him time to marinate, was their phrase. I didn't like that wording, but as long as the humans didn't suggest physical harm, I was happy to let them try out their techniques. The feisty Uplift raised his head and stared at the camera. I know you're listening, Ambassador Noah. I can see that red light blinking. I want to talk. Too bad, I don't, the astronaut muttered to himself. The Mazik president settled down once he saw the Yodel in pristine condition. He was surprised that he hadn't suggested that humanity could have staged the sabotage. Cooper was a strange case, and it was tough to pinpoint what he hoped to gain from diplomacy, telling the Terran military to their faces that he thought all humans were avaricious liars that could only stem from a remarkable disdain. The fact that their leader came himself could be chalked up to attempted honorability. Cooper didn't want anyone else to die for what he believed was a foolish gamble. Was it simply a desperation play, like he told Noah? I didn't know if he would ever see humanity as anything more than predators. General Dones tapped her earpiece. Governor, the United Nations scout ship recovered a data buoy within research perimeter. Almost missed it on sensors. My ears perked up. Standard Federation vessels were equipped with 2 data buoys, which could be ejected if a ship was in distress. They contained information about the ship's function and could be encoded with a message from the captain. The buoy emitted a distress signal for a week, or as long as any nearby starlight replenished its power. Common scenarios for their usage included emergency landing, mechanical failures, or after sustaining damage in battle. It could offer insight into a vessel's fate, or point rescuers in the right direction. I was uncertain whether to view the buoy's deployment as a positive or a negative sign. It meant that the ship had incurred trouble, but it also meant Rissal had been aware of the problem before a drive meltdown. Maybe they were in the process of mending considerable damage. All that mattered was whether they were alive. All right, was your team able to extract the data? I asked. Yes. There appears to be a short video log included. Jones scrolled through the file archives and tapped the mentioned item. Shall I clear these interlopers out so that we can review what it says in private? My ears battened against my head. They're not interlopers. At some point, we have to start acting like friends. I'm counting on humanity to take the first step. I muted the feed from Laulo's cell and moved to the window in the background processing. The American general frowned as I gestured to the projector. Her gaze drifted to the skeptical Mazik. That first impression didn't make her eager to share intelligence. There was no telling what was on the video file, and it might not take much for individuals to jump to conclusions. A smog-filled cavern was depicted on the projector, with a delirious Kolshian at the helm. Rissal dabbed a damp rag against his forehead. The internal temperature must be skewering. The smoke was so thick that the grey tendrils seemed to curl around the Federation officer's form. His orange eyes were listing and unfocused. I glimpsed at a few Federation diplomats behind him. All were wearing vac suits to avoid toxins. That would only be good while the half-day's oxygen supply lasted. Upon closer inspection, Rissal had set the helmet down out of the camera's focus. He must have taken it off so that he could be seen and heard on the recording. "This is Russell of the Colchian Commonwealth. A few hours ago, we noticed signs of a fire in the warp drive compartment. With the core ablaze, repairs were impossible." The officer burst into a coughing fit and paused to catch his breath. "Emergency shutdown has been successful. Once it reaches a certain temperature, it's going to go off like a bomb." As panicked as Russell had been around humans, his tranquility in the face of impending death was remarkable. I don't know how he kept the diplomats calm or why they hardly reacted to those words. It helped that their ship didn't have a predator around to add fuel to the instinctual fear. Still, perhaps we just couldn't hear their cries from beneath the suits. The Colchian pilot grimaced. "I know we must be mere hours at most, but I'm at peace with my death. I spent my final days seeking the first real chance the Federation's had at ending the war in my lifetime. Isn't that a beautiful thought?" Water swelled in my eyes as the finality of their predicament sank in. Russell's contributions to the galactic peace was monumental and rarely received full acknowledgement. When push came to shove, he found the courage to support humanity. It was his belief in diplomacy, encouraging us to attend the summit, that led Noah to speak to the Federation. If it weren't for that heroic veteran, it would still be two of us against the galaxy. Sovlin's actions could have been the catalyst for war. Humanity would never have seized the opportunity to voice their side of the story, or open themselves up to new partners. Russell must be the person who saved Earth, who deserves as much credit as my dear Noah, I mused. There are some people who want to silence my version of the events regarding the torture of the human prisoner. I want it known that all I regret is that I didn't act sooner, he sputtered. That I never had the courage to check in on Marcel and apologize for my part in it. I hope he is doing well. The Colchian could hardly speak between coughing outbursts. His eyelids fluttered with exhaustion. He huddled over the console and rested a grasper over the send button. The lack of clean oxygen had pushed him to the brink of unconsciousness. Russell gritted his teeth. Humans! If you see this, I remember what your leader said about desiring coexistence. I hope people give you a chance, and that you won't lose faith. The things you endure would be too much for any other species, but you are not them. You're strong. You're predators. Maybe that is a good thing. The Terran ambassador's mouth was agape with horror as we observed Russell pour at his throat. This was someone we had traveled with for days, who offered us a unique perspective on Federation history. It wasn't all that long ago the Colchian greeted us in the hangar bay and thanked Noah for reminding him of what courage felt like. Time's up, Russell whined in a pained voice. Kick some Orcs or ass for me, humans. Leave her a little less ugly in the galaxy. I have faith in you. The transmission cut out with a final beep and was replaced by a grim static. The Federation diplomats looked aghast at what we had just witnessed. Even Axley was showing signs of lucidity. The Terran generals dropped their scowls and bowed their heads in a solemn display of grief. There was something sobering about a person's last words. We have to help them, Cooper spat. Send the ship. Ambassador nodded. I will fly it myself if I have to. Those are our allies, and they're in trouble. General Jones's lips curved down. This video was time-stamped 3 days ago. There's no vessels and sensors, only a few stray energy readings, which suggests... The only trace we'd find of the occupants was the atom scattered across the local space. Humanity's first interactions with this O6 species would be an unenviable task of explaining how their diplomats died. I didn't know how we would convince their leadership no fault for the predators. Condolences and words might cut it. We need concrete proof. The words of the crow cattle uttered that anyone who stood with humanity was dead to them lingered in my ears. It was difficult for me to process that parties in the Federation would murder civilians for the crime of speaking to predators. I wouldn't blame our new allies for not wanting to believe it was their long-standing friends. My calls flung the prison surveillance back onto the projector. I was trembling in outrage. A taped confession would be a start, even if others accused us of coercion. Forget waiting. I switched to the intercom function and leaned into my holopad. Why did you betray us, Lalo? Why? The Yodel glanced up with a hopeful expression. I am so sorry. Saving our shuttle seemed like enough to spark gratitude. I just wanted to impress Noah, so humanity could discard us, like everyone else. A chorus of gasps echoed from our Federation contingent. The Predator generals looked mystified by his rationale, and their eyes narrowed to intimidating slits. None of us expected a straightforward confession, especially when I was hoping that we'd pegged the marsupial wrong. Impress me. You killed Russell and almost killed us. Noah snarled over my shoulder. You're a homicidal psychopath. Lalo blinked. What? Were you not listening to what I said before? I didn't do it. I just saw who did and used the opportunity to, prove myself. The humans squinted. Why should we believe that? Why wouldn't you come forward straight away? Murmurs of agreement from the alien diplomats. It was bizarre to see the Mezek nodding along with the Terran argument, but it was natural to suspect the Leotel's claim. On one paw, it seemed like the lousy attempt to dodge responsibility. On the other, it made more sense than an uplift plotting a complex technological scheme. The Takan representative saw them too, and tried to intervene. Didn't you wonder why one friendly species never made it to the shuttle? Lalo hissed. Besides, we were on their territory. If I spoke up sooner, we would have never left Alpha. Confusion stirred in my chest. You're saying that it was... The uplift switched his tail. The Kolshians wanted the human ambassador, and his friends dead. Not me. Who would have unfettered access to the shuttles? Who planned the whole trip and saw Russell as a loose end? I fell back on my haunches, stunned to silence. Those words synced with the facts a little too perfectly. If Lalo was telling the truth, a touch DNA sweep by the core should corroborate it. However, it didn't add up. Why an influential species would grant humanity a public audience and then seek a military alliance, only to kill us? Was it even possible for our predators to track down a Kolshian official and demand answers? Chief Nikonus was secure, at the heart of Federation territory. As much as I wanted to avenge the fallen vessel, nothing good could come from blazing a trail of destruction. My expertise would focus on diplomatic side, salvaging our relation with the victimized species. The choice of how to respond to the personal and cowardly attack belonged to the humans. End of story. Chapter 39. Memory transcript subject Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 7th, 2136. The battle for the cradle was decided in our unit's absence, hinging on their sheer force of human aggression, with a mix of bold tactics and innovation. The UN fleet was able to widen their numerical advantage. The enemy found themselves ganged up on by a myriad of ships' classes. Every slight weakness was pinpointed and exploited. Hundreds of Orcs fell by their railgun and missiles, and the entire formation was pushed back within a few hours. Defensive walls were dismantled by brazen yet calculated charges. Hostiles were encircled and pinned down from every heading, unable to deal with all the Terran pests at once. There were significant casualties on our side, but enough humans remained at the end of the dogfight. The Greys were reduced to isolated, scattered pockets. This was a feat, if achieved by any other species, that would cement itself in folklore. It was the greatest victory in centuries of Federation warfare. The Orcs vessels attempted to flee the system and regroup, but lighter Terran craft pursued them with relentless abandon. There was no mercy in a predator's hunt. There was only the kill. Even in victory, the humans want a little more than to finish them off. They are wired differently. They stare into the darkness, yet they don't flinch. The remnants of the cradle were now beneath the humans' watchful eye. The omnivores had no intention of letting the Orcs back within orbital proximity. Thus, the UN fleet lingered as a protective barrier against any secondary attack. They began transmitting messages to the battled surface and organizing landing parties. As for the captured cattle ship, they could offer plentiful intel. Technological access would allow humans to reverse engineer the enemy's weapons and armor, or develop countermeasures. The Gojid victims and the Arxor prisoners were brought aboard UN ships wherever there was room. A large chunk were deposited back on the UNS Rocinante, the warship that started it all. Captain Monahan was seated at her desk when Carlos brought me to her office. The human officer was impassive and confident. It was no wonder her subordinates believed in her orders. She had no shortage of conviction or mental fortitude. Her capability under the battle circumstances was undeniable. "Ma'am?" I bowed my head in a respectful gesture, and the Predator waved me to the chair. "Thank you for allowing me to spectate your interrogation. I can't wait to see the bastard squirm." She folded her fingers together and studied me with piercing blue eyes. "My motives are entirely selfish, Sovereign. You could supplement any intel regarding the Federation and brainstorm pertinent questions. It doesn't matter. I've wanted to get my paws on a grave for a long time. And that's why we're watching from afar. It's personal for you." The human crossed her arms and eyed my lengthy claws with concern. "Private Ramiro vouched that you can keep a level head, that you won't interfere or question our methods. Don't prove him wrong." I stared at my guard, who seemed to take note of my confusion. We had conversed about my desire for the suffering mere hours ago. Whatever a human did to an Arxor, my lips were sealed. Did they really think that I, of all people, would take pity on these creatures? There would be no moral argument from the Scourger. If the Terran military violated Earth's conventions on torture, I thought it was justified. Those parameters weren't designed for child-eating abominations. "Listen, I know what your inclinations towards humans are," Carlos grunted. "Our interrogators are trained to say whatever it takes to extract information from a subject. They might try to build a rapport with that thing by talking like fellow hunters. Why? How can you just pretend to be like them?" Monahan rolled her eyes. "We want to keep one talking. Torture isn't an effective mythology." Something about the matter-of-fact statement sent a chill down my spines. I think it was the implication that inefficiency was the main argument against torture, rather than the ethical rationale other humans offered. It sounded like her kind had dabbled in the art, after all, enough times to reach a scientific consensus. "We're doing whatever it takes to stop them," Carla added, with a throaty growl. "I just want to know that you won't misinterpret things, that you'll understand if a human agrees with the vile statement on the camera." "They're concerned I might fall for any acting they're geared towards the Arxor. These predators don't want me to accuse them of hiding their true intentions again." "I disagree with your methods, but I understand." I met his brown eyes, and suppressed the ripple of fear that ensued. "It's your ship, your prisoners. You don't answer to the conscripted criminal." Captain Monahan nodded. "Very well. Then I'll send the signal to begin." The human swiped at the holopad with nimble digits. The viewport on the far wall morphed to a different image, an overhead angle of the Arxor's cell. A sturdy chain clung to the reptilian's leg and allowed it to wander just far enough to sit at the metal table. It reminded me of the furnishings of my prison cell when Anton explained my legal rights. These savage predators shouldn't have legal rights. If I overheard the lawyers introduce themselves and talk about defense arguments, I was going to blow a gasket. The door swung open, and a dark-haired human in military pelts ambled up to the table. His strides were too casual for my liking. As he propped himself in a chair with a bored expression, a clawless hand drifted to his chin, and his eyes leveled with those of the monster. Second-hand fear tugged at my heart, seeing the primate within lunging distance of the grey. The Arxor's imposing form was superior in every manner. Its dagger-like teeth flashed with menace as it studied the visitor. I don't know how the Terran could keep such a nonchalant demeanor. Could he really bank his life on Chain's integrity? The reptilian prisoner unleashed a vicious snarl without warning. The roar reverberated into the microphone. It was a bloodthirsty chord that sent my instincts into overdrive. The decibel level directed into the primate's face must be enough to set his ears ringing and my skin tingling. The human interrogator yawned. Is that all? Are you done? I thought you wanted to talk, Captain." A rattled noise came from the prisoner's chest, like two stones scraping against each other. The translator proclaimed it to be laughter. I didn't know how the human stayed fixed on his seat, let alone displaying a cue of boredom. His cadence was also unwavering. "You truly are predators. I had to be certain," it barked. "That would be enough to make even the feckless prey folk piss themselves. They're little more than animals, you know. The Terran flashed his mouth, much flatter teeth. We know. The Gojits, they trampled each other the second our boots touched the ground. Conquest is inefficient, but for your first prize, I presume, you wanted to be Paul's on. We interrupted your hunt, and you did not appreciate us spoiling the fun. You saved us a lot of work, the way I see it. There is much to learn from your people. If you would honor us, I'm Ross. Captain Koth, what is it you wish to know? Thinking of the Orcs as self-aware individuals with names and ranks was too much. Ross's callous words stirred disgust in my chest as well. This predacious behavior was everything I imagined from his kind in my previous adventures. The human tilted his head to one side, and I glimpsed an object in his earlobe. Despite his sinister words, he was still waiting for a cue from Monaghan. Ask about first contact and the events leading up to it, the Terran captain ordered. Ross narrowed his eyes. Tell me about the first time that you met the Federation. What did they say? Why did you decide to hunt them? We want the full picture of how this all started. I blinked with puzzlement. This was a waste of a question. The humans knew how the war started. The reason they hunted us was because the Greys were cruel and they relished suffering. There was nothing new to glean from the tale of betrayal, and certainly nothing that they would serve the Terran military interests. Before the Federation arrived, well, to understand why those dimwits contacted us, you must know of the Fourth World War. Koth hissed. You see, our regional powers always had competing interests. Does that concept register with you, or have I already lost you? The human scowled. Our nations still bicker to this day. Go on. I see. The Northwest Bloc was a loose union of related cultures, which formed a counterbalance to the Movlem Charter. The Bloc sought the reclamation of ancestral greatness, and built an army designed to subjugate middling states. You're saying a Bloc invaded its neighbors, neutral ones? Yes, precisely. The war was a drawn-out, bloody affair, as wars tend to be. The Bloc brought scientists in for genetic research. They wanted to find a way to select the best soldiers, so their army could be the strongest. That leads to the Lanznil, or as he is known today, the Prophet. Captain Monaghan narrowed her eyes, as though trying to decide where the reptile was going with this history lesson. I didn't see how any details about a bloody war or politics were relevant. The Federation's succinct summation of the brutal culture was bound to wipe itself out, was enough. The humans didn't cut the creature off for some reason, and it was all I could do to listen to its grating tongue. A brilliant scientist indeed. He's theorized that certain bloodlines had a higher probability of strength and intelligence. Koth tossed its truncated snout. Last now reported to the Bloc Council was published under the name Betterment, and it is mandatory reading today. The Prophet rose through the party ranks, eliminating persons of lesser races, health, dispositions, and creeds from the citizenry. It looked like recognition, which flickered in the interrogator's eyes, but it was gone a second later. Carlos's breath hitched for a moment, and Monaghan's jaw tightened as well. I had no idea why such an unthinkable story would resonate with the humans. The Orcs just admitted their people's hero was forged from the genocide of their own populace. Ross leaned forward. What did the Morven Chanter think of this, betterment philosophy? They thought that it was too radical. That was when the war truly became about destruction, making sure the other side was crippled or erased. In the wake of several cities' decimation, the Federation arrived. Their initial message was that they were here to save us, and then they dumped their technology to our databanks. I think I understand. The Bloc used that technology to end the Charter, then turned their guns on the stars. Not at all. The Bloc and the Charter signed a peace treaty and began delving through the aliens' gifts. We didn't want a war with hundreds of species, who at the time was centuries more advanced. The Federation promised their own betterment plan, but would never contact us directly. We didn't know why, then. My eyes widened, as if I observed how the humans were listening to the rapt attention. This was an obvious distortion of the truth. The Orcs all signing peace treaties, as if that was even possible. A growl rumbled in my throat, which earned me a warning look from Carlos. The guard had warned me not to interfere, but it stung to watch them record deception. This grotesque predator was lying through his fangs. I didn't know how the Terrans could be impervious to the decadent hunger in its eyes. Anyhow, their medicine and their unprecedented peace meant people were living longer, Koth continued. Our food supply couldn't keep up with our growing populace. We asked the Federation for help. They offered 2 concoctions, one for our livestock and one for ourselves. We mass-produced them and rushed distribution. Without any trials, we trusted the aliens. They said it would cure hunger, and people were starving. Hundreds of thousands of volunteers took the Oxor doses, and the livestock one was sent to every major farm. Take a guess at what happened next. I don't know. Tell me, the livestock began dying from highly transmittable lethal disease. As for the Oxor test subjects, they were infected with a microbe that made them allergic to meat. Here's a simple question, Ross. What happens to obligate carnivores when they can't consume meat? They starve. Correct. Every volunteer was dead within a month. The Federation simply responded how pleased they were that we were cured of our desires. Their intent was to force us not to be predators, like it was a choice. My mouth opened to protest, and Carlos slapped a hand over my lips. I struggled against his grip, coughing out muffled words behind his oily palm. There wasn't a sliver of truth in this far-fetched tale. The Federation wasn't an organization that went around bioengineering killer diseases. We reached out to the Oxel out of kindness. Why is Koth lying to them? Is it trying to use humanity as its conquest? Perhaps the Oxel noted that these primates feel empathy, so they're using standard manipulation tactics. The UN interrogator hesitated. Okay, what does your prophet Lasnell have to do with any of this? We had to make a choice about who lived and who died. All nations, including the Charter, finally embraced and expanded upon Lasnell's thinking. The individuals with the highest markers for aggression and violence were chosen as survivors, and the rest of our population were culled. What about the Federation? We studied them and learned how they eradicated predators on their worlds. Someone got the idea to make them our cattle, and used that to scrape by. It's fittingly ironic. It is revenge. You didn't think of grabbing their non-sentient animals? The prey folk are the most popular species on their worlds. They breed incessantly. Besides, they destroyed their wildlife populations. The idiots wiped out most large animals on their planets, including their herbivores that got caught munching on roadkill. Captain Monahan signaled for Carlos to release me, and his slimy palm uncorked from my mouth. The human officer met my eyes, but there was a new emotion brewing in her pupils. She was scrutinizing me like she thought I was hiding something. Irritation coursed through my veins, and I bared my teeth in contempt. This was ridiculous. The predators couldn't turn on us because of a flimsy tale from a subject who laughed at sharing and slavery hours ago. Pause the interview, the captain spoke into a holopad. So the Federation gave Nazis space tech and then pushed everyone to follow them through starvation. Pure lunacy. The Orcs are sadistic monsters. This interview was a mistake, I snarled. You have seen them throw children in cages, chow down on people while they're alive, yet you are considering their lies. I thought humans were better than this. Monahan returned a challenging stare. Your viewpoint is duly noted. Romero, your thoughts? It's something we should investigate. If it is true, the Federation erased it from their history books, Carlos replied. But I'm certain Sovlin believes the public narrative, and so do the common people. Any deception on his part is unintentional. I gaped in disbelief. Deception? You speak like you believe that thing. Look, it doesn't change the atrocities they've committed, buddy. Humanity just wants the truth, whatever that may be. We can't work with half the facts, he growled. Why is there no documentation of first contact? Unless you're hiding something, why shouldn't we look? Captain Monahan nodded. Agreed. From the Federation's perspective, they could think that they were blindsided. They see predation as some form of wicked corruption. I cast a sullen glance at the video screen. The pleasure on the fleet's victory was short-lived, as was any notion that these primates offered a reliable source of protection. My desire for friendship with the Terran Guard was gone. In its place was blistering pain. After everything the Arxor had taken from me and my people, it felt like a personal betrayal for those humans to place blame on us. End of chapter. Chapter 40. Memory transcription. Subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 8th, 2136. No matter how often I replayed the Arxor's words in my head, I couldn't understand why the Terran observers would trust them. It was at the humans' clutches that the traumatized refugees were nursed back to health. They risked life and limb, and lost hundreds of ships in pursuit of our survival. How could they reconcile what they'd seen with the Predator's narrative? The primates had loathed every aspect of the cattle ship, and acted distraught at the condition of the victims. I had wondered how one could tell when a predator was truly hungry, until I saw the darkness in their eyes that day. There was a bottomless abyss of rage inside their pupils. It was a much-needed reminder of human volatility. My service on this vessel was for nothing, I bemoaned. What if the humans decide to give the cattle back? Have I just helped the Orcs land a game-changing ally? The door to my quarter clicked open, and a wary Carlos strode in with a vegetable platter. He placed the tray on the bedside table, without any sort of apology. The food was soaked in some clear fluid. It felt viscous under my claws as I poked at it. Had the omnivores coated the plants in animal secretion? Maybe it was saliva, or worse. Why the feck are the vegetables wet? I snarled, with as much hostility as I could muster. Disgusting! Carlos crossed his arms. It's olive oil, Sovereign. Relax. You might even like it. Lots of healthy plant fats. I don't want anything from you, Predator. I grabbed an orange-colored slice and flung it at his cheek. The human barely reacted, only wiping the oil off of his chest pelt. If you still feel empathy, shoot me now, before I watch your kind turn over every species with a semblance of decency. You're overreacting, and you're not going to refer to me as Predator again. Why not? You defended a fecking Oxer, then accused me of deception. I don't want to see your face. Just listen to me, all right? 60 seconds. Renewed disgust flared in my chest, and the guard's binocular eyes pleaded with mine. I knew humanity didn't want sapient livestock of their own, but defending the act made them equally culpable. No moral race would rewrite the tragedy of the first contact and unspeakable losses that befell every species. The image of my nightmare of Carlos roasting me over a fire seemed much more realistic. He just proved that he could see gourds as food. This man, beast, was a traitor of sapient kind, and yet I had grown attached to him. What happened to throwing the Orcs in the cattle pens where they belonged? I slashed my claws across the pillow several times and struggled to turn them on the human. I will never agree with you. Do not waste your breath. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you to understand. Carlos eyeballed the decimated pillow as fluff was flung across my form. Look, I listened to your spiel on torturing an innocent human and tried to empathize with you. Don't you think you can at least try to see where I'm coming from? The Greys are your fellow predators. They're more like people to you than us. This isn't about the Orcs or Sovereign. It's about the Federation and how they've treated us. The prejudice and the hatred. That is because of the Greys. They won't stop until you're destroyed or erased. But can't you see how it looks from outside? Why we would think we are capable of killing and terrorizing predators when you've been hell-bent on our extinction since you discovered us. I chewed on my claws, considering the welcome that humanity had received to the galaxy. Governor Tarver may have made them aware of the Federation's extermination plans. The only reason their species still lived was due to a misinterpreted sensor data. The second their survival was discovered, the entire organization convened to discuss a raid on Earth. There were entire religions formed around the eradication of predators, including the one of my own world. Most individuals of the UN tried to reject the idea of the humans could be civilized. This was typically due to the belief that their ilk was incapable of empathy, cooperation, or basic bonding. My experience proved that error of the prior research. In Carlos's pause, I would definitely resent the Federation. Maybe it would seem within the realm of possibility that we had done a similar thing to other predators. I guess. But I do know better than to believe the Orcs are lies, I growled. However bad you think they are, they're worse. The human lowered his eyes. I'm not saying that Koth is telling the truth. I'm saying that he could be. Because I know how much you hate our existence. I believe whatever the evidence says. Then I'll help you prove it wrong. Only because I'm sorry for what the Federation has done to the humans. I regret how much it has soured your opinion of us, and I know my part in that. That's all I ask. Are we cool? Yes. Good, because the captain wants to see you, and I don't want to explain that you're pouting. I'm not pouting. The predator's lips adopted a slight curvature, which seemed indicative of amusement. I was beginning to understand how Slaneck could read emotions in their snarls. It was just a way of compensating for their missing tails. Did humans ever envy an additional appendage that the rest of us took on for granted? It was a miracle they were so graceful about balancing without it. I shoveled my paws at the vegetables down my gullet, then dismounted from my bed. Carlos steered us back toward Monahan's office, and we traversed the ship corridors in a comfortable silence. Amazement rippled through me as I realized my spines were lying flat. The second I noted my proximity to the predator, they returned to full bristle. Yikes! That is starting to hurt. Why did I have to think about it? The doors to our destination slid open and distracted me from my latest dose of fear chemicals. The UN captain was reviewing one clip when we entered. A curt exchange between Koth and Ross. Her eyes were bloodshot, like she had been poring over footage all night. Humans could be obsessive, that was for certain. What peace? What do you see as acceptable end condition for the war? The Terran interrogator asked. You don't get it. There is us and them. Saliva oozed from the reptilian captain's fangs as it spoke. They can only be peace if every Federation planet is dead. That is acceptable. Ross narrowed his eyes. What if that's not acceptable to us? Then you're stupider than I took you for. Then you'll die with the Federation. You can watch the prey folk neuter your race before your extinction. Captain Monahan punched some notation into a holopad. Her sighs sounded flustered, but she didn't seem concerned by the extermination threat. If I didn't know better, I would think that question had been aimed at finding out if diplomatic avenues between us and the Greys were possible. So there would be no room for negotiation, the UN interrogator pressed. Humanity cares for one alien species above all others. They are part of our pack, and we will not abandon them. Koth thought for a moment. Its pupils darted from side to side, as if it was scanning its memory banks. The cold intelligence on display was appalling, and the Terran's reckless divulgence alarmed me. Humans were painting a target on Venlil Prime, if they publicized that alliance to the enemy. Poor Tava. The species she saved from certain death is trying to get her killed in return. Careless idiot monkeys. The Venlil, Koth decided. You gotta be kidding. That explains their thwarting what should have been a simple border raid. Ross was quiet. The human maintained eye contact and waited for the prisoner to continue. He did not confirm or deny the reptilian's guess, which was an affirmation of itself. The Orcs slammed a snout against the table. One of the weakest, most frightful species of them all. The Venlil are beneath you. That is for us to decide. Surely you see that they're a liability to you. What use could they be? You refer to them as packmates, not food or slaves. That means equals. I meant what I said, Koth. An attack on them is an attack on us. We should die for them, happily. But why? Because they defended us from the Federation, despite the fact that we're predators. They were the ones who helped us. Humanity would never repay a debt with anything less. The Oxal shook its head, huffing with disgust. The abomination was repulsed by the interrogator's soft rhetoric. This was Ross's worst miscalculation yet. Still, it was a relief to hear that the humans would stand by the Venlil, if nothing else. I thought that they would be ashamed of their prey friends for a moment. A growl rumbled in Koth's throat. What is it you're asking? We would discuss sparing one species if that was what you required to join us. That. And the release of every Venlil held as livestock, unharmed. The human barked. You expect us to give up millions of cattle that we already have? We're starving as is. Surrendering any of our existing food supply is a non-starter. Captain Monahan tapped a button on her console, and the video feed paused. I knew she was the one who directed the interrogator to barter our lives. Like any mundane commodity. She hadn't even reacted to the promise that Venlil is food. These familiar faces were leaning into the predator roots a bit too much, ever since they started interacting with the Greys. Fortunately, this foray had gone nowhere. That last statement sealed the finality of the diplomatic impasse. The Oxal would never part ways with their precious quarry, by Koth's own admission. Regardless, the offer to spare the Venlil further harm was an empty talk. The predator would say whatever it thought afforded the best chance to escape. Would the human abandon this folly now? It was insulting that they would even pose such questions. Monahan sighed. Well, it's a start. The Federation said the Greys were incapable of negotiation. You are negotiating on whether your best friends deserve to have their pups tortured and hunted for kicks, I spat, incredulously. Sovlin, you're out of line. Carlos tugged at my scarf, which snapped my attention to his flabbergasted expression. She doesn't answer to you. You said it yourself. It's all right, Monahan growled. If we rescue every enslaved Vendel, I don't imagine Tava will care how we achieve it, especially if that option would negate years of suffering for those people and save Earth significant loss of life. The UN guard narrowed his eyes. There is a reason we get along with Tava. Her government is actually reasonable, implying that mine is not. Irritation swelled in my chest. So you're really moving forward with this plan? Nothing has been decided, Sovlin, because it's not my decision. My job is to weigh options for the UN and to see if talking is even a possibility. Turns out, it just might be, the Terran captain replied. You didn't even mention Gojits or any other species to Koth. Let's say you saved the Venlo, then you're just going to let everyone else rot? Humanity does not believe in any sapient deserves such treatment. We would never be involved with and agree with those practices. Monahan raised her eyes, emphasizing with a predatory gaze. However, if we can save only one race, you should understand why the Venlil are our top priority. It's still wrong. I refuse to help you trade their lives and bargain with those demons. Good thing you're not why I summoned you then. Now that we control the cradle, we'd like your help with the Gojid refugee crisis. They belong with their colonies or the Federation, but it's not so simple. There was no need for further explanation from the captain. I grasped the dilemma that humanity was facing. It wasn't as easy as flying the ship to the nearest Gojid colony and dropping them off. An inbound Terran transport would draw shoot-to-kill missile fire, no matter how slow their approach or polite their hail. The same problem would occur on any Federation outpost. Using the Venlil as a courier may not work either. They're considered predators by association at this point. However, with the humans potentially in cahoots with the Orcs, we had to get the Gojid refugees out of their custody at once. Judging by the reaction of Koth's interview, the primates were susceptible to corrupting influences. It didn't take much to warp their good intentions and rope them into a dastardly scheme. The more I pondered it, the enemy's motives could stretch beyond escape. The offer of an alliance might be genuine, since the UN impressed so thoroughly in their early engagements. Humans had the power to decide the conflict for either side, and would only grow more dangerous with time. The Federation needed to straighten up our act, and make sure that the Terrans stayed in our corner. I had to do whatever was in my power to convince our galactic allies not to follow the Gojid's mistake. Antagonizing Earth made the Child Eaters look more palatable, even to noble soldiers like Monahan and Carlos. Adding a second predator to the Arxal side would turn this war into a demolition. Then, we contact both my people and the Federation, I decided. I still have some sway. Monahan grimaced. How do we speak to your people? Your settlers might need to relocate. We don't have the resources to protect this region long term. I'll tell you how to reach Gojid government channels, if they still exist, that is. Be warned, they probably don't. The last I heard, the designated bunker was looking shaky. Carlos rubbed his neck anxiously. Does your Prime Minister hate us? Piri had a change of heart. She would be a useful witness with the Federation regarding this whole debacle. Short of that, I'm probably your best mouthpiece, being one of the few surviving and well-known Gojids. You're the best. We're doomed, a UN guard groaned. Monahan chuckled. Let's see if the PM's alive before we pronounce our political death, Romero. Look what you've got your captain thinking. Political death? I glowered at Carlos, knowing intimidation would have no effect. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He flashed his teeth. No problem. Whatever the Terrans might think of my reliability, the remnants of the Gojid Union needed to do our part. Right now, the Venlil were the only incentive for Earth and her citizens to risk their hides. That needed to change before it was too late. I was going to impress upon anyone that would listen that humans were a species worth saving, even if we were saving them from their predator selves. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Memory transcription, subject Slanek, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, October 8th, 2136. When the science officer from humanity's first contact team reached out about the fear study, I was a bit intimidated. Sarah Rosario, had done extensive biological and environmental analysis and collaborated with Venlol scientists throughout their early behavioral research. Her talks comparing our psychology racked up millions of views, as did her controversial analysis on Venlol ecosystems. In a nutshell, Terran conservationists were less than thrilled with our biomanipulation. Sarah had lambasted our efforts to wipe out predator species and discussed something she referred to as the trophic cascades. The aspects she attributed to the absence of hunters were far-fetched, though she spoke at length about supposed examples from Earth. How could removing a terrestrial predator alter the ocean, destroy vegetation, or spread disease? Humans could prove their own worth without grasping at straws. These arguments were just moronic. Besides her fringe theories, Sarah was a remarkable scientist, with credentials in several fields. If anyone could find a way to break Venlol fear response, it would be her. I knew the process could be traumatic, but I would do anything to leave my internalized feelings behind once and for all. I was tired of failing to protect my human friends. "Are you sure about this, Linek?" Marcel growled as we approached the scientist. "If you're trying to be more human to appease me, please don't. I accept you for you." I squeezed my tail around his wrist. "Thanks, but I'm doing this for myself. I'm tired of being scared, and at the whims of my instincts." Tyler patted me on the back, a little harder than I would have liked. The blonde human accompanied our group to assist with any physical activities, since Marcel was still in recovery from his gunshot wounds. The UN military was involved with these experiments, so I knew part of it was seeing if I could be shaped into a proper soldier. Dread fested already, knowing simulated combat was in my future. "Why do you keep helping me, Tyler? We haven't even known each other long, and you must have other things to do," I said. "Dude, I wanted to be in the buddy program, just like you two. The UN turned me down." The soldier towered over me, and his blue eyes glittered like icy crystals. "They didn't think that I would mesh with the Vendel, I guess. Too tall, too scary." Marcel frowned. "You were turned down because you're not a vegetarian, though your stature probably doesn't help your case. Aliens are the most exciting thing that's ever happened to mankind. I want to be a part of all of this. But maybe they were right. I always stick my foot in my mouth with the Venlil." I studied the flesh-eating soldier, imagining I had never seen the human before. Marcel was a daunting hunk of muscle when I'd first glimpsed him. His shadow smothered me, and his forward-facing eyes were like spotlights peering down from above. It was only seeing him at the most vulnerable, cold and afraid, that squashed the threatening aura. That said, my friend barely came up to Tyler's shoulders. The sandy-haired soldier was tall, even by human standards. His dietary choices would have given everyone at the outpost the creeps. It was likely something would be blurted out about dogs and persistence hunting at a stage when his partner wasn't ready to accept it. Still, there was a lot of good memories to be formed with Tyler, if you could see past the bulky predator. He was friendly to a fault, considering my emotions at times when I was harsher than he deserved. There was a selflessness in the way he didn't hesitate to carry me off the cradle. I hoped other Vendel would give him a chance someday. I nuzzled against his arm, which startled the big guy. "I appreciate you, Tyler. Your heart is in the right place. Don't give up. Appearances aren't everything." "That was actually sensitive and thoughtful." Marcel feigned a gasp. I giggled as the whites of his eyes expanded into cartoonish dimensions. "Who are you, and what have you done with Slanek?" "Oh, shut up. You humans are a lot to take in, you know that." Tyler placed a hand on his hip, striking a goofy pose. "Well, take it all in, buddy. Appearances are worth something. 210 pounds of glorious, rugged—" Yeah, you're the pinnacle of male perfection," Marcel snorted, shoving the other soldier with his good arm. "Keep walking. The Secretary General doesn't want to see that." The Secretary General? Why would Mayor be here? I followed my human's gaze and surveyed the Terran scientists camped by the machines. Sarah was taking an inventory of her equipment, while other predators were staring at us. My nerves fled as I realized most humans present were in military uniforms. I knew these experiments would have combat applications, but I didn't think martial leaders were calling the shots. Secretary General Mayer looked less amused with my pack's antics than I was. Tomfoolery was not his favorite pastime. He was in the heated discussion with several people in green and brown uniforms. The color scheme looked like a tree threw up on it. but they didn't seem the type that would appreciate such comments. Sarah waved us over to her. "Long time no see, Slanek. Good that you're back in one piece." I'm hoping to stay that way. Why are all these important humans here?" I squeaked. She lowered her eyes. "There's no easy way to say this, but I'm afraid our work will have moved much faster than I anticipated. We don't have much time." "You heard the news from Vendel Prime?" Secretary General Mayer interjected. Marcel nodded. "We did. Ambassador Williams is alive, and he returned with some new friends." I was glad my human piped up, because this ambush had thrown me off my prepared responses. Was this about helping our new allies with their own first contact programs, maybe trying to create an easier bonding process? "The picture of the Zorlan," Tyler began. "Cerulean," Sarah and I corrected at the same time. "Cerulean on the human's shoe is everywhere. My man was just like, oh, a predator. Looks like a warm, comfy pillow to me." Secretary Mayer breathed an irritated sigh. "The other news. The Krakotl are leading a crusade against us, and we have less friends than foes. Not that even our friends are likely to help. Simple math dictates that we are at a numerical disadvantage." "The thousands of ships the birds have been massing represent a multi-species coalition," one of the uniformed personnel chimed in. "Projections indicate that they'll set sail today and arrive in October 16th or 17th. Horror coursed through my veins as the gravity of the Terran's revelations set in. How could these humans be so calm at the prospect of an attack on Earth? Marcel and Tyler both were subdued, but their reaction wasn't on the level it should be. This was a raid with an intention of turning their verdant home into a barren rock, the same as the Orcs' vile tactics. The Krakotl were one of the few species that could head the functional offensive. They boasted a high aggression, since they evolved to scare off predators. During their initial phase of the Orcs War, the avians conjured up the technology that allowed us to regroup. While nobody was on the humans' level, they possessed some tactical acumen. "Why not launch a preemptive strike like you did with the Gojits?" I demanded. Mayer frowned. "It's too late now. But it wouldn't have worked. Most of their ships are already spaceborne, so we couldn't have catch them sleeping like the Gojits. They concentrated forces around their stations heavily." "But you're excellent fighters. You have advanced ships now. Nobody can rival the Predator's military powers." "They outnumber us 10-1. If we sent the entirety of the fledgling armada, they also had some turf advantage, and orbital lasers around every base. You might as well launch a UN fleet into a supernova. You'd get the same result." Sarah sighed. "Our best hope was for Noah to convince them to stand down. That didn't work out." I turned my gaze towards Marcel, noticing how his gaze drifted to his holopad. My human thoughts were transparent at times. He was worried about the welfare of Nulia and Lucy, who remained back at his residence. The Gojit child was never feel safe again if she watched another world endure destruction. "That's if anyone survives an attack on Earth. The entire human race is in jeopardy," I realized. "We need to get everyone off-world before it's too late." I pinned my ears against my head. "You know the Krakotl are coming. There's still time. Evacuate Earth." "And go where?" "Anyone who wishes to leave will have the opportunity, including you," the Secretary General growled. "This is our home. We've built everything here. It's the only planet we've got." Marcel ruffled the stray tuft on my head, gentle and reassuring as ever. "Us soldiers, we're going to stay and fight." "No!" I shrieked. "Come with me to Venlil territory. We'll take care of you. All of you. Please, don't die, humans." "It's okay, buddy. Go back to your world. I want you to be safe." Tears rolled down my face at the thought of Marcel perishing by the Krakotl horde. I brought back unwanted memories, like the scorching pain in my chest, when I thought that he was about to be shot in front of me. We had been to hell and back together, and it had finally seemed like our lives could settle down. Now, without warning, the light at the end of the tunnel was extinguished. If Sarah's team were cancelling my experiment, I understood. Humans had bigger things to worry about than my fragile instincts. "Scrap the study. It's not a priority." I rubbed a paw against my cheek, catching a few water rolling down my fur. "You don't have to worry about diplomatic fallout from me. I want to fight with you." Mayer shook his head. "We can discuss integration to the UN vessel if the results of your training are positive."
However, I recommend that you lend that option some serious thought. High casualties are expected.
I appreciate the human's honor of your word, but you don't have time to fix me. Don't waste...
This study is very important, Slinek, for the survival of our species.
The Secretary-General crossed his arms, calculating skull on his face.
Look, if Earth falls, then Vendel will be custodians of a few remaining humans. It'll be up to you to rebuild our population, and to protect our survivors from threats.
Don't talk like that, please.
I have to. Our research could point you in the right direction and make your soldiers stronger.
If things don't work out for us, this is humanity's parting gift, Sarah finished. I speak for all of us in saying that I hope the Vendel prosper. My tail drooped between my legs, and it was all I could do not to collapse in defeat. The Terran's odds of defending such an onslaught were slim. Every human I knew could be dead in little over a week. Hearing the UN leader speak as if the probability was likely crushed my hopes that Sol's system had some predatory tricks tucked away. Their species didn't deserve this fate. The humans faced their impending doom with a fearlessness, so I needed to accept reality too. If my participation strengthened the Vendel military in the UN's absence, I would do whatever was asked of me, no matter the mental duress that was exacted on me. It was worth it. I swallowed hard. Thanks for telling me yourself, sir. Where do we begin? Sarah rummaged through a box of her belongings and retrieved a red fabric sleeve. It took all of my willpower not to shy away as she tugged it over my face. Her curved nails waded through my fur like daggers. I couldn't see all of it for a split second, which added to the panic. How could placing coverings on my head impart anything? They have to have a good reason. These predators will not hurt you. Humans will never hurt you, I repeated internally. The human scientist was gentle as she tugged a pair of straps behind my ears. My vision returned as the two cutouts fell over the eyes, positioning. It felt like I was suffocating in the mask, but its fit was correct enough. Was it custom made to my dimensions? Its purpose must lie beyond adding color to my silver fur. I realized that something was wrong with my sight. As soon as I processed my surroundings, where I had seen Tyler standing beside me, there was only a dark shadow. Marcel's comforting snarl was obscured as well. This headgear had barriers to take away my periphery. Was this what it was like to have predator sight? Sarah clapped her hands. Perfect. You good, Slinek? Marcel's voice echoed from my left, and I had to turn my head to look at him. The motion felt alien. You look miserable, like a fish out of water. It was tough to describe how it felt, to be unaware of the object in my vicinity. Simply carrying out a conversation was unnatural. No wonder humans got jumpy. If I came up beside them without thinking, something could sneak up behind me now, and I wouldn't realize it was there until it pounced. I'll survive, I grumbled. You're going to make me calmer, Sarah, by limiting my vision, no offense, but I thought limited optical range was a downside to being human. Your instincts are triggered by things approaching you from the sides or behind you. You're easily distracted by your surroundings, because you see too much at once. I think this will help you spook reflex to focus on a single target at a time. I get it. Like horse blinders, Tyler stated, in a glummer tone than usual. Like, what? Maybe I'm making the wrong inference again, but it sounds like they've tried to force their tunnel vision on other prey animals. The scientist nodded. Precisely. Slinek, why don't we try combat simulator with the blinders? If it doesn't help, or if you really don't like it, we'll drop it. Fine. Sarah steered me into a separate room with a light torch. The enclosed space appeared to be an imitation of a patrol ship cabin, complete with controls and sensor readouts. Where the viewports should sit, there were blank screens. I imagined they would reflect Orcs or ships in a few minutes. Tyler squeezed into the co-pilot seat, a downcast expression on his face. The tall human knew that we could be in a dogfight that was very real, a short time from now. The stakes of our next mission would be his entire planet. This flight presented no tangible threat, and I needed to keep that fact at the forefront of my mind. Somewhere, deep inside my soul, there had to be some bravery lurking. All that mattered was gaining admission to the UN's last stand and proving that prey genetics didn't define us. These virtual enemies were going to have hell to pay. End of chapter. Chapter 42. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 8th, 2136. The humans instructed me to place a wraparound headset over my ears. I was impressed by how they had modified their technology with Vendel in mind, though I hoped I wasn't the only one who would get to use it. The earpiece fed simulated audio of alarms and hits. It also allowed Sarah to speak to me directly. Slanek, I'm going to talk to you throughout this exercise. In time, I hope you will learn to do these things yourself, she explained, in a melodic voice. Thoughts guide our actions. By changing your thoughts, you can unlearn negative behaviors. I tilted my head. But that's the problem. You can't control your thoughts. Well, not with that attitude. You didn't develop your thinking patterns overnight, Sarah responded. It takes time, effort, and understanding to make a self-adjustment. Mind if I ask you a few questions before we begin the simulation? Go for it. When was the first time that you encountered a predator? I failed to see the relevance of the question, but I decided to humor the human. If she thought delving into the origins of predator phobia would further her understanding, it wouldn't hurt to play along. The more background info she had of me, the better subject I would be. You saw the Orcs on TV, but that doesn't really count. Mother tried to shield us from those atrocities, I recalled. Encounters with predators were uncommon on Vendel Prime, though occasionally one slipped through the cracks. Teams of investigators in armored vehicles would travel out to the site, scorched any area with evidence of hunters' persons. There was no way that we would leave them alive to reproduce and terrorize our settlements. Extermination officer was an occupation that paid well, but all the money in the world wouldn't be enticing enough for me. My parents took me for a walk in a local pasture, and there was a dead rodent on the sidewalk. Lots of blood. There were larvae all over it. News cameras turning up within minutes. A shudder rippled through my spine at the memory. The anchors said the predator might be on the loose. The entire neighborhood was placed on curfew by local police. Schools were closed indefinitely. Tyler couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, but he shot me a baffled look. The human's eyebrows arched up in his forehead, as though he couldn't believe what he was hearing. I think the words he mouthed were, "What the feck?" Tell me more about that. Did they find out what happened to the dead animal? Sarah inquired. I gritted my teeth. It died of natural causes, according to the autopsy. Everyone was just relieved that there was no imminent threat, but that was just the week that I learned about food chains, and our place on it. How did that make you feel? Scared? Powerless? I just couldn't believe that there was animals that based their existence on killing. I can tell this is difficult for you, Slanek. If I may, what conclusions did your childhood self reach about predators? Predators had to be cruel and unfeeling to be able to stomach such violence, to eat that rotting corpse I saw. The Orcs must have cemented those beliefs. I take it that that was your initial feeling towards humans. A horrified gasp came from my chest as I realized what I just said about predators. It had slipped my mind that I was talking to one. While I was focused on the emotional residue of that experience, there was the thoughtlessness Marsall teased me over. I'm sorry. That was too honest. I didn't mean to say that you're... I squeaked. Relax. I'm not offended. Sarah's voice was reserved and soothing, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. I want you to be transparent with me, especially about how humans make you feel. I don't like to think about humans being predators. It's jarring to equate you with the, animal in the field, with eating rotting corpses. Yes. The scientist was silent on the other end of the headset, and I caught some light scraping sounds. She must be taking notes from what I was telling her. I hoped I hadn't said too much. The humans wouldn't admit that they were offended, even if they were. You did great, Slanek. Thank you for sharing that with me. What I'm going to ask you now is to try put yourself in the predator's shoes, she said. Come up with as many reasons why an animal might choose to hunt as you can, beyond cruel, violent, and unfeeling. We'll talk about it in tomorrow's session. I focused my eyes on the floor, ignoring Tyler's inquisitive stare. Did flesh taste so good that it was addictive? It was as though to think of a single allure or to predation other than biological impulse. Even with humans, I assumed they had those aspects within them due to their brutal hunting methods. The difference was that I believed they had another side, and that there were enough positive attributes to outweigh the repugnant ones. Besides, they found a way to sate their cravings without harming other creatures. Maybe that's something I should ask Marcel. He might know the answers Sarah's looking for. I breathed a weary sigh. I don't know if I can do that, but I will try. Good. Now we're going to start your mission. The goal of this exercise is to stop any hostile ships from reaching orbital range of Earth. I'll be here for guidance as needed. The screens glowed to life, and Tyler clenched his fist around the firing trigger. The image of Earth in the background was hyper-realistic, down to the orange glow dotted on the continents. Swirling clouds idled across the oceans, and the inky backdrop framed the planet in serene radiance. It was a breathtaking sight, even in a simulation. I searched for enemy contacts on sensor data, craning my neck. I tried to get a visual on the fast-approaching vessels from our left. The blinders were inhibiting my sightline, so it was difficult to ground myself. At least, it rendered me impervious to the virtual explosions and conflict taking place in the distance. My breath hitched in my throat as a plasma beam sailed meters from our hull. This felt too real and dangerous. The stress of decision-making was enough to make a panic seep in. I was frozen, as usual. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't even remember how to engage the targeting system. Nonetheless, inaction was unacceptable. My trembling paw slammed the steering column and veered the ship towards the hostile. My diminished vision blurred. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like an earthquake in my chest. Every instinct declared that was facing an aggressive foe was too perilous. I feel like I'm gonna die, like I'm flying into my doom, and it's not even real. Meanwhile, Tyler was impossibly collected, as he aligned kinetic munitions with the target. How could humans push through the chemicals fog with such ease? It was as though their instincts compelled them to run headlong towards danger, rather than gallop to safety. Slenek, deep breaths. Count to 5 as you inhale, then count to 5 as you exhale. Sarah's voice glowered. I took a few wheezing breaths, attempting to comply with her orders. Through the lightheadedness, I could see the opposing craft enlarging in the view screen. A horrified gasp escaped before I could contain it. This was all happening so quickly. There was no time to think. Everything on the screen froze, including the hostile that was just magnified. I slumped, my shoulders in shame. The humans were going to can the experiment on day 1. I was hopeless calls. Helping them was never going to be within my capability, no matter how much I wanted it to be. Talk to me. The scientist's voice sounded urgent over the headset, which jolted me out of my daze. Rate your fear on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst you've ever felt. I blinked in confusion. 7. We can work with that. Everything is going to be fine. The feeling will pass, Sarah said. What thoughts went through your mind as you started feeling afraid? I know I can't do this. I'm not a fighter, and I'll never be. My instincts can't handle stress or danger. What I'm hearing is that you don't feel that you can control your emotions. You've decided it's not possible already. Humans are special. I have to face what I am. What you are is a good pilot. Remember, the enemy is just as vulnerable as you. It doesn't feel that way. It never does. Focus on your target and get the shot off. Everything else doesn't matter. You can complete that one thing, one step at a time. Squeezing my eyes shut, I allowed my breathing to fall back into a calm rhythm. It was within my power to press a few buttons, wasn't it? There had to be a way to override my instincts, the way the humans kept their aggression in check. Marcel had squared off against 9 Orcs vessels in an inferior ship, and we survived. This was nothing. Hey, we can do this, Slenek. You're not alone here. Remember that, Tyler growled. I flicked my ears in appreciation. This sandy-haired human didn't have much heart after learning Earth's insurmountable odds, but he was still trying to be supportive. Bravery felt a little less difficult, knowing that the fearless predator had my back. Humans were survivors, and that meant I was in good company. You're not doing this by yourself. You're on the predator's side, not the Krakotl. They're the ones you should be afraid of. I believed in humanity's strength, even if it was uncertain of my own. Newfound determination swelled in my veins as the simulation resumed. The blinders were there for the purpose of directing my attention to a single task. It was a matter of just acting and not thinking at all. The opposing ship barreled towards us, racing closer to Earth. My aviation knowledge kicked in, and I verified the target on sensors. All I contemplated was the intake of my breathing, while my claw jammed down on the missile switch. Projectiles homed in on the sleek bomber, tracking its evasion attempts. My human partner sent a flurry of kinetics close behind. It was prudent to take advantage of any disruption to shields.
The missiles rocked the imaginary opponent, and Tyler's well-timed rounds tore through the armor. The seamless teamwork was invigorating. For a moment, the Predator bared its teeth at the thrill, and I almost mimicked him. Instead of allowing the follow-up options to overwhelm me, I asked myself what humans would do. They would go for the kill, and not give the enemy any recovery time. Persistence hunting taught them how to be relentless. Maybe I could learn from that cruelty as well. "Leave my friends alone," I hissed to the screen. It was easy to channel my outrage at the unprovoked assault on Earth. "Nobody hurts my herd, ever again." I navigated the ship nearer to our enemies. My anger at injustice was warring with his voice that told me to turn back. The resolute snarl on Tyler's face was enough to keep my paw on the accelerator. Just this once, I wanted to be the Predator, to pounce on the weak enemy. My heart was racing. While I had unloaded a devastating salvo on their flanks, orange tendrils burst from the metallic shell and damned the fictitious crew to the vacuum. The simulation faded back to white with the mission success declaration. "You did it!" Tyler cheered, forcing a grin. "That was all you, Slinek." I leapt up from the pilot's seat, wagging my tail. As the Federation often reminded us, Vendel weren't supposed to have fighting bone in our bodies. How had I managed to kill an enemy and emulate Terran intensity? Had the humans changed me? An answer to Sarah's earliest question popped into my head. An animal might choose to be a predator because it refined their species into something stronger. Hunting mandated discipline and lessened the brunt of fearful instincts. Maybe it was empowering to be the one dealing the damage. Sarah cleared her throat. "I told you that you were a good pilot. That exercise should give you hope for what you can accomplish." "But it was only one ship, guys," I pointed out. "That's nothing compared to what the Krakotl invasion." "We're going to increase the duration and the number of enemies every day. You'll be taking on an army in no time." The exhilaration of success fizzled out as I processed that daunting prospect. The scientist sounded hell-bent on pushing me well past my instinct's limit. When all was said and done, every day was going to be more of a struggle than the next. If nothing else, though, her questioning had forced me to consider my fears in a new light. "Oh, buddy, so proud of you." Marcel must have snagged the microphone, his rumbling voice fluttering into my ears. "You're going to turn those birds into space feathers. They'll never see it coming." "Thanks, but I don't know about that," he chuckled. "You're stronger than you think you are. The attacking skills are there, as we all saw. You nailed that fecker, even with Tyler button-mashing and getting in your way." This time the tall co-pilot leaned close enough to hear the headset chatter. He threw up his hands in exasperation, then turned his glare at me for giggling. There was hilarity in the expression that once would have had me on the floor, begging not to be eaten. I knew humans well enough to recognize the difference between a jest and malice. Tyler waved a fist at the camera. "Sir Nack and I are going to win this war, while you're still on your ass eating Doritos." "Nah, you're kidding, bro. I'll be up and stopping you from snacking on too many crayons mid-battle." What can I say? That's a true predator's diet. I appreciated that my friends were able to make light of a dark situation. That was their method of coping with the unpleasant. There wasn't a more resilient species in the galaxy. With their example to model, maybe it was possible to mold me into something a little more vicious. The survival of these alien predators was what was important, I reminded myself. My progression was secondary objective that would complement Terran aims. If Earth was to be lost, the spiteful defenders would take as many enemies with them as possible. No battle waged against humans was ever as easy as it looked on paper. Regardless, I had faith the Vendel Republic wouldn't hang our allies out to dry. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Memory transcription subject Captain Kelsom, Krakotl Alliance Command. Date Standardized Human Time October 8th, 2136. The Federation fleet entered warp in harmonious accord, and our voyage to Earth commenced on schedule. I was less than thrilled with the extraneous additions to my crew. Krakotl officers were preferred to the reserved experts of another species. Our diplomats stressed that this was an interplanetary effort, and forced my talents. While I understood the necessity of building a group of cohesion, the fossil they implanted on operational first officer was already asking questions. His name was Thion, to my understanding. He was a personal favorite of their High Elder. That didn't buy him any favor on my vessel. The Krakotl Alliance was the entity that planned this mission down to the gritty details. My crew was chosen because of their special attributes, and I trust them. You never know who you can keep their head in a battle until you've been there. Dion scrunched his droopy ears. Why are the Terran colonies not on the bombing agenda? The data dump suggested humans had settlements on the Red World and their moon. There's research outposts in the gas giant moons, asteroid mining operations, orbital telescopes, and I get it. But Earth is the priority, I replied. Other than military installations, the rest can be cleaned up afterwards. The fossil wiped the mucus from his nose. The plans for the follow-up operation should be drawn up now. We have to stay prepared. What is there to prepare for? The Predators can't muster any semblance of our numbers. I puffed my feathers out to display intimidation. You know, Tyon, I much prefer Jala as my exop. She doesn't nitpick everything. You keep strange company, Kelsom. There's something wrong with Jala. She seems off. There was a comment that had some basis to it, though I wasn't ready to take an outsider into my confidence. Jala was diagnosed with a rare cognitive disorder that entailed not producing the neurotransmitters for fear or affection. This caused a deficiency in empathy. Her responses to situations were often tasteless. Most Alliance officers wouldn't have allowed such individuals in their crew. However, the benefit of a person that didn't panic or lose focus couldn't be understated. As long as she didn't have to deal with the interpersonal side of things, Jala was the finest officer in my crew. I credited her as the reason that we were the most effective ship in the Alliance Armada. That is Captain Kelsom to you, I spat. Jala follows orders and makes the right calls. She's still my second, even now, as far as I am concerned. Captain, I see we've gotten off on the wrong paw. Thion's slender tail curled across the floor, twitching with relentlessness. I'd rather be on the fossil vessel too, but this is where we are. Can we try and make the most of it? I tossed my beak. Fine. But did you have to start tearing everything apart the second you came on board? I like to know who and what I'm working with. Every captain has a different background and a different way of running things. The more I know about you, the more useful I can be. Then I'll keep it short and sweet. I started off as an extermination officer. I'm still one, really, just with a starship and a title. Thion's whiskers twitched, as my former profession registered in his mind. There wasn't a better vocation to prepare a person for eliminating predators. It taught how to destroy a monster's habitat and prevent any chances of survival. Sapient extermination wasn't that different, except that it was more land to torch with the breadth of a planet. There was a buzzing sound at the door, and I peeked at the security feed. The other Federation implant on my crew was a new medical officer, though the peculiar aspect was the species. The door was a Takan veteran. The Takan Coalition had been outed as one of the parties amiable to the full alliance with humanity. For some reason, this Takan individual had thrown himself onto a transport and begged to join our raid. The newly demoted Jala escorted him to my quarters per my request. It was a mystery why the medical practitioner would want to fly towards the Predator's homeworld. My own doctor deserted when she learned the fleet's destination. It could be a simple case of this Takan despising his government's rhetoric. Still, I wanted to look him in the eye and demand his reasons. Come in, I growled to the intercom. Tyon, you can stay if you want. The fossil thumped his tail. Yes, sir. I can't believe he's stolen my post, Jala snapped. We'll settle this later, soft ears. I glowered at the female Krakotl. Don't mind her. Please come in, doctor. The Takan male strode through the door and propped himself in a chair without waiting for permission. His tough hide was silver, about the same hue as my ship's metallic walls. Those tri-toed paws wiggled about to grasp objects, though I found his kind much clumsier than Krakotl surgeons. Few species compared to how well our talons could sink into or wrap around things. I jabbed a talon at the doctor. What is your name? Zahn, sir. All right, tell me, what is the Takan doing volunteering for a mission like this? I squawked. When I landed on Alpha to share that the Gojid cradle was annihilated, I discovered that my species betrayed the Federation in my absence. It was horrifying, shameful. Captain, I want to put an end to this alliance permanently. I nodded my beak and contemplated his words. If we returned from deployment to find the Alliance cozying up to the Predators, it might push me to renounce my citizenship as well. Then again, no doctor shouldn't have devoted his entire life to extermination. Why would Zahn feel compelled to take such drastic measure? 8. If I may, you were stationed in Gojid space, Lion interjected. Zahn swished his tail. Yes, I was working under Captain Sovlin. We were the first vessel to encounter a human. My eyes snapped towards him. I heard. Everyone heard. What you lot did was cruel and disgraceful. I don't know that I want you on the ship. I beg your pardon, Captain. It was a human, not an actual sapient. That abominable freak deserved to rot for eternity. All predators do. The captive Terran pilot in their custody could no longer pose any threat, yet Sovlin and his lackeys granted it the slowest death possible. Extermination teams were swift and surgical when our services were needed. Suffering was never our goal. Listening to the hopeless creature scream and knowing that it was an unimaginable pain, that didn't make anyone safer. The line that separated us from the Orcs was one that could not be crossed. Humans are true sapients, Doctor, make no mistake. My feathers were ruffled as I offered the reproachful assessment. I even believe they feel selective empathy. They're pack predators, after all. I am surprised to hear you say that, Dion muttered. Why? Because I used to be an extermination officer. Zahn blinked in surprise. The doctor gave the appearance that he was about to contest my statements, but my field of expertise was enough to make him reconsider. I understood predators better than most citizens of the Federation. Humans weren't as simple as they would like to believe. Captain Calsum has a certain respect for humans. He thinks they're interesting, as do I, Jala chuckled. The physician's amber eyes bulged. Interesting, respect. They kill for sustenance. I puffed out my feathers for emphasis. If you don't respect a predator, you're already dead. They're not to be trifled with. Remarkably cunning. The Farsul officer tilted his head. Your tone is almost reverent. Wouldn't someone with your skill set hate predators? Ion, you shouldn't hate humans. They can't help that they're a disease. They infect everything they touched. Bacteria don't choose to be bacteria, and predators don't choose to be predators. They just are. So are you saying? It sounds like you don't believe in this mission. Zahn snarled. Sure I do, but it shouldn't be about hatred. I don't derive any pleasure from killing billions. Only a predator should. You should feel sorry for the humans, and be grateful that we were not born in such an accursed form. The doctor recoiled, and I could see indignation brewing in his eyes. The company this Captain Sovlin kept seemed to like an extension of his own undisciplined behavior. It must have been difficult for Zahn to witness the cradle's destruction, but his current behavior was unhinged. I wouldn't want this Takan cutting me open if my life was in the balance. You pity a creature that is incapable of pity. It's ironic, Jala remarked, a sharp glint in her eyes. Thion's nostrils flare. Hey, I'm not following either, Captain. Why do you support wiping humanity out if you feel sorry for the predators? Few understood how terrible it was to pour gasoline on a younglings as it cried for its mother's milk. The first time I found a nest of predator pups, the guilt of killing them nearly caused me to quit. They were tiny, innocent, and untainted by their parents' atrocities. I broke down on the ride home and asked my mentor how we could kill a baby for the way they were born. There was a cold logic in her explanation. Little predators become big predators and reproduce exponentially. Within a few cycles, there would be a full-blown infestation. It wouldn't be one set off with the pups we're killing. What happens if we don't wipe them out? Humans will spread everywhere, and they'll be in our systems in no time, I answered. This is our only chance to destroy them. We'll kill because we must. It was an unfortunate reality that Earth had to be eradicated. Unlike our incensed ambassador Jerusalem, I understood why most of the Federation couldn't bring themselves to push the button. They were relieved not to have to wrestle with the moral conundrum of killing a species that had yet to lash out. They didn't want to spend the rest of their lives wondering if some predators could have been saved. It was the same reason the Federation really accepted that humanity destroyed itself with nuclear bombs. 200 years ago. That was how the position got so out of wing in the first place. The Predators attained space-faring capabilities without anyone realizing. Only a few months into their expeditions, humans had already caused the destruction of the Gojit Cradle. The longer we let Earth survive, the more the Federation worlds will perish.
We agree on this being our moral imperative, but that's all we agree on.
Thawne leapt up from his seat and swished his tail in impatience.
I'm here because I want to witness humanity's death with my own eyes. I'm qualified, overqualified even, and I know the enemy. Now, do you want my services or not?
Jala snickered at the Tucan's temperament. I like this one, Captain. Well, I do not, but it's not like I have a suitable replacement, I muttered. You follow my orders on the ship's arm. It's not becoming of a doctor to have such little value for life.
I don't need a lecture on how I feel towards predators. I value lives, our lives. Jala, show me to the medbay now, Zahn hissed.
The female Krakotl glanced at me for confirmation, and I curled my wingtips in a go-on gesture. Something told me I needed to keep a close eye on the doctor. The kind of person that delighted in the death and suffering would never have intentions that could trust. Besides, it was bad omen when the crewmate who took the shine to Zahn was a sociopath. That was an unpleasant discussion. What do you think, Scion? I asked.
The fossil hesitated. I think I have your back, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. If you're really going to be my exo, then I expect you to speak freely behind closed doors.
Frankly, I've seen what happens after predators hit a world as well. There's nothing to feel remorse over. I'll sleep better when this mission is done.
Understood. Let's head to the bridge and keep watch for any Terran ambushes.
My heart felt heavy as we set off together. I wondered where my crew fell along the moral spectrum. Thyon missed the distinction between his feelings and Zahn's, though perhaps he would realize in time. Unlike the doctor, the first officer was motivated by reasons that had nothing to do with the humans. His concern was the suffering he witnessed and any future threats, rather than pure vitriol. That was the correct rationale for the destruction of Earth. This fleet would succeed in its duties because there was no other option for our survival. End of story. Chapter 44. Memory transcription subject, Captain Calsum, Krakotl Alliance Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 9th, 2136. As soon as we departed Krakotl space, it became evident that the humans had been tracking our movements. The predators were lurking in the shadows along our starry route. 2 ambushes were sprung on the fleet during the first day of travel. The primates knew that we were coming, and that was enough to unsettle the crew. But the humans were afraid. From what I could tell, their attack seemed devoted to stalling and chipping away at our resources. Larger Terran ships had FTL disruptors on their hulls, which could be deployed as soon as we came within range. They would dart in for a missile run while we were dazed, then vanished just as quickly. Why do they flee after a single strike? These techniques seem too cowardly to be born of predators. Nonetheless, I adjusted personnel rotation so that our vessel was combat ready at all times. I allowed myself only a short nap after the second ambush, just to refresh my wits. There was no time for a full night's rest until the enemy resurfaced. Thyon was working overtime as well, compiling data to predict the Terran's next appearance. Our vessel was going to nail the humans next time they tried anything. If their attempts at disrupting our operations were this lousy, they must lack confidence in their combat abilities. This locale seems like the likeliest spot for an ambush. The EM radiation from the system's pulsar makes our senses and targeting wonky, the first officer said, though perhaps I'm mistaken. It would affect their targeting too. My feathers ruffled in disquiet. I suspect the humans' reliance on targeting is less than ours. They have a backup system in their brains. Should we advise the fleet to reroute? If I am correct about the Terran whereabouts, there is less than a minute before they activate the disruptors. Let's not do anything hasty, Thyon. Their ships can outpace us, so we'll just be pushing this off to a later date. We face these predators' pests here, on our terms. The fossil officer swallowed nervously and studied his readout.
I couldn't blame the big-eared guy for feeling discomfort about engaging the humans blind. Our instinctual fear wasn't conducive to the off-the-cuff maneuvers and precise calculations under stress. Krakotl could muster aggression, sure, but that desperation wasn't controlled. But Jala wasn't bogged down by chemicals. If I placed her behind the weapon station, she could recalibrate our artillery on a dime. We didn't have to worry about fear or addling her senses. There was a reason I twisted the brass's wing, not to lock her up in the asylum like they wanted to. It was in our best interest to use people like her against the predators. I cleared my throat. Jala, assume control of weapons, switch to manual override, and hit the first ship you see with whatever you like. The female Krakotl shoved the younger officer out of her way and pecked the buttons with giddiness. She didn't need to be told twice. It was rare to see anyone else so thrilled to carry out orders, especially when those involved being flung into combat. My second-in-command wouldn't miss the clues if they were shoved in his face. Captain, answer me honestly, Bion whispered. Does Jala have predator disease? I lowered my voice. That terminology is ignorant. Predators do feel fear. Jala is an asset that I have under control. She knows I am the only thing stopping her from being thrown into a deep, dark hole. I don't believe for a second that predators feel anything, but she has more in common with them either way. How can we trust her not to side with them? Even people with her condition don't side with people who want to eat them. I've heard that was a way of shortening your lifespan. You don't say. The Falsel transported the projected enemy coordinates onto the sensor grid. By his estimates, the humans were camped within the gas giant's rings. It seemed a suitable position to lie in wait. The planet's gravitational field added further disturbances to sensor readings, and the icy ring particles were indistinguishable from a quiet vessel. That's actually some solid analysis from Tyon. I suppose I'm fortunate the guy the Federation saddled me with is halfway intelligent. The first officer also noted the maximum range of an FTL disruptor. It stood to reason that the humans would wait until the bulk of the fleet were within the Pulse's umbrella. I highlighted the blaze zone circumference with my screen, using the approximate location. Now, it was a matter of forging ahead and waiting. Navigations as soon as we hit the edge of the red circle. Disengage warp, I squawked. If we time this right, the humans will think we stunned. Just as they show themselves, we'll be ready to fire. Lion blinked in surprise. Bold plan. But if we're off by a few seconds, we'll get dazed alongside everyone else. And if we drop in too early, the humans will know that we're onto them. Of course, we don't know they're there for sure. We could just be chasing ghosts. But I'm trusting your work. Thank you, sir. Shouldn't we tip off the fleet, though? Negative. The predators may have breached our comms. Other friendly vessels may have come to similar conclusions, but our role as the Krakotl flagship was to seize the initiative. Defeating a predator necessitated brashness. I don't think even the meticulous humans accounted for just the turning of the tables. They were under the impression that everyone in the Federation was weak, and that might serve as well. The fear plastered across the bridge's crew's faces was apparent. The inexperienced enlisted weren't keen on hurling a multi-billion credit ship into a predator's trap. To be fair, this was the kind of action that earned reprimands from the Alliance Command if it backfired. We had one chance to validate our decisions. My file does say that I take unnecessary risks, and attributes my success to luck. I imagine Tyon read that dossier before boarding. For better or worse, I always asked myself what a predator would do. Trying to predict their moves or understand their thinking was easy. Once it was a habit. This raid was one final job before passing the baton to someone younger. What better way to cap off my career than vanquishing the greatest threat of our time? I fluttered over to the navigation station, ready to intervene if the technician froze. Our dot was almost overlapping the perilous area. Tyon was itching to issue the disengage order, but I didn't want to jump the gun. We couldn't allow the riskiness to inhibit our patience. My breathing hitched as we entered the pulse threshold. A little further. Real space. Now. A head and view of the gas giant materialized on the viewport. The dull orange mass surrounded by a glistening ring was a sight to behold. My talons stiffened as the feeling of being watched sank in. I couldn't see enemy ships, but I could sense their unholy presence. No sign of human activity, Lion began. Thousands of friendly vessels appeared around us without warning. The Federation fleet was evidently reading from the effects of the disruptor signal. Lithe Terran ships swarming around the ring and descended on the nearest Krakotl vessels with fury. Jala's wings extended to full span as she began firing missiles at will. Several projectiles slammed into the enemy bomber, and it was terminated mid-swoop. More explosives followed close behind, synced with the whirring kinetics that pelted their shields. The humans were pushed back by my crazed Krakotl long enough for some friendlies to catch their bearings. Our allies' aim was clearly rattled without sensors, and most plasma beams missed their mark by a long shot. Nonetheless, the Predators determined the mission was a wash. They weren't going to take a chance of a stray hit connecting. There's only a few dozen ships in this ambush anyways. The Terran military didn't lend sufficient support. They're retreating. Don't let them get away, the fossil first officer exclaimed. No Federation ships fire at will, I barked over the comms channel. I don't care if you miss. Hurl everything you've got at their position. Jala was happy to oblige those orders, and dispensed another round of missiles towards the gas giant's cover. That was where the Terrans were trying to vanish for emergency warp. None of our explosives connected with the opponent, but they did pack a punch into the ring itself. Ice fragments were flung out from the epicenter, and some shrapnel found its way into the human armor. The navigations officer maneuvered us to the edge of the ring. The proximity was close enough to get a visual. A few Predator craft were rendered inoperable or ripped apart by debris. Cheers erupted across the bridge as they saw the devastation we unleashed. I tried to mimic pleasure, but gunning humans down just made me feel numb. My eyes lingered on the wreckage of the viewport. Nice work, Jala. We must have taken out a number in the double digits. It's no small part due to your fortitude. Don't mention it. That was fun, she trailed. Just a shame our skirmish was so short. I was expecting more of a scrap. Thyon narrowed his eyes. It's not a shame that our victory was decisive. It makes it more likely that our fight to Earth will continue unimpeded. I tuned out their bickering. My focus was on scanning a motionless Terran vessel via manual input. Ship sensors had been fully automated since before I was born. At close range, though, it should be possible to work through the interference with the operator assistance. The human craft I scrutinized had its hull caved in, which suggested debris impact at high velocity. It was mostly intact, but if life support and propulsions were knocked offline, some part of me itched to know if the pilot was still alive. Future generations would ask about these Earthlings, and nobody could provide an adequate explanation. This was a pristine opportunity to document a sapient predator's mannerisms. Silence on the bridge, comms, make sure all transmissions are being recorded, I screeched. I want everyone here to know the enemy, so I'm hailing that venting wreck. Consider it a crash course on predators. Thyon gasped. What? What makes you think that demon will answer? I tilted my head. There was no guarantee a human would accept our communications attempt, but it was worth a try. Still, seeing its face would make my crew shudder. There was no feasible risk. Its weapons and escape options were severed, and it was smart enough to know that. The outbound hail was sent with a swipe of my talons against the protests of the crew. A tense silence filled the air as our signal was extended to the crippled foe. There was no response for several seconds, which only added to the crew's nerves. Did these people think a predator could teleport on deck through a call? I could almost sense the Terran's bewilderment. It was weighing whether to hear our message. Curiosity must have won out, because a pair of frosty blue eyes appeared on screen. The ferocity of its gaze sent several crewmates ducking for cover. The color looked cold and unnatural. The beast had a laceration across its forehead and was dabbing it with a towel to keep the blood out of its vision. It's wounded. Maybe it's not thinking straight, so we can pry some intel from it. I couldn't say that looking that it didn't give me the creeps, even after decades of dealing with predators. This creature was more intelligent than anything I eliminated in the wild. There were only a few clumps of hair across its face, which made it look alien and bare. What do you want? I don't need your mockery, birds, it gurgled. I resisted the urge to avert my gaze, and instead tried to take neutral observations. Beneath that petrifying visage, there were signs that the creature was rattled. The slightest furrow out of its brow suggested fear, and the way its jaw tightened indicated pain. It realized its death was imminent. That knowledge overshadowed its last moments. I raised a wing with a non-committal gesture. Nobody is mocking you. I just want to talk. You've got to be shitting me. It leaned closer to the camera, close enough to make out the veins in its eyes. What makes you think that I want to talk to you? Enlighten me.
A hunch. I figured a pack predator wouldn't want to die alone. If I'm wrong on that, you can end this transmission now.
Lion was staring at me like I'd grown a third wing, while Jala was observing the exchange with amusement. I had my reasons for fielding this call in public eye. The crew needed to see affirmation of my theories. After the skeptical reception I'd observed, it would be a critical lapse in understanding to presume that they shared the Oxal's solitary behavioral patterns. The human bared its teeth, then shook its head in disbelief. It placed its chin in its hands, then refocused those horrific eyes on the camera. Frost spiraled from its plump lips, which suggested the cabin temperature was frigid. With only a stingy flaxen mane, I didn't imagine that it would last without environmental regulation for long. You never answered my question, the beast sighed. What is you want?
I want to rescue you from that icebox. Surrender yourself to our custody peacefully, and I'll see that you survive. You can ensure that your culture is remembered.
Thanks, but no thanks. How fecking stupid do you think I am? Death is better than what you do to human predators.
You have my word that I'll hold you in fair conditions. You don't want to die. I can see your fear.
The predator blinked slowly and hugged its arms together to conserve warmth. It wasn't ready to give up key information now, but if I managed its needs, it might start spilling intelligence. Self-preservation was driving force in every sapient being. The human detached a small cutout from its dashboard and turned it towards the camera. The image was of 3 snarling young predators, with the pilot crouched beside them. Another adult primate had an arm around the offspring and was flashing pearly white fangs. They looked vicious, but happy. That's my family. I'm afraid, but not of my death, it growled. I'm afraid that you're going to kill everyone I love. The only thing that'll please you is my whole species purged from existence. And I don't know if even that'll quench your hatred. Please, stop this. The transmission cut out abruptly, and I pushed down a lump of pity in my throat. There was the confirmation that humans cared for each other. I hope that inspired a bit more sympathy from my comrades. The crack-coated government shouldn't hide humanity's redeeming attributes. It was enough to establish them as a major, valid threat.
The truth matters, as I thought to myself. We're not going to strip that away from my ship to make ourselves feel better. The Predator only has a few hours before its atmosphere is used up. Orders, sir?
Jala asked in an emotionless voice.
I lowered my gaze. Terminate it, a quick death, Jala. The human refused my offer, and we can't leave it to be rescued by its brethren.
The female crow cattle rolled her eyes, but deployed a missile into the drive column. I watched as the wreckage went up in flame. It was merciful to grant the beast a swift end, rather than condemning it to suffocate in the freezing tube. Still, its death didn't bring out any positive emotions. Some of the crew seemed moved by its elimination as well, which meant my strategy was a success.
Dion's nostrils flared with exasperation. What were you thinking, Captain? What would you have done if it accepted your offer? I would have stuck it in the brig, like I said, I answered. And no, Zahn wouldn't have gotten within 100 paces of it. We could contain a single wounded predator, and it was useful. Useful? What did you gain from that little chat? But your tone, Exo. This is my ship. Now, you all know the enemy as I do. You can come to terms with the real reasons for this mission. The fossil first officer gritted its teeth. Lion was disturbed by my generous view of predators, but he knew protesting on the bridge was out of line. Perhaps he needed to believe falsehoods to maintain his conviction. All doubts needed to be sorted out before we reached Earth. Assuming the Terran ambushes were resolved, the fleet's next engagement would pummel everything humanity had into oblivion. When we reached our destination, I hoped my crew would be ready to do what was necessary. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Memory transcription. Subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time October 9th, 2136. This should have been a jubilant moment. The UN Liberation Fleet established contact with the Venlo military and requested permission to dock on our homeworld. A victory against the Orcs was something I never fathomed. The humans had accomplished the impossible. But I didn't understand why the Secretary General had traveled all the way from Earth to meet with me. His stated purpose was to discuss something urgent with me before those ships landed. The way the human diplomats were tight-lipped, I implored me to remain calm and still some apprehension.
My advisors were aware of the Krakotl invasion. We offered to take in as many Terran refugees as needed. About 50,000 predators had arrived on the first flight and were settled into temporary housing. We didn't have the resources to take care of them long term or satisfy their dietary preferences, but leaving our friends to die wasn't an option. So we'd figure it out together. There was no need to persuade us to help, and the minutiae could be handled by stand-ins. As for the diplomatic fiasco, the humans sent representatives to every allied species yesterday. They would point the finger at the Kolshian Commonwealth and pray their innocence was believed. With such immediate casualties, all bets were off. I'd expect the Thafki to be most suspect of predators, given that they're almost extinct. The Fissens, there with their expansive resources, are the ones we truly must convince at all costs. There wasn't much to do besides await each race's reaction. I told the humans, in no uncertain terms, that I wouldn't expect any government's assistance. What else could the UN figurehead wish to discuss in person, at such a crucial time in his planet's survival? If Maya was leaving Earth, shouldn't his priority be appealing to the Chalcen or the Tosa for aid?
Noah, do you know what this is about?
I asked. The Terran ambassador frowned. I think it's better to wait for Maya, Tava. I don't imagine you're going to like this. Please, just promise me you'll try and understand. For me. The ominous reply didn't provide any reassurance. That was how humans spoke when they were worried something predatory would frighten us or shake our trust. I didn't like seeing my beloved friend pleading with me, like I was bound to turn against him.
Don't be like that, I grumbled. What, are you finally going to tell me that you hunt through your endurance?
Noah gaped at me, eyes bulging. Who told you?
I figured it out, watching your exercise back in Alpha. It occurred to me how that tirelessness might help chase down prey. You don't have much else going for you.
Gee, thanks. You don't seem very concerned, though.
Why should I be? Your people would never hunt mine, either way. I am humanity's friend. I am not here to judge your ancestors.
The ambassador patted my shoulder with affection. I didn't appreciate that there was a secrecy around the hunting method, but trust was a slow process. Fortunately, my deduction skills were sufficient.
You are the only friend that we've had out here.
Thank you, Noah whispered.
I flicked my ears in acknowledgement. Not to inflate my own ego, but I'm pretty all right. You see, Secretary General Mayer doesn't need to waste time talking me off the ledge.
That's not what I'm talking you down about, a gravelly voice interrupted. Noah and I both startled. Neither of us noticed the Secretary General enter the cabinet's reception hall, and I had no idea how long Mayer had been eavesdropping, but it was enough to catch the subject matter. I was glad I didn't make any suggestive quips about their endurance. The UN leader looked like he hadn't slept in days, as he tossed a hard copy photograph on my desk. The poor guy collapsed into the nearest chair and pawed at his bleary eyes. I wanted to order him to get some rest, but Earth was in danger. I doubted he would comply. My gaze landed on the image, which showed a uniformed human sitting across from an Orcs. Was as taken from one of their ships. The grey had shackled around his legs, so at least it was restrained from rampaging through the crew quarters. How the Terrans got it there in one piece was another question. We captured several Orcs from a cattle ship. Secretary General Mayer stifled a yawn and blinked in quick succession. Quite a few of our major players had, concerns about sharing the next part with you. Given that you're the only reason humanity is still alive, I felt that you had the right to know.
To know what? I asked, hesitantly.
Mayer raised his hand in a placating gesture. Please don't take offense. I'm just repeating the story multiple Greys told us. They claim the Federation infected thousands with microbes that made them allergic to meat, then killed their livestock to force them into herbivory. I narrowed my eyes, processing what the humans relayed. How Terran friends proved to be being predators alone didn't explain the Orcs' cruelty. Either sadism was a trait unique to their species, or a reaction to a particular event. On that note, the Federation had no issue sacrificing lives or bending morals in that short time that I knew the primates.
I've watched them beat and starve a human, blow up spaceships to eliminate any offer of friendship, planned multiple raids to wipe out all life on Earth. Honestly, I wouldn't put that antagonism past the Federation, but if it is true, I know nothing about it, I replied. Regardless, why would the Orcs choose to farm sapient beings rather than eat plants?
Noah pursed his lips, suppressing a sigh. They're obligate carnivores, Tava. They can't survive without meat.
I tilted my head in confusion. I'm sorry? I don't understand. Why not?
Obligate carnivores can't digest plants like you or me. They don't have the right gut bacteria, and they can't synthesize vitamins from plant forms. There are certain nutrients, like taurine, that exist almost exclusively in meat, Maya chimed in. Correct me if I'm wrong, Noah, but I think such carnivores have high protein requirements as well.
The astronaut nodded. Exactly. The glucose in their blood, energy, comes from proteins rather than carbohydrates. In the absence of protein, their bodies start eating their own muscles and organs.
I shuddered at that notion. Having your innards digest by your own cells was a literal definition of starvation. Human scientists needed to spread these facts around. It would make predation more sympathetic. Flesh eating made sense if biology left no alternative.
Noah couldn't eat any meat while he was in the Federation summit. No wonder he was irritable. I had no idea he was in such agony.
Burgeoning concerns flooded my mind, and I stared at the ambassador in horror. We were informed from the onset that humans had higher protein requirements. Had the vegetarians, visitors, been suffering or starving to pacify us? I hoped none of them would have long-term repercussions. That was never my intervention. Noah's brown eyes softened. What's wrong, Governor? Was that too graphic?
You have been starving from eating plants, I squeaked.
Maya breathed a frustrated sigh. Humans are omnivores, Tava, as we have told you many times. The nutrients in vegetables are quite accessible to us.
That said, without animal products, we usually develop serious mineral deficiencies,
Noah interjected, sensing my next question. Vegetarians need supplements to fortify foods, B12, iron, protein, and so on. This has been explained to your medical community. At least, the Terrans could survive on vegetation. With a little help. The Orcs couldn't derive any nutritional value from plants, even if they wanted to. I didn't know why zero scientists, here or in the Federation, had figured that out.
So, it's not about bloodlust at all. I get the point, I think, I sighed. But what do you want to do about the Greys' story?
Maya grimaced. Governor, I'll give it to you straight. The Orcs offered us an alliance, and the Federation has forced us to hear them out. We need all the help we can get, especially from such a powerful player. I stared at the floor and avoided Ambassador Noah's pitying gaze. This was the scenario every Venlil dreaded. From the moment humans declared their peaceful intent, everyone feared that they would buddy with the Oxor with the first opportunity. We hoped that these predators wouldn't be like the ones who saw us as tasty playthings. But the truth was, Terrans were nothing like the monsters we imagined. They sided with the Federation and mustered a genuine attempt at peace. General Jones told me a long time ago that humanity would do anything to protect Earth. I couldn't blame them for making that decision, forsaking our predicament for theirs. I blinked away tears.
Do what you have to do. I understand why you are leaving us. Their friendship is more impactful.
Leaving? I echoed. Wait. Do you think that we're just going to let them eat you? Noah stepped towards me, shaking his head for emphasis. We'd never abandon you. Never. Understand? The Terran ambassador enveloped me in a warm hug. Without waiting for a response, I sank into his suffocating grasp. Losing the humans would be a devastating emotional blow, especially this particular human. I didn't think I could bear it. The selfish part of me wanted them to stand against the Oxor, whatever the cost. The Secretary General cleared his throat pointedly. We consider you the same as our own people. Any deal with us mandates the release of all captive Vendel and an armistice between your governments, and that is non-negotiable.
What? You want us to ally with or bargain with the Greys?
I hissed. Something like that.
Elias, I killed my own child because of the bombing excursions. I remember how it felt to hold her in my arms as I told the doctors to disconnect life support. Forgive me if I'm not thrilled about the idea.
The humans were considering a deal out of necessity, but the circumstances were different for our predator friends. Terrans hadn't been slaughtered en masse for centuries. That wasn't something you just forgot. Whatever the Federation had done, it didn't change the unspeakable atrocities committed against the Vendel kind.
You can't reason with creatures who bomb schools and laugh at brutalized pups. I don't want to talk to the Greys. I recognized that the personal experience was clouding my judgment, but I didn't want to brush it aside. The Orcs ripped apart my life. Even my mate and I separated because he reminded me too much of my old daughter. The pain was still a constant ache in my heart. Suffice to say, I despised the Orcs with the utmost venom. I am sorry for your loss, Tava. I know how hollow those words must sound. The wrinkle on Maya's face was taut with sympathy. But please, let me correct that statement. You did not kill her. You chose not to prolong her suffering. Because you're a selfless, kind person. My tail drooped with grief. Thank you. Is that what you really think? I do. That's why I think you'll help us broker this deal. So nobody else on your world will have to endure that feeling ever again. And so we might not have to bury our loved ones 7 days from now. The UN leader was a gifted speaker. I'd give him that. Was any price too high to bring peace to my planet? Even a brief reprieve would be merciful, if it halted the torment of millions. All the Venlo really wanted was for the senseless war to stop. Noah, can we... How can you trust them? I asked, after a long silence. I don't. But there's no good alternatives. The ambassador crossed his sinewy arms. I'm disgusted by those fascist child-eaters. But the Federation is an imminent threat to Earth. Maya frowned. We're ideologically incompatible with the Orcs long-term. An alliance would be temporary, to buy time. Perhaps we can steer them down less reprehensible paths. I suppose the reptiles would be less of a menace under Terran control, pointed at our enemies. Still, how could we justify this to the non-hostile Federation majority? The largest voting bloc were the 107 that sought an anti-Oxor alliance with humanity. Those species would see a predator partnership as violating the crux of their position. Are you guys trying to ensure I lose next year's election? I grumbled. I'll stand with you, but this won't look good. You might as well go on galactic television and pledge to eat the Zerulean infant a day. Noah flashed his teeth. Well, the birds already think that's our morning breakfast. We're past worrying about the appearances. Very well. Though, I hope you have a better plan than flying to a cattle world and offering me as a sacrifice. Maya smirked. Actually, an Oxor captain gave us the location of one of their spy outposts. I'm going to fly within comms range and strike up a nice conversation. Care to join me, Taba? The thought of seeking a carnival's safe haven made my heart stop in my chest. There was nothing I could care for less than to be surrounded by abominations. The mental image of hungry eyes darting over my vital areas made me want to curl into a ball. What Vendel could ever want to talk with those foul beasts? A low whine rattled out from my vocal cords. I can't think of a worse idea, but I am right behind you. Let's get going. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time October 10th, 2136. Alarms blared from the cockpit, and my fur stood on end. Maya's head snapped up from its snoozing position. The human needed only a fraction of a second to process the stimuli. The Secretary General jumped into full alert mode, scrambling towards the ship's helm. It was incredible how quickly the Predator brain kicked in to fighting mode. Our transport was accompanied by a 10-ship UN escort, which was armed to the teeth. We planned on skirting the edge of FTL comms range and blasting a long-range transmission towards the Arxol station's coordinates. There shouldn't be a high chance of conflict, since we were keeping a substantial distance. Still, the humans came prepared to protect their leader. Status? Maya asked, his voice icy calm. What's all this about? The Terran pilot grimaced. Massive formation on an intercept course about 2 milliparsecs out. Looks like patrollers of Arxol make. Hail them on all frequencies. Already done. No reply, sir. But our sensors picked up an attempted target lock. Abort mission. Adjust our course at once. Too late. We can't shift to our heading quick enough into hyperspace. Crap. I don't belong anywhere near a conflict. I panicked. Why didn't the humans assume the station location was a trap?
I guess their desperation overrode their paranoia. It seems the reptilians weren't as keen on talking as the captives ones posited. The fake promise of an alliance was exactly the sort of deception the Federation claimed was inherent. If the Orcs all managed to subdue us, I might have to take drastic measures. I hoped I didn't pass out at the first sign of boarding. My head felt woozy, like I had been twirling around for hours. Mayor's eyes widened, and he caught me as I lurched forward. It was all I could do to coax the slightest motions out of my muscles. As the terror of becoming Orcs or livestock intensified, the UN leader pushed me back into my seat and strapped me into a harness with steady hands.
Please, Elias, I can't. Please, kill me if they get on board,
I pleaded. The Secretary General combed a hand through my grey hair. Nobody's going to die. We'll figure a way out.
Promise me that if the time comes...
My words tumbled out in hyperventilating gasps, and I caressed my searing heart.
You have no idea what they'll do to me, especially when they figure out who I am. Please.
I understand what you're saying. Everything is going to be fine. But I need you here with... A colossal jolt radiated through the ship's frame. Mayer doubled over, clutching his temples. Profanity spewed from the human's mouth. There was quite a deviation from his typical composure. It felt wrong to see the such a stalwart man roll onto his side and curl up into a fetal position. His cheeks turned bright red and his binocular eyes watered.
Is Mayor okay? It looks like he's asphyxiating. I never seen a human skin that color.
The effects of the STL disruptor pulse hit me milliseconds later. I felt my ears pop like I was in a plummeting elevator, and the discomfort only escalated. I whimpered in pain as I sensed the fluid sloshing in the auditory canals. The positive was, it snapped me out of my fear, but the existing dizziness was compounded. My surroundings were an undulating haze. Fucking hell! The Secretary General grunted. Shields! Shields! The Terran leader shifted onto his stomach and began to crawl towards the cockpit. He tapped his earlobe, still bothered by the ringing sensation. He then shook his head, as vigorously as rain-drenched Venlil. I didn't think any human had been on the receiving end of a disruptor pulse before. This crew was the first to experience it. Our ship's pilot raised an unsteady arm, the disoriented effects inhibiting his coordination, and he couldn't jab his finger on the right button. There was no concerned chatter from our escorts. Their bearings must be rattled, too. The Greys had rendered us defenseless. Silver streaks closed in on us from a diagonal heading. Orange lights encompassed an escort vessel's hull. The Orcs swooped in. The reptiles seemed to be taunting us by drawing so close. More blinding beams accelerated around us, and drilling into the UN craft from flawless angles. This was a beatdown, not a fight. I struggled through my own panting.
Elias, get a firearm! Shoot me, please, I beg of you.
A disgruntled mayor struggled to his hind legs. His hair and attire were more disheveled than I ever recalled. The dignitary was painstaking with his grooming and persona. His reddened skin glistened with water, and dark stains spread under his arms. Human sweat had a way of making them look slimy and feral. Hail the Orcs again, but with video preview. Do it! The Secretary General barked. The helmsman stiffened. Are you mad, sir? That's going to be a little difficult now. Our pilot slammed a fist down on the control column, swerving away from the flock of mini missiles. I'd guessed that those were designed to squeeze between chinks of armor or dodge interceptors. Our ship listed to one side as several hits battered our underbelly. The navigator howled some curses. Mayor shook the other man's shoulder. Open a channel! Do exactly what the feck I said. Yes, sir. The Secretary General placed his hands on the console, steadying himself as kinetics pelted our armor. Our allies were trying to intervene, but several were otherwise occupied. Mayor gritted his teeth and turned his eyes right towards the camera lens. The Orcs ship banked around us and pivoted to head-on view of the cockpit. Its railguns glowed as it prepared to finish us off. My bloodstream was flooded with the nauseating chemicals. These were the last moments of consciousness I would ever have. To my bewilderment, the enemy craft hesitated, its weapons powered down, and it lost interest in our staring contest. The other Greys also backed off, leaving the Terran targets a time to recuperate. They cycled back to their jump point and watched us from the increased distance.
Greetings on behalf of the Oxar Dominion. The throaty voice on the speakers was accompanied by a visual of a menacing creature. The sight of its yellowed fangs was revolting. Our sincere apologies, brothers. We did not mean to harm you.
Maya heaved a flustered sigh. Why did you attack us? We hailed you as soon as we saw you.
Your subspace trail originated from Vendel Prime, so we didn't realize it was you, the Predator croaked. You were heading straight for a key foothold of ours. Listening to the prey beg is a waste of time. I'm sure you understand.
It didn't escape my notice how the Secretary General's shoulders tensed. He inhaled a few purposeful breaths, as though trying to restrain his temper. I was aghast at the civility the Orcs was displaying to the humans. Nothing directed at us ever suggested this demeanor was within their capacity.
Even as they are polite to the Terrans, they are brashing Bendel. They would never agree to a truce with us.
We were heading for your listening post, Maya growled. Humanity wishes to negotiate terms for our species' interactions, and we have some intelligence to offer. Its eyes narrowed to slits, inspecting the primate's form.
Speak, I am listening. Identify yourself.
I am Secretary General Elias Maya, leader of the United Nations. Do you have the authority to negotiate on behalf of your species?
Authority over the sector. I'm Chief Hunter Isif. This transmission is being recorded, so I will relay anything you say through the proper channels.
My difficulty in collecting my thoughts was frustrating, but this was marked improvement from being fired upon. It was unsurprising to learn the Orcs labeled their highest-ranking officers as Chief Hunters. Their society revolved around a systemic slaughter of other sapiens. Did the humans really think that they could change that? This was a foolish mistake on my part. The Vendel had no part in any of this, even if we were loyal to the Terrans. That will suffice, the Secretary General decided. Humanity thought you would be interested to learn 7 species that have relocated their military assets. In other words, their territory is practically unguarded. Isif's tongue flitted between its fangs as it salivated at the prospect of a raid. The sinister gleam in those eyes were enough to make me question humanity's plan. How could my friends call such a malicious assault on the Krakotol's head? Maya knew precisely what would happen to the civilians on the world. It was a low move, even with the stakes. Also, there are 17 other species that have mobilized a couple ship units, the human leader continued, without any sign of guilt. Perhaps that will weaken a few key regions, or result in their forces being spread thin. The first 7 names will be the easiest, but it's your choice. The Orcs offered a scratchy chuckle. Send the data over, Maya. I take it that these assets have
relocated to attack you. You wouldn't give information for free if it wasn't in your interest.
It doesn't matter. But I do have a request in turn.
If you want to ally with us, you need only ask.
The human leader paused. He turned around to face the cabin and waved for me to join him. I shook my head in the negative, not wanting the Predator to see my presence. The entire dialogue was going to crumble the second my face appeared on screen. Maya crossed his arms, tapped his foot with impatience. The stubborn man was going to wait until I joined him, one way or another. Blood roared to my ears as my shaking claws unclipped the harness. My legs felt like they were made of jelly. I slunk up beside the primate, with my tail between my legs. Secretary General's eyes glowed with defiance. He scooped me up to his chest and propped my paws around his neck. The reptile maw hung agape for several seconds. The dilation of its eyes made my grip tighten. I imagine it was contemplating how I'd look on a carving station.
Why is that feeble animal not coward? Isif asked. At last, you have your food loose in your ship.
My ears pinned against my head.
Heck you, scaly wretch! I hope you rot in a furnace!
The Oxal leaned back and placed its spindly arms beneath its snout. I was surprised it didn't return the insult or lobby vulgar threats at my race. The way it flashed its teeth reminded me of the Terran's amused expression. Then again, perhaps it was their display of appetite that we used to interpret that as... Maya sighed. Tava, meet Isif. Isif, meet Tava. Excellent. Now everyone is acquainted.
Its name is irrelevant. It is a lesser. Explain yourself quickly, human.
The chief hunter snarled. Sure, that's easy. If you want positive relations with the UN, cease all hostilities with Vendel Republic. The human bared his teeth in a confident smile. Also, release every Vendel in your custody. We'll compensate you double with the cattle's weight in fresh meat, so food is not an issue.
You have some nerve. Why would we relinquish our right to such a delicacy? Why would this be the entire basis of your terms?
The Vendels are our partners. You recognize sowing division within the Federation, and having sources with access to their information. You also know what a powerful ally we could be. Sparing one species isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. Issav cast a ferocious glare at me, but I managed to meet its gaze. The Orcs could not harm me through the screen. This could be my only chance to confront a monster, and I wanted to know that Vendel were not just inferior creatures. My courage seemed to cement its decision. My growl rumbled in the soulless predator's throat. We heard you took Orcs captives during our unfortunate clash in Gojid space. Add them to your end and we have an arrangement. Unless you killed them, in that case, there won't be any deals today. I accept those terms. For the record, we don't kill surrendering prisoners. It's not strategical, Maya replied. We're glad to hear that. How do you wish to complete this transaction? Bring the captives alive to the abandoned Vendel colony I just sent you. We'll give you the code to the storage satellite. Once you've left the prisoners unharmed, the exchange will be arranged a month from now. That is acceptable. I blinked in amazement, unable to believe my ears. Had the Orcs or Hunter agreed to release all of our livestock that easily? My instincts suggested that it had to be a deception. For all of Maya's poised words, I couldn't fathom the benefit to the enemy. The logistics of reintegrating millions of traumatized Vendel and trying to explain that our greatest allies were warlike predators daunted me too. That was on top of the projected millions of Terran refugees we needed to find a place for. Perhaps the Greys agreed to release the cattle because it realized the burden it would place on our infrastructure.
The humans' judgment will be sound. You can discuss this with their generals later, if they have the time.
The Secretary General scoured at the camera. You try anything on Venlo, we'll blow up the satellite up. Also, we have a rough estimate of how many cattle you have, so don't try cheat us.
Issav snorted. Cheat you? I'm extending my Chlorin friendship. But your request will take a considerable effort, and it's inevitable that some mewling Vendel will slip through the cracks.
I understand, Vendel muttered. Thanks for your triumph, Chief Hunter. I hope our information serves you well.
Yes, the misplaced assets have been passed along. Why do you not just ask for our help stopping their attacks?
Because I have no guarantee you wouldn't destroy your competitor.
Destroy you? If we wanted that, you would already be dead.
Something about the Oxal's tone sent a chill down my spine. That didn't sound like an empty threat. The reptile and ascertain that it could fulfill that goal if desired. A predator's bluster wasn't usually so nonchalant and dismissive. Mayor raised his eyebrows. I beg your pardon.
We squeezed Earth's location out of some cattle. The scholarly types learned a lot about your species, your violence. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying this as to threaten you, but that you should prove we won't attack.
I see. The human's complexion reverted to its ashen state, and concern flashed on his pupils. Why are you so interested in befriending us?
You're the most exciting thing to happen to the galaxy in a long time. We searched for other true sapiens for centuries. It's a shame the prey found you before us. Secretary General stared at the screen, unable to formulate a response. The excitement at finding a fellow predator clearly wasn't mutual. The last thing the humans needed was another genocidal enemy scoping out Earth. That made it much tougher for the partnership to be a temporary stopgap. Don't look so glum. I'm told the Federation tried to kill humanity in its nest. We are the same. That clingy rodent is more likely to harm you than us, Issav declared. My eyes narrowed. I have never lifted a claw against humans, Predator. You don't know me. The Oxal curled its lips. Oh, but I do. Dinner? You Federation hypocrites are all the same. Have a safe ride home, humans. I'll see you around. The video call ended, and Maya helped me climb down from his back. The Secretary General looked shaken to his core. The final revelation wormed into his skull and escalated his concerns for his home. I hoped I hadn't aggravated the situation, but the way the reptilian spoke to me
was maddening. That conversation hadn't inspired any optimism for Earth's future, at least not in my book. It was dubious whether the Greys would fulfill the stated bargain as well. Whatever the humans desired from that engagement, I hoped they got it. End of story. Chapter 47. Memory transcription subject Captain Calsum, Krakotl Alliance Command. Date Standardized Human Time October 16th, 2136. When deprived of sleep for days, the crew began to get a little jumpy. The Terran ambushes became more sporadic along the journey, but persisted all the same. The Krakotl fleet was left with no choice but to stay in constant alert. I focused on keeping the other officers rested, while I shouldered the brunt of the ships. My personnel became run down despite the adjustment. It was severe enough that I ordered Zahn to give essential crew members stimulants. The drugs left me wired enough that my wing couldn't stop twitching, which was a nuisance. But with our arrival slated for today, the soldiers couldn't afford to be drowsy. Sharp wits were a necessity to clash with the humans. Perhaps that was the purpose of the ambushes all along. Yet another disruptive pulse had shaken us up in the outskirts of the Sol system. A jarring effect were becoming routine, as we all tried to clear the fog from our minds. My eyes felt like Mazik was sitting on them, but I forced them to stay open. The predators wouldn't break us on my watch, not on the cusp of our destination. My gaze shifted to the viewport.
XO status.
I detected sensor anomalies, sir. The humans may be somewhere nearby, but it's tough to tell. Thion proved a godsend with his analytical mind. His skill set complemented my tactical understanding. We're already in the system's outer orbit. This is their last chance to strike. The sensor reader revealed that we were less than a milliparsec from Earth. We anticipated the bulk of the Terran Armada was waiting within Sol's inner reaches. I had no doubt the humans set up FTL interference throughout their system, so there should be no further hyperspace hops. The rest of the journey would be handled sublight. Our instruments picked up millions of planetesimals, which were mainly composed of ice. The circumstellar disk was a sprawling collection, with Federation scientists had noted as one of 2 debris planes. Our fleet filtered out the water-dominant objects, so they wouldn't drown out the enemy movement.
Where are the humans? If this is the border of their territory, you think that they would send someone to greet us. Is there anything to be concerned about with this location? Many weapons hidden in the belt, I squawked.
The first officer cleared his throat. The objects are spread too far apart to pose a threat, sir. As visual indicates, I detect no mining activity or research stations.
There has to be something unusual, I pressed. Humans don't just pick up their spots at random.
All I noticed is that there were powered-down FTL disruptors. Perhaps their primitive defenses are malfunctioning. We could shave a few hours from our travel time if we could just get one more jump. Suspicion filtered through my tired brain, and I urged myself to consider the circumstances. It seemed unlikely that all the humanity's defenses would collapse at the same time. The only reason they would halt the signal would be to allow their own ships through. But there was no unknown drive signatures on sensors. We should see any predators coming with ease. As if to mock my certainty, a massive chunk of ice blinked into existence amidst the Krakotl ranks. It plowed into the rear of our formation, dwarfing the ships it steamrolled over. Panicked chatter barked over the radio, and our Federation allies scrambled to expend the orbital bomb on the object. We managed to crack the first planetesimal, but dozens more surfaced on several headings. My talons undid the sensor filter, and hundreds of warp blips emerged on my screen. The predators predicted that we would filter out anything icy, which rendered their strike invisible to our instruments. I could appreciate the deviousness of their ploy. Human creativity was leaps and bounds beyond the Arxal. I leaned over the comms panel.
"No, Federation vessels, deploy your FTL disruptors now!"
The subspace indicators vanished, and soon as our allies complied with my order. Still, dozens of human hijacked planetoids, 20 times the diameter of our craft, were enough to cause a headache. We needed to take evasive maneuvers if any were on trajectory for our position. Jala puffed up her chest with excitement.
"And so it begins. I want to be the one who pushed the button when we burn their cities."
There was no time to worry about her derangement. It didn't matter if she was the one dropping the payload, or if I handled it myself. As one giving the orders, the burden of responsibility fell on me. I knew what a terrible deed we were about to commit. The mental images gnawed at my conscience. At least the creature from past exterminations had no foreknowledge of their demise. I wondered how many humans' last thoughts would be of their families. Those unsightly hunters had more in common with us than most Krakotl would like to admit. Their desperation to survive and their collectivism resonated with our own.
It is truly a shame that predators are prone to destruction and violence. There is only room for one of us in the galaxy, I reminded myself. This crew is sacrificing something for ourselves, so the Federation has a chance to survive. Nonetheless, I respected how the hominids utilized every asset at their disposal. Dozens of Krakotl warships lie crushed or totaled around us. The Terrans never had to rear their ugly heads once icy objects had barreled toward our location, despite the pitiful attempts to obliterate it. The asteroid's magnitude left no doubts about the hull would implode if it connected. The damn inbred strapped a warp drive to space rock. Who the feck does that? Or even thinks to do that? Lion spat. I hummed and thought. Someone who sees everything as a potential weapon. A predator, much more dangerous than the Orcs. The Fursol gritted his teeth. Glad you've seen the light, Captain. I've always seen the light. Now quit with your snide remarks and find us a way out of this mess. Lion jerked his floppy ears in disdain, before ensuing orders to navigation. The asteroids were propelled forward by its existing momentum. It was near enough that I could glimpse the imperfections on its surface. Distant sunlight glinted off the watery composite and washed it in a serene ultraviolet hue. That color would look a lot less beautiful smashed up against our plating. Our vessels executed a sharp turn and rerouted power to acceleration. The state-of-the-art warship didn't seem to cover the space fast enough. It felt like a predator was nipping at our talons. My stomach somersaulted as the projectile scraped by nearly atop of us. We cleared the collision course with mere seconds to spare. The humans might have hoped to incite panic so that they could cow us through our instincts. We had to remember that the stakes were our entire civilization, our right to roam the galaxy in freedom and dignity. Cooling my nerves, I contemplated which weaponry would take the icy mass out. Careful placement of explosives should still conserve firepower for the main event. Movement flashed in the viewport's corner, a streaking blur of metal. My wary brain took a full second to process the new data. An allied vessel was gunning straight towards us. A head-on collision wasn't something either of us would survive, but the fools were preoccupied dodging their own asteroid and seemed oblivious to our presence. "Move the blasted ship!" I screeched. "Can you not see we're going to crash?" The navigations officer curled his neck with trepidation as he frantically brought our nose upward. There was a brief scraping sound from the friendly brushing under our belly. The artificial gravity failed to compensate for another abrupt change. A forceful tug shocked us towards the rear of the bridge, and I lost my balance on my perch. My wings spluttered frantically. There wasn't enough time to gain proper lift. I wanted to slow my fall. The air beneath my cyan feathers allowed me to drift, and I glided down at the slant of gravity well. The other Krakotl also used shared instincts to cushion their fall. Dion wasn't as fortunate. The light didn't exactly grace his tubby form. The Farsol's stout paws offered little traction, and his curved hind legs made the bipedal stance precarious in the best of circumstances. His jowls quivered with fear as he tumbled backwards. There was a sickening crack from his head slamming against the support wall. "Dion, Nexa, will you answer when I speak to you? Give me some sign that you're all right," I hollered. The first officer didn't respond. He was crumpled in a limp heap, with a concerning amount of blood pooling around him. What if the poor guy was dead? Regardless of his attitude, the last thing I wanted was to send him home in a body bag. Jala clicked her beak together in delight, and I shot her a warning look. She was elated that my second was knocked out of commission, since it cleared the return to her old post. It was bothersome that the person could derive pleasure from another's misfortune, but I suppose it was no different than Zahn relishing human suffering. Soldiers like them could perform their duties without remorse, at least. "Focus on the battle," I chided myself. "You cannot get distracted and let the humans surprise you again. Honor Thion's wishes."
The gravity adjustment kicked in at last, and my crew members scrambled back to their posts. The navigation officer rushed to level our heading. We were fortunate to escape with our frame intact, and only a few dozen allies taken out. The most imaginative strategist wouldn't have accounted for asteroids warping out of nowhere. I glided over to the downed first officer, containing many untoward displays of grief. His russet fur was matted with blood, and he was unresponsive to poking. My talon locked around his hind ankle, digging into the pulse point. Relief coursed through my veins as I felt a faint heartbeat. "Dr. Zahn!" I sent a transmission to the medical bay, praying that the spiteful Takan had any healing aptitude. "My security team is transporting the first officer to your lab. Serious head trauma, internal bleeding." "Understood. I'll attend to the necessary preparations, Captain," Zahn replied. The security personnel caught the unconscious vassal away, and I suppressed my concern. With neural trauma, the officer might be looking at permanent damage, even if he was stabilized. There was no telling what time frame to expect for Thion's recovery, but I doubted he'd be back within the mission's span. It hadn't been within my forecast to lose anyone this early in the mission. My attention reluctantly returned to the battlefield, where the Federation fleet was trying to regroup. Dormant Terran ships crept out from behind planetoids and descended on any stragglers who strayed too far from the group. The chaos of the asteroids had broken our tight formation. Numbers were our primary advantage. We would be fine as long as we stuck together.
"They cannot stop all of us, or even a majority."
Jala ordered a sizable contingent of our fleet to charge at the Terran raiders, to deter them from pressing their luck. I blinked in irritation, as she claimed that the command was authorized by me. Lying was not a quality I appreciated, especially when it was done to get her way quickly. Then again, perhaps it was better to let her make the time-sensitive decisions.
"Burn any humans that try to run. We have to kill every one of them,"
Jala shrieked. The atmosphere was solemn, as her phraseology was a bit too honest. She projected a certain vindictiveness that needed to be tempered down. This mission couldn't be about inflicting suffering or killing for killing's sake. That was not why I wanted my crew to think we were doing this. I tucked my wings behind my back.
"Don't let a single predator go, if you can stop it. The more humans that escape, the greater the chance they retain a viable population."
"Why is that such a bad thing, sir?" an engineering assistant asked.
"There's two futures, son. The one where we survive, and the one where they do. When cancer metastasizes, it infects and consumes all healthy tissue nearby," I answered. "Is that what you want for the galaxy? Consider this an early detection, before it spreads to our heart."
A group of Terran fighters were blazing away after punching at our weakest links. To my relief, the crew locked onto a pair of targets and chased them with plasma. Krakotl warships converged on the cluster like locusts. They sent those fearless hunters running off like Banlo. The humans were surprisingly slippery, finding an escape route with minimal casualties. Their ships evaded with vaulting maneuvers, and a plethora of defensive countermeasures were built into their hardware. For all my knowledge of predators, I hadn't expected these ones to be so adept at fleeing. This was a positive sign, if they had so little courage. My eyes landed on a faint blue dot on the horizon, which the predatory opportunists were retreating towards. Humanity was poised to make their last stand. The poor saps would perish without any reason to be missed. We were close enough to Earth to detect thousands of ships' contacts, banned out as a protective ward. A smarter species would have let those vessels flee, if they knew of our arrival.
"Their territorial nature does have some downsides. They'd rather fight and die, just like we predicted."
The first wave of Terran defense were beaten, and I suspected that was the toughest stage of the transit. The asteroid trick would only work once. We had a clear shot to the Predator's home. Now, that small fleet was all that stood between us and orbital supremacy. We were so close to eliminating that menace that was humanity. End of story. Chapter 48. Memory transcription subject, Captain Calsum, Krakotl Alliance Command. Date, standardized human time, October 17th, 2136. Renewed energy surged through my veins as the fleet coasted within striking distance of the human armada.
This was the most important skirmish of our lives. The Terran forces were a ragtag bunch consisting of a primary cluster of recycled Vendel ships, a few of their own slow behemoths, and a handful that looked too small to host a proper crew. Our homogeneous warships had the advantage of both conformity and technology. Scans of Earth offered some interesting insights as we registered several million life signatures in underground structures. I confirmed on this idea with the fleet, and we agreed to nail those havens first. Human bunkers were not designed to withstand direct antimatter blasts. Once their key hideouts were demolished, major population centers were the second priority.
Orion Advance, ready our plasma guns for the Terran formation, I chirped into the comms. Follow this 5 seconds later with a generous donation of missiles. Everyone will fire on my mark.
The radio crackled to life with a reply. How certain are we that we can defeat these predators?
It is a simple math equation. We'll all act together, and we have more guns than they have ships.
The Terrans held their position as we coordinated our target locks. Jala aimed our railgun at the gargantuan warship, which already registered 5 others pinpointing it. Overkill wasn't the worst idea. To ensure that the largest of enemies didn't survive, my sensors warned that our fleet was being target-locked in return, and a spurt of munitions was second from impact.
"Fire!" I screeched.
The light show around me was a marvelous sight, with energy beams zipping between us and the humans. I watched as our targets were sundered by various incisions, capping off the largest threat before it began. Other predator craft fell to the sheer onslaught. Their numbers couldn't hold a candle to ours. We sustained some damage to our front lines, though many vessels that were hit by the enemies were able to press on. The ships we selected to lead the way was the Fursal armor-heavy vessel by design. They didn't pack as much in terms of weaponry, but they could absorb more force than the standard craft. In other words, those craft shielded the rest of us. The surviving human vessels were either nursing grave wounds or had pulled off lucky evasive maneuvers. I estimated that we'd taken out 40% of our opponents with the first strike. The other fronts must be enjoying similar success. The Krakotl fleet wasn't showing any mercy and showered missiles at the predators. The hominids left a trail of interceptors behind them, desperately trying to muster some fight.
This is almost unfair, ganging up on such a primitive species. No wonder they wouldn't engage us directly. Maybe it was as much pragmatism as it was cowardice.
The enemy pilots seemed to realize that they were falling back towards Earth's atmosphere. They had no choice but to turn and fight, or surrender orbital supremacy. Our allies were encouraged by their concession. We charged forward with a righteous determination. I could feel my own crew's qualms about battling predators dissipating. I tossed my beak for emphasis.
Don't let your guard down. Predators will try anything if they're desperate enough.
Sir, the smaller craft are shooting kinetics and plasmas at us, while charging at max speed. Thing is, I'm not detecting any life signs. Jala chittered.
Have the humans found a way to hide from our sensors? They might be concealed in some bunkers.
Confusion rippled through my plumage.
I doubt even humans made advances against technology they barely understand. The pilots could have just ejected and left the vacant ship on a collision course.
You didn't listen to what I said. The craft are still firing on us and making course corrections. There has to be a pilot, she protested. My talons tightened around my perch. Those Terran ships didn't seem to be steering on a preset course. Before my eyes, one of them whirled out of the way of a plasma beam. It performed a total thrust reversal and a dime. I didn't know how anyone could calculate that fast, or how the lapse in gravity would cause the pilot to pass out. How the G-force would crush the organic skull. While predators in movies were high-nigh unkillable, that was not reality. Those maneuvers were impossible. The only conclusion was that these spacecraft were flying themselves, and killing based off of some sort of algorithm. How could a computer even learn strategy? And even if it could, you would risk implementing that function into its programming. I leaned over the comms.
The smaller craft are fighting without human input. I believe they're ordered to crash into us at max velocity. Focus on them.
Hundreds of railguns pivoted towards the threat, and a slew of missiles greeted the pilotless craft as well. If our readings were correct, these robots seemed reliant on nuclear power. The plasma jets unleashed at close range were tied to those systems. The humans had skipped right into inflicting most damage possible.
A single hit burned through even the fossil ship's hardened exterior.
It's actually quite clever to not have to worry about losing pilots. They don't have to fuss over containing reactions from weapons or expending power on life support.
The Terran automatons were decimated when we managed to connect, but they reacted quickly to our threats. We had to focus multiple warships on a single one to make sure it couldn't calculate us to death. Several reached their targets and rammed those first into the armored front line. Our hardiest ships took significant losses. The humans were determined to take them out of the equation. Jala singled out an aggressive predator vessel and provided suppressive fire for our allies. We advanced deeper into their territory, knowing human fervor would render them reckless. The crater-pocked moon passed alongside us, a landmark of our goal. Defense satellites minced us with lasers and gunfire, but they were idle targets to be taken out. The predators were retreating in gradual increments, and their scattered formation was on the brink of collapse. These stalling attempts, inventive or not, were futile. In a few thousand kilometers, we could commence the orbital bombardment.
So the humans are broadcasting a message fleet-wide. Should I discard it?
The human officer asked. I sighed.
Let their last words be heard. It's their right thing to do.
Federation fleet, we advise you to turn back now. We took the liberty of informing the Orcs of your departure. The audio transmission had no video, but the booming voice was jarring even without visual. If you return now, you might arrive in time to save your planets. You'll need the artillery you're going to expend on Earth. We will accept your surrender and allow you to return unimpeded. The stunned silence swept across the bridge. Every crew member was undoubtedly recalling their home and the people we left behind. Nishtal was our birth planet, a marshy paradise with floating cities and breathtaking algae blooms. It didn't surprise me that the humans would guarantee it fell alongside Earth. That was predatory spite. But the thought of returning to Nishtal to see every stilt tower and ceremonial nest obliterated cracked a small piece of me. That wasn't even considering how the Orcs would ravage our population. What egotistic predator didn't take prizes of its hunts, after all? Friendly radio chatter cropped up again.
The Orcs are coming for us. I'm sorry for listening to one of those fiends, but we have to save our homes.
She's right, another captain agreed. Shouldn't we at least send a part of the fleet back? We never should have left Nishtal unguarded.
Take heart, my friends. The humans are bluffing. We have them scared crapless.
I didn't believe the primates were fibbing, but this mission had to be finished, whatever the cost.
Do you think it's possible to talk to the Orcs? The predators want to manipulate our empathy and use it against us.
The last part was true, though I found it improbable that they'd stake that wager on a falsehood. The Terrans hoped they could wield our compassion for our brethren against us. They probably understood how we felt, seeing our homes vulnerable and under attack. This was a cost I could barely find the strength or logic to commit to. Odds were, a few hours wouldn't make a difference on the scale. Our fleet would be disorganized and short on ammo, whether we accomplished the objective or not. The question was whether any species could survive through our sacrifice.
But what if they are telling the truth?
Came the retort across the Federation channels. I lowered my eyes.
Then we'll be out of here in a few hours. If the Terrans survive, they will just join forces with the Orcs. Humans are untenably violent, and they'll want revenge. There is no choice but to eradicate Earth.
The fleet rallied behind my words, finding their conviction restored. There was nothing to stop the humans from following our subspace trail and unleashing their retribution on our cities. It was far too late now to walk back any attack. Predators didn't forgive or relinquish grudges. The first bomber group barreled towards the line of Terran ships, who were behaving strangely. I watched as they backed away and left massive gaps in their formation. Why were they giving our vessels a path to break through? Either they were extraordinarily cocky or anticipating our surrender, or this was a trap. Thousands of missiles slammed into our craft seconds later, hailing from the direction of their moon. The explosive demolished any ships they touched. I was stunned to see radiation amidst the readings. These items should only take one ship without shockwaves, but the missiles contact numbers half of our vessels. That fact that the Predators stocked that many nukes on Luna. Why do humans have such an oversized supply of city killers? What reason could they have to point them at their own world from above?
Deploy missile countermeasures, I shrieked into the comms. Destroy every structure on their moon. I'm sure that has to be the last of it, but... Just as the Federation fleet began compensating for the nuclear deluge, the humans deployed another staggering missile wave. The salvo was also in the thousands, begging the question just how large their atomic cache was. No wonder our scientists thought the apes eradicated their world. It wasn't for lack of trying. Jala spotted a military complex near us and dropped an antimatter bomb onto the lunar coordinates. As much as I hated to waste extermination supplies, I didn't question the necessity of stopping the nuclear assault. Every bomber who forged ahead was getting buried in radioactive warheads. There were only so many explosives we could shrug off at once. The Terran defenders camped by the orbital threshold, honing plasma at anything that moved. Thousands of our ships had succumbed to the mind-bogglingly missile count. We were still trying to swat the remnants away, with our numbers whittling down. The humans smelled blood. Our attack force suddenly seemed to be a bit more manageable. I flapped my wings in irritation. We have to find a way through the wall, and quickly. Any suggestions, Jala? Well, sir, there is a small gap by the northern polar cap. The predators are overextended. My sociopathic second replied. I blinked. Good thinking. That is where we can break through and pick our mark. My mind wandered as I relayed assignments. The first item was delegating our quickest ships to rush through to the enemy opening. Our entire lead bombing unit was atomized, so the swift cruisers were the obvious replacement. I figured the humans would try to stop any advance. The second our people started moving, we needed to block the predators from sealing the gap. Earth looked depressingly beautiful as I studied the viewport. White clouds formed a veil over tan landmasses, which were divided by rich oceans. I was relieved that the skirmish was almost over. Savages or not, it was impossible not to feel sorry for the humans. There was an exquisiteness and wonder in what they had built. And I knew there were plenty of us left to get the job done. It's been an honor serving with each of you. Let's finish this, so we can all go home, I croaked over the comms. Federation cruisers bolted towards the vacant space in Terran formation and pushed their engines past recommended limits. Our warships joined the masses surging forward. The walls rattled as we careened into position. The non-essential ships formed a metal shield between the cruisers and the humans gunning to intercept them. An angular Terran behemoth sauntered towards us, not even slowing down as we hovered in its path. My nav officer took evasive maneuvers and ducked in their uncontrolled plasma and missiles. The humans weren't taking the time to aim. I could almost hear the predators begging us to stop, and guilt tugged at my heart. The massive ship launched dozens of smaller craft from its hangar bay, but they were spliced up by our kinetics on arrival. Those scrawny fighters were easy pickings for us. The spacecraft carrier found itself target-locked by a murderous Jala. The female Krakotl showed no emotion as she directed a missile through their hangar, circumventing its armor. Yes! She leapt up with enthusiasm as the Predator ship erupted into pieces. It's funny, isn't it? We're blocking them from getting the real target, and these humans are forced to watch. An appropriate somberness overtook the bridge as the rest of us processed her words. There was nothing amusing about what we were slated to witness. It was difficult to remember that it was just business. 15 Federation cruisers slipped past the humans, with the timely help of Allied fleet. They crossed the final kilometer to orbital range and scoped out the exposed planet below. I watched the Predators flung everything they had at the attackers, knowing full well that they were out of reach. Time seemed to freeze around us. This was the moment that would reside in my nightmares. The payload struck home after a painstaking eternity. Bright flashes dotted Earth's continents, and the antimatter purification wiped away our first human targets. End of chapter. Chapter 49. Memory transcription subject. Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, October 17th, 2136. The Terran drone monitoring station was set aboard a massive boat for some reason. I guessed it was because the moving targets would be difficult for the Krakotl to nail from orbital range. More than likely, they would need to dive through the atmosphere to take us out. My friends had terrestrial aircraft and defenses waiting for that moment.
The humans judged that I was better equipped for an oversight role, scanning communications channels for anything helpful. Despite his protest, Mostel was still sidelined due to his injuries as well. It was a safe assumption that his assignment was more of a calm me, or to jump in if I froze. There were dozens of other predators in the control room, each itching to be in the stars. Instead, we all watched the battle unfold from behind a computer monitor. As the first Federation bombers broke through, everyone realized how quickly our defenses were falling apart. There was a seriousness that I'd never seen in humans, even in the darkest situations. Why couldn't they have fled Earth like I told them to? Our satellites registered 42 impacts, some on major population centers. General Jones addressed the station's crew in a solemn tone. I've assigned each of you a local news feed to listen in on. We, need to keep track of which cities have been lost. I watched as the American officer placed a handful of red pins on a map. Her drone program hadn't quite worked out every aspect of space warfare, but its hasty deployment was the only thing keeping us in the game now. Teaching the automated programs to differentiate between hundreds of alien ship classes, space debris, and subspace disruptions was no small feat, I was told. My red-haired friend opened a news stream on the side monitor, then traced a clawless hand across his spatial scars. The image I saw out of my periphery made me want to grab my blinders, but I forced myself to look. It was an aerial view of rubble in all directions, a sprawling metropolis turned into a wasteland by antimatter. Of Mexico City and New York City rocked North America. The Raven Rock Bunker complex has also been demolished, killing essential U.S. personnel. However, no region has gone unscathed. Asia has sustained an unequal share of detonations. Initial reports confirm mass devastation in Karachi, Tokyo, Dhaka, Shanghai, and Mumbai, several highly populous cities. The seat of Chinese government, Beijing, is yet untouched, though it is expected to be a future target. On the European front, Switzerland's extensive bunker network has made it the target of multiple bombing deposits. Their entire population, as well as 1 million refugees from EU neighbors, are packed in various shelters. Meanwhile, the Turkish government denies reports of a hit to Istanbul, despite satellite imagery suggesting its fall. In the southern hemisphere, contact has been lost with Sao Paulo, Lima, and Buenos Aires. Africa is reporting hit impacts in Kinshasa, Lagos, and Cairo, with Oceania mourns to fall of Sydney. Consecutive casualty estimates are in the tens of millions planet-wide. How can the Federation do this, Linek? Why do we deserve to die? Marsal's eyes watered, and his voice was scratchy whisper. We're just people. Like you. All we wanted was peace. I pinned my ears against my head. I am truly sorry. I wish we could do more to help. These are civilian hubs. There was no reason for any of this to happen. Not even their own worlds under fire could make them stop. Millions are dead because of our eyes. Because we're so fucking different to you. Despite the anger in his words, I could see that my friend was on the brink of a breakdown. The UN fleet was being pummeled on all fronts, and every screen depicted ship explosions. My heart clenched as I realized Tyler might already be dead. The tall flesh-eater was signed onto spacecraft carrier crew. Human artillery was depleted too, despite their unsanctimonious love of nuclear weapons. My resilient predator can't give up now, can he? It's like Marcel is admitting defeat. I know, Mark, I said gently. Listen, no matter how much this hurts, we have to keep fighting until the last settlement falls. If we're going to die today, we better take a lot of them with us. Pure hatred glimmered in his hazel eyes. Oh, you didn't have to tell me that. If humanity glues itself back together, I hope we kill every last one of them. You don't mean that, my friend. Know that I spend Lil with you to the end, for whatever that's worth. The Venlil only had a few hundred ships left in reserve, after donating the bulk of our fleet to humanity. Nonetheless, Governor Tarver ordered the majority of our remnants to Earth's defense. They were intermingled with human units now, playing supporting roles. There were far less than 50 warships remaining behind the Venlil Prime. Both sides knew the Republic government sent more than we could spare. My gaze focused on one Venlil grouping, whose human frontline had succumbed to a brazen Karatal charge. The Predators committed themselves a bit too heavily to stopping the first bombers, and still failed in that regard. The Republic ships banded together on instinct, which made them a large target important sensors. I was stunned by how little the enemy hesitated to dispatch them. This Federation onslaught seemed just like as predatory as the humans, if not more. It was like they didn't consider Venlil people anymore. We couldn't just freeze and rely on herd mentality, or as our comrades were being murdered. "Venlil support, you need to stay mobile," Marcel growled into his headset, clearly noticing the same issue. "Do not let yourself become a sitting target. Call for UN backup. Your allies will find a way to help you if we can." A few Terran ships overheard the chatter and ducked their agreement to help the Venlil grouping. The Republic's plasma aim was noticeably worse than the Federation's. The prey crews must be panicking. Even with my extra training, I would be terrified in their position. They were parked in the path of certain death. The Krakotl ships clashed with the battered UN reinforcements, while Venlil threw in supporting missiles. The humans were flying like crazed maniacs, at least on the manned ships. I think the Predators found the energy to protect us, because they realized our opponents would break through otherwise.
We might be the weakest species in the galaxy, but at least it's extra ships to stand in the way. I should be with the other Venlil, fighting.
The humans were churning out explosives and gunfire, and the Venlil kept aiding from a safe distance. The Federation must have realized that those campers were prey-crewed vessels, not predators. Several enemies rerouted their trajectories to cruise through their timid offerings, instead of searching for an opening. The Terrans swerved to meet the hostiles, and concentrated plasma fire on the largest warships. Heavy Federation classes had the most explosives, so they were the priority. Earth's innocuous shape loomed behind the Venlil defenders, with armed vehicles barreling towards them. The urge to flee must be overwhelming. I donned my own headset, contemplating what Sarah had taught me.
Venlil ships, you are much stronger than you think you are. The Federation is wrong about us. We are not just the galaxy's laughingstock. Push past your limits. Hold the line.
Several Venlil were retreating before the Krakotl overtook them, but scrambled back into position. None of us wanted humanity's home to suffer further harm. Most had come to love the arboreal predators, and love was as good a motivation as hatred. My people clawed back more than the Krakotl expected, though the aggressors cut the Venlil ships down in droves. A Federation craft slipped through the front as friendly forces succumbed to larger assault. My heart sang when I saw nobody was chasing the lead bomber. The other Terran groups were too far away to otherwise occupied. About 20 missiles were fast-tracked to Earth, which I knew meant millions more casualties. That was a statistic too staggering to comprehend.
If the Venlil didn't make the last stand, it would have been 100 detonations. It's about mitigating the damage at this point, and paying for a miracle.
The Krakotl were clever, enough to allocate a few warships to guard their rear flank. The UN Gojid Liberation Fleet had attempted to hit them from behind, but found an armed unit waiting at the ready. Had the circumstances been less dire, I think the humans may have noted how the birds were a worthy foe. The Terran ship counted a ticking down to 1,000 on her readout. The early stages of battle were catastrophic. The Federation still had several thousand vessels at their disposal, and pressed ahead with unchecked aggression. Our predators were running out of ships and tricks. They could only be so many places in the vastness of space at once. The enemy bombers trickled through in small groups, and that meant the death toll continued to rise. I couldn't imagine how Marcel felt. The red-haired human was holding his head in his hands. He slapped my tail away when I wrapped it around his wrist. Terran civilization, everything he ever knew, was slipping away. In the span of an hour. I jostled his arm again.
Hey, Marcel, please help me. There's 500 new contacts from your direction of a colony of Mars. I don't know who to notify.
I was aware that I was supposed to alert General Jones, but I thought feeling useful might do my friend some good. The vegetarian needed to snap out of his misery and turn his thoughts away from Nulia and Lucy. He must be feeling guilt for sending them to a bunker. Honorable predators should go down fighting, not wallowing in self-pity.
Did you hear me? I demanded. There's more ships inbound of a standard Federation make.
A second wave from the Federation monsters. Wasn't the first one enough? He spat. I couldn't blame him for that reaction. The Terrans had no spare manpower to allocate a fresh armada, but there had to be some attempt to stop the newcomers, even if it was woefully insufficient. Seeing that my human wasn't going to be helpful, I flagged down General Jones. She studied the data for a full minute, poring over the details. The American officer frowned. It's difficult to lock on the signal, but it appears they're trying to hail us. Shall I put it on the main screen? An attendant asked. Yes. Patch us through to the interference. If the feds are offering us surrender, I think we have no choice but to accept it unconditionally. The occupants of the monitoring station turned our attention to the central video. General Jones positioned herself in front of the camera, a bitter-looking look in her eyes. It was unclear why the Federation would reverse their stance on total extinction. Wasn't their only demand every human dead? A quadrupedal animal appeared on screen, and Jones' expression morphed to surprise. Those rounded ears and soft brown fur were the Zerillian features. The captain shied away from the camera, clearly having never seen a human before. Gods, don't eat us, please, I mean... I mean... The Zerillian stammered. Don't shoot us? Jones's lips curved down. What are you doing here? This is an active war zone. Friendly! We'll leave! The quadrupedal was struggling to string coherent thoughts together. I jumped out of my seat and wagged my tail at Jones in a go-away gesture. The human general didn't take the hint, so I gave her leg an insistent shove. Understanding flashed in her eyes, and she ducked out of view of the camera. I flicked my ears, reassuring. Zerillian officer, please inform us of your intent. Nobody's going to hurt you. Charleston wanted, begged the Prime Minister to help humans. Unrelenting, he said they were nice, but they look hungry to me. So hungry. Hope flickered back into Jones's pupils. Wait a second. You're here to help us. Why is it growling at me? Vendel, you've got to get out of there. I exhaled in frustration and glanced at Marcel for support. My human's eyes were a million light years away, red around the rims. His lips never moved, not even a forced snarl. The brokenness gave me the resolution I needed. That is just how humans talk, because they have a deeper vocal range. There's nothing to be afraid of, I said. We need urgent assistance at several locations. Help would be very much appreciated. The Zerillian tilted his head. I know what my orders are, but won't these predators attack anything in sight? They're in aggression mode, and this is a quarter of our entire fleet. We're no military species. Zerillian, we've lost millions of lives, innocent lives. A rare hint of emotion crept into Jones's voice, though she quickly steadied herself. I promise, we want nothing more than to protect Earth. I will relay word that you're friendlies. Please, if you believe in peace, help us. The quadrupedal's gaze darted to the viewport, where his formation was closing in on the Federation attackers. His expression was conflicted. I was worried that he might go against his orders. This captain acted predator-averse and even showed disgust at the sight of a human. The call was terminated without any clarification. The Terran ship's numbers continued to dwindle while Zerillian sat and watched. General Jones sighed and highlighted the new vessels as alien friendlies. That was a necessary gamble. The Federation had yet to notice the newcomers' approach. I prayed that they would intercede on Earth's behalf.
End of chapter.
Chapter 50. Memory transcription subject. Captain Caslam, Krakotl Alliance Command. Date, standardized human time, October 17th, 2136. The Predator's formation was disintegrating, and it looked likely that we would secure victory within the hour. I considered broadcasting an apology to the surface. Once Earth's space fleet was exhausted, the unfortunate civilians knew they were witnessing the last days of their civilization. Did the humans not deserve the solace of an explanation? There was a part of me that wondered if we could have found another way. The issue was their growth and reproduction, which would be exponential if left unchecked. Maybe we could have isolated any humans who surrendered on an abandoned world, sterilizing them and prohibiting breeding. That way, the existing primates could live out the rest of their lifespans without the option to prowl the stars. What if there was another path to achieve extinction without the deaths of billions? Oh, Counselor, such thinking is counterproductive. Zahn, any update on Thayon? I asked, hoping for a brief distraction. The doctor took several seconds to respond. The first officer is in a medically induced coma, but I've managed to freeze the brain swelling. He'll live, though I can't predict the long-term effects, sir. Some tension was lifted from my wings, with the assurance that the far soul would survive. This entire crew needed a piece of good news. We were set to join the next bombing rush. All remaining Federation ships were partaking in the charge. This was a chance to strike down every last craft the humans had limping above the world. By the way, I quite enjoyed the show from my little window. I much preferred it when we thought all of these nasty creatures were dead. Zahn added, whatever your predator delusions, you should be proud of yourself, Captain. I tossed my beak in disdain, not dignifying that statement with a response. Relations between myself and the Takan practitioner would be much better if he kept his opinions quiet. My talons swiped through the screens, ensuring that our payloads were in working order. All systems were operational on board. There was just a small dip in our shield capacity. Our vessel fell into the rear of the Advance, and navigations increased our acceleration. We would have control over the final targets, which might require flexibility. My expertise would come in handy, assigning relative importance to locations. Why did it feel so wrong to speak about Terran settlements in those terms? Thoughts of Nishtal's impending invasion weighed on my mind, too. There might not be any home to go back to. Crocodile civilization would be the last casualty to Terran brutality. But that didn't ease the horror of it. We might be forgotten by the Federation within decades, just another species that fell to the Orcs. I hoped historians would appreciate our sacrifice. Alarms flashed on sensors, snapping me out of my torturous musings. Several Allied vessels had been picked apart by precision strikes, right beside us. The rear flank was blindsided by hundreds of blips who were darting in between our flotilla. The newcomers were trying to shove their way to the Terran fortifications.
Ready weapons and fire at anything we don't recognize, I screeched. Where did these bastards come from? They're a little late if they're humans.
My comms technician shuffled nervously. I just finished decoding communications between a Terran command post and the vessels. The Zeruleans sent military assistance.
You've got to be joking. The Zeruleans have a fledgling, erroneous association with the humans. What have the Predators ever done for them?
Jala snickered.
Never mind, Captain. I'm pretty sure the Galactic Institute of Medicine and their 20 ships aren't going to tip the scales either way. That's not the point, comms. I need to know these developments ahead of time.
He's right. Stars forbid the Yodel show up with the Trebuchet next. Sociopath, Bane, a swooning motion.
Then we'll be really screwed.
I huffed in irritation, watching as our ships turned to face the Zerulean hostile. The quadrupeds gave us a wide berth and dodged Jala's errant plasma beam. Several Federation captains were calling out conflicting orders on the comms, which led to disarray. Exhaustion was making it difficult to recall foreign military techniques, so I couldn't find a solid advice to offer. The Terran fleet were advancing on our front lines, capitalizing on the breakdown of command. Cursing the Zerulean fools, I barked orders to pull back and regroup within the lunar orbit. This was a waste of precious time, and could be vital to the defense of our home. We weren't going to leave an extermination half done.
We'll get our bearings and charge at Earth again. Perhaps we can still accomplish this quickly.
The Federation reassembled, adjusting for the fresh reinforcements. The numerical advantage was still slanted in our side, and prey wouldn't fight half as well as a human. However, it might be difficult for the crew to fire on Zeruleans. We had accepted that the Venlil were reduced to predatory thralls, but this race was a new convert.
Zeruleans chose their side, and they chose wrong. I know it seems harsh to strike them down, but they put themselves here.
I surveyed the expressions of my crew, noting how distraught they looked.
If the Orcs are truly attacking our homes, this might cost us our entire civilization. Everything is on the line. There is no time for bargaining.
Jala hissed in frustration, as she realized our missiles were depleted. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so liberal with their usage. The plasma railgun had recharged, but I wasn't sure how long our gas supply was running. We couldn't afford to have only kinetics at our disposal. Discretion was required going forward. The Zerulean fleet fell in beside the humans, though they seemed wary of drawing too close. There was no basis for those fears. The risk of Terrans attacking their allies now was negligible. These predators were too smart to betray useful assets that Earth needed so desperately. They weren't just raving beasts. "Sir, more unknown ships incoming, there's..." My comms officer trailed off.
I blinked. "Where from? How many? Speak!" Thousands! The subspace trails are from all over the place. My confusion intensified, and I attempted to stave off my sleep-deprived stupor. The humans didn't have many Federation allies, to my knowledge. Only 6 could respond in time. 2 of those partners were already here. The neutral powers had no intent of interfering either way, since it would simplify their stance if we succeeded. But no single Federation race had that many ships at their beck and call. This had to be some sort of group or alliance. Maybe these were the weaker species that had been coerced. Others might give in to cheap tactics if their home worlds were held hostage. That, or the humans had found a way to deceive our senses. These contacts could be decoys meant to sow confusion. How would such a trick even work, though? The comms analyst scratched her crown. Sir, we're picking up a looping transmission from this mystery fleet. It's directed towards Earth. Putting it on screen now. My beak nearly split open as the video feed materialized. Those slit pupils were unmistakable identifier of Orcs, or I was uncertain whether their eye shape was solely for ambush hunting, or if they allowed the Greys to stalk at dusk. It made human vision seem like love beacons by comparison. This is Chief Hunter Isiv, the reptile clicked. Forgive our tardiness, but we did request that you disable FTL disruptors multiple times. Hang in there, humans! We're here to help. A few crewmates were sobbing from the beast's projection. Even the extermination officer like myself was paralyzed by those dagger-like teeth, jutting out from the truncated maw. The length of its gullet, visible as it spoke, was a ghastly sight. Why were the Greys not laughing at the loss of life on Earth? Those demons delighted in death and suffering. They went out of their way to cause it. It didn't seem within their behavioral pattern to save a weaker sapient, even if that species were predators. I don't understand any of this. How are the Terrans responding? I stammered. The comms technician pecked away at a station. Lots of chatter from the human coalition. It doesn't appear that their command was expecting the Orcs, or though that would be a staged for benefit for their less vile friends. Crap. The Zerillians and the Venlil can't be happy about this, can they? No, sir. The Zerillians are demanding to know why the Orcs are here, and the Venlil are asking why they were not informed. The Terran response: the humans claim they didn't invite the Greys, but aren't in a position to reject their help. They suggest that their allies go with it, unless they'd prefer to fight the Reptilians too. The response to the Orcs offered thanks and insisted those 2 prey races are friendly. Of course, that's what a clever monkey said. They excel in manipulation tactics, and they're using both parties. I leaned back on my perch, wondering if this would kill the Zerillians' ties to humanity. This should unmask the truth about Earthlings' long-term goals. Perhaps we could convince the other races to stand with us. By the time they spent pleading with them would allow the Orcs to pounce. If the Greys were genuine in their intention, the tide of this battle would turn decisively. The numerical edge was in the Terrans' favor, but these new additions, not to mention the psychological impact the Orcs' presence had, many Federation vessels were panicking at the prospect. We had to break through the orbital range with haste. There is no escape route, and we stand no chance against the Greys, but we can make our deaths mean something to the galaxy, I squawked, on the fleet-wide frequency. We must get as many bombs off against Earth as possible. All Federation vessels, charge at max velocity. The Krakotl on our fleet bolstered forward, right towards the waiting human alliance. The Zerillians hesitated, not firing on either party. The quadrupeds, reluctant to abet Orcs or allies, made them the obvious point of entry. The rail guns were powered up, but few of them acted even as we closed in. The Zerillians came to a decision and dropped into a defensive position. Plasma arced through towards us. I saw my life flash before my eyes. The beam sailed just off to our side and obliterated the neighboring ally that was keeping pace with us. If their aim was as half a degree different, it would have been my vessel in tatters. There was no time to gawk at the wreckage left behind. The Orcs all swooping in on any stragglers, while I wasn't proud of the extermination itself. Our sacrifice was valiant and honorable. The Krakotl fleet knew the most of us were about to die, but the captains had to commit to finish the job. The Orcs are off swallowing our rear flanks, sir. Their ships are gaining on us faster than we can move, Jala called out. Should we turn and stall them? I puffed out my feathers. Absolutely not. Keep going. According to sensors, the Reptilians' maximum speed was much higher than we'd ever documented.
I realized that they had been conceding their technological limits. 2 grey bombers selected us as their quarry and sent drive-tracking missiles in our direction. Jala shoved the nav officer out of the way, deploying a stream of interceptors in the nick of time. A Terran robot ship had also spotted us and launched supercharged plasma at our position. We barreled through the Zerillian line with urgency. They were no longer of comparative importance. My sociopath rerouted all power from shields to engine. The core was already overheating from exertion. Before the stunt, the female crocodile didn't quite manage to get ahead of the inbound plasma. It plowed into our aft compartment. Alarms began ringing overhead, while crewmates screeched in terror. My readout informed me that steering was offline. The engine was listed as critical failure.
We're stuck in a one-way ticket towards Earth. This ship is going to crash, assuming it doesn't get blown up to bits first.
All crew to escape shuttles, I shrieked, as loud as I could. The personnel didn't need to be told twice, as the flapping of wings drowned everything out. I took a deep breath. It was up to me to finish the job. We were about 30 seconds from orbital distance, and these 2 bombs could cross 1 million humans off the list. Jala began to abandon her perch, which earned her a withering glare from me.
Get back here. I know you want to save yourself, but the rest of the crew will kill you for being a predator.
I jabbed a talon at her, then pointed to the weapon station. You have no future, no place in society without me.
So you're going to stay right here until the job is done.
She hesitated, but was persuaded by my argument. The overhead power flicked out as the engine began to melt nearby systems. The emergency lights colored the floorboards a dim hue, and only essential functions were available. A plethora of enemies were still chasing our runaway ship. With our shield power rerouted away, there was no disincentive to use kinetics. Orcs bullets plowed through our armor, and the Terran automaton chipped in its own lead ammunition. Requesting assistance in the medbay, Zahn panted over the comms. I am unable to carry Thion on my own, nor am I able to fly the emergency medical pod. Captain, anyone?
I sighed. I'll be there in a minute. Hold on, Doctor.
The Terran robot was recharging its weapons, but struggled to keep up with the unsafe speed. Fear burned through my veins. I offered a silent prayer that we would survive long enough to complete the mission. It was a few more seconds until we could deploy the antimatter bombs. The human contraption didn't target us from outside a reliable range. Arxor munitions were inflicting steady damage, but they hadn't caused any catastrophic explosions. We hobbled into orbital range and established target locks on 2 Terran cities. Jala slammed her beak on the firing mechanism. I gave her the nod, and we fled from the bridge with urgency. The journey was a blur as we swooped down to the evacuation stairwell. Jala bowled through the door to the medbay, examining a pacing Zahn. The Takan doctor had thrown some supplies on his diagnostic shuttle. I was surprised that he just didn't leave Thion behind. The unconscious Versal had a clump of bandages around his head. It was painful to see him comatose on a cot. You took your time, Zahn spat. I glared at him. We came as fast as we could. I think you, of all people, would want us to make sure that the explosives made it to Earth. The ship rocked around us, barely swallowing a hit from our enemies. There was no time for bickering if we were to survive. The 3 of us shouldered Thion's weight and deposited him into the pod's rear seat. The doctor strapped the injured patient in as Jala and I brought the shuttle online. The vibrations intensified around us, likely from our vessels entering the Earth's atmosphere. Without heat shielding on our damaged areas, the main hull was going to be incinerated. Jala closed the exit hatch, and we jettisoned the shuttle. Controls would have to be learned on the fly. Cerulean skies surrounded us out the window as we plummeted towards the ground. The momentum of the ship's breakneck fall had carried over. I wrestled with the control column and tried to steady us. Jala flung all power to thrusters, but it could only slow us down so quickly.
No! We can't be stranded on a predator's planet. We have to get back to our fleet.
Land was rushing up to meet us as much as too fast. Even as our velocity lessened, impact looked to be an inevitability. There was nothing I could do to prevent it. My body snapped back in the harness, and our shuttle's belly collided with foreign grass. End of chapter. Chapter 51. Memory transcription subject Captain Calsum of the Krakotl Alliance Command. Date standardized human time October 17th, 2136. Dry air buffeted my face as we disembarked amidst tall grass. The shuttle crash was bound to attract attention from the humans. I imagined this place would be swarming with troops if it was anywhere near a military base. We had no idea where we were or how many predators were in the area. My breaths were strained as the three of us hauled Thion's body across the savannah. Sparse trees dotted the vast plains, and a few beasts roamed the landscape. None of the orange predators zeroed in on us, but they were definitely something to avoid. I couldn't see any bipedal human shapes, but it was a matter of time before we ran into one.
It's much easier to fly than walk. We need to find some place to leave Thion, a place to shelter, and to sleep would be nice.
On our left, a bank of clay and sediment led down to a small pond. I was thirsty, but given that there were more bright-colored predators bathing in it, I'd stick to our rations. With how tired I was, I didn't feel up to exterminating any threats now.
This place is infested with predators. Only a few artificial structures,
Zahn grunted. I studied the doctor's grimace.
I don't think humans cull their predator population at all. This is what happens when you don't have an extermination officers.
Can you imagine living in a planet like this? What an uncivilized world.
This alien hellscape would be a host to all kinds of nightmarish murder beasts. The vicious creatures around us had lean, nimble forms and fangs that put the sapient primates to shame. Most humans were unlikely to set up shop in predator territory. It could be a very long walk to civilization from this wilderness. After a brief pause, we began the laborious trek towards the far-off tree line. The expanse seemed to stretch for kilometers, with no sign of the nearest settlement. This region's heat was punishing, making me want to collapse in a puddle. No wonder the human spur had evolved away.
We need to put this dead weight down. The fossil intruder is going to get us all killed, Jala spat.
I glared at her.
Die, don't leave my crew members to die. There's wild monstrosities everywhere, and the humans could do anything if they stumble across him.
So what? The rations would be better spent on people who can walk and fight.
Lives are not trading chips, Jala. Haven't you killed enough people today? I'll leave Thion when there's an appropriate spot, hidden and secure.
A cave or any kind of cover would be a welcome sight. There was no locale devoid of predators to stash Thion. Leaving him in the open to be gnawed on by a cast of beasts wasn't an option. It was unclear how much energy any of us had left. Our flock might have to camp amongst the demons soon. I was relieved to spot a breaking point in the grass. There was an uneven dirt path, which had faint vehicle marks in its silt. That meant Terrans did stray to this region, from the safety of the metal cage. At least we could communicate with the human predators. An isolated one could be threatened into giving us supplies or shelter. Zahn looked at me with watering eyes.
Kill some, Captain.
The Takan doctor, heaving at strained breaths, and placed Thion on the ground. He bent over, trying to catch his breath. Fear was swelling up in his amber eyes. The realization that we were stuck on Earth amidst livid humans was settling in.
Humans definitely visited this place.
Jala scanned the red arch in front of us, with the prototype visual translator.
Their writing says Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. I'm guessing those orange predators are Ranthambore tigers?
Alarms awakened my senses. Reserve, you say? Like an area set aside for a specific purpose? The humans intended for this predator growth to happen, Jala?
I think so. It is peculiar. Why would they want rival, stronger hunters on the loose?
Even the sociopath seemed stumped by my question. Such animals were not conducive to modern living. Maybe the humans wanted whatever prey the tigers prioritized for themselves, and snatched it away from them once the hard work was finished. It didn't make sense. There were much easier ways to feed their hunger than by stealing from ferocious fiends. I was certain a species with guns could hunt without assistance.
They like the chaos and violence, Zahn panted. This human war tribe could want to keep out dangerous visitors, especially their own kind. We might be the most vicious nation on the planet.
I didn't know what the truth was, but I was going to assume it wasn't anywhere close to that. The doctor lacked crucial understanding about humans. Their society was too structured for a state entity to stoke chaos intentionally. It must be something more philosophical in nature. Given how many galactic regions were organized against predators, it could be that Terran saw hunters as deities. The Krakotl farming goddess, Inatala, brought plants to the universe to feed her children. Predators were considered a perversion of the natural order, who turned to Malthus, the god of violence, out of greed. Our reality was the eternal struggle of good and evil. I strayed from the faith once I became an extermination officer. The priesthood had a way of twisting the goddess's teachings. None of it matched what the written beliefs. Malthus wasn't an inhibitor of empathy, but merely an agent of destruction. We had seen that predators were violent and greedy, while not without some positive qualities.
I think this is some kind of worship center, I decided. Maybe somewhere to pray surrounded by carnage, for hunter's success, or for some expansion of war.
Jala chuckled.
A religion devoted to bloodshed. How interesting. It is interesting, actually. This is why I wanted to preserve their culture, because we understand their kind so little. We've become enthralled with violence and killing ourselves, in trying to be pure.
The doctor curled his lip. A brutal race doesn't deserve any legacy for their culture. I'm enthralled with the punishment of the wicked, not killing thyself.
Your motives are rich with hatred. It poisons you, I hissed. Now, let's get moving before the sun finishes setting.
The group hobbled away from the reserve in an uneasy silence. There was no telling where the road led, or what animalistic carnage lay ahead. A more spiritual Krakotl would see this as a temptation by Natala. I had never intended to get up close and personal with human territory. Our mission was supposed to be impassive, distant.
This is a test of my soul, regardless of my divine presence. We must face Earth's horrors without surrendering our values.
As we progressed past the clump of trees, my heart detected a faint sniffling. It was accompanied by sporadic gasps, so I figured it must be a predator crying. Jala cued in on the sound as well, and drew her sight on. The female Krakotl looked eager to kill and mock the beast. Sympathy tugged at my heart, and perhaps a bit of regret. If a human was mourning the devastation we caused, what right do we have to disturb it? Something told me that I was outvoted, though, so I raised my whip. The flesh-eaters were too dangerous to leave on the prowl. Well, we were out in the open. If a single extermination was necessary to safeguard my people, so be it. I gestured to the set of injured fossils on the graft.
Zahn, watch over Thyon, and alert us if any other predators are approaching.
I can't wait to see your extermination skills in action, the doctor chuckled.
Jala clicked a beat.
These skills, Calcium is soft on humans, but don't worry, I'm going to crack its skull. I expect you to be as silent as possible. We don't want it to know that we're here, until we have it cornered. Also, let me ascertain some information before you offer it.
But if I want to scare it, the sociopath drawled.
The human is not a stable state of mind now. He could go into a fit of rage on a whim. Let's not push our luck. We just need its shelter.
The female Krakotl girdled neck in disdain, but took cautious hops forward. My feet glided across the leaves, and I took care to avoid any twigs. A fabric dome supported by stakes and earth was established amidst the clearing. A single human was stretched out on a blanket. It appeared to be watching videos on a handheld device. Terror swelled in my chest as my instincts urged me to not approach. The feeling subsided upon drawing closer. Secondary observation swayed my emotions. This primate was a lesser stature than indicated in Noah's data dump. Its skin seemed untouched by aging, and its register lacked the booming growl of males that we'd spoken to. If I had to hazard a guess, this human was an adolescent. Perhaps it was crying because it lost its parents. That would explain why it was alone, and had wandered to predator-infested territory. My thoughts began racing with unpleasant images. It took a great deal of effort to push them away. I stopped a few paces from its blanket.
Put the electronic device down and slide it to me. Don't even try to alert any, fellow beasts.
The human startled and pointed tear-stained eyes at me. Its lips parted with alarm. He flung the device towards me like it burned to the touch. Video footage was still playing on the screen as Predator Angus described the loss of life in a city called Bangalore. I wondered if that was the kid's home.
Please, tell whatever you want. Just leave me alone,
it whined. That begging was rather unbecoming of a predator. Maybe it hadn't become desensitized to bloodshed yet. I focused my gun barrel, careful not to keep my grip too close to the trigger.
Me just want to talk, I lied. What's your name?
The beast swallowed.
Organ. And your age? You don't look like a human adult. No, I'm 12. We're not grown-ups till we turn 18.
Jala traced her gun barrel across the furthest chin, snickering as it shied away. The fear in its gaze twisted my heart. The little beast still had years left of adolescence. It looked harmless, helpless even. I knew that was deceiving, but it still had an effect. Little predators become big predators and reproduce exponentially, my mentor's voice said in my head. I stared at the shaking primate.
Hey, eyes on me, Arjun. Why are you out here? Dad thought it was a good place to hide. He said you wouldn't target the parks first.
Arjun croaked.
If this is the end of the world, we could spend the last days outdoors together. All right, I know humans care for their children. Where is your father now? My dad is a wildlife photographer. He wanted to get some animal shots with the space battle overhead. It'd be a damn good picture if you survive.
The predator bobbed its head emphatically, and more tears streamed down its face. The kid's distress was apparent. It would be merciful if I limited the scope of my questions. I didn't want to prolong its suffering. Jala couldn't be allowed to botch the job or make a mess. Gosh, what if there was a way to curb the human's full-grown instincts? Putting the trigger on Arjun. That extermination broke my heart already. It would grow into something terrible. But now, it was innocent. It wanted its father. I struggled to steady my voice. You're doing great. Can you just tell me what this place is? We are rather curious about the predatory wildlife. National parks are like animal sanctuaries. We preserve species that are threatened or have lost their natural habitats. Those orange tigers are menaces. They'd eat children like you. Tigers don't bother you unless you bother them. They're majestic animals. Lots of people tour this place, and there's resorts, campsites, hiking. Disbelief flooded my veins at the idea that humans wanted to stay in such a dangerous venue. To think that the locals went out of their way to preserve monsters. Arjun's tone had been reverent, but not religious. Did predators find thrills in challenging superior counterparts? I cleared my throat. Thanks, that's all I need. Finally, the talking is over, so I can kill it. Jala trilled. Well, its binocular eyes pleaded with me. No, I helped you. I stared at the colorful leaves on the ground, avoiding its gaze. The reds and oranges reminded me of the raging inferno, sparkling across the pool of gasoline. The little pups squealed through it all, and the frail silhouettes writhed in agony. I felt like I was watching my handiwork from the truck bed again. When they looked at you with those big eyes, you wanted to help, but you didn't. You wouldn't. I couldn't help but feel that our mission had been wrong. The thoughts of how the predators tugged at my talons playfully was still a vibrant memory. Looking at Arjun, it was impossible not to recall that first extermination. Younglings didn't deserve merciless death. Captain Calsum, Jala squawked. I blinked. Leave the predator alive. It's not a threat. Not a threat! Zahn's voice made me startle, as I found him looming over my shoulder. It is an offshoot of a flesh-eating barbarians! What kind of extermination officer are you? Doctor, I told you to wait with Thayon. Well, I was worried you would do exactly this. Predator lover! Jala, you don't have to listen to him. Kill that thing! Arjun was curled up into a ball, shielding its head with its elbow. The female crocodile's eyes twitched, and I could sense her temptation. I had to reel in the rebellious sadist before I lost control. Admitting my actions were born from sympathy would be suicide. I am no predator lover. How dare you? I roared, shoving my beak into Zon's face. I am a skilled extermination officer, while you're someone who sits on the sidelines. Talk is easy. The doctor stiffened. You just said that thing is the only bargaining chip we have. Humans value their children, so keeping it as a prisoner is the logical choice. Maybe we can make them trade us a spaceship, food, medicine, you arrogant fool. The Tekkan gulped nervously and slunk back a few steps. He stole a glance at Arjun before swishing his tail in defeat. Jala also scrutinized my enraged form. I met her stare with several seconds, goading her on. She lowered her weapon. Using their kids against him. A shield, maybe. I like it. I knew you would. I exhaled a silent breath of relief and turned to the doctor. Sedate this human, Zahn, you like you did with Marcel. Adjust for weight, I need sleep, and I can't watch a ravenous predator. The Tekkan nodded and filled a syringe with a light sedative dose. I watched which vial he grabbed, making sure he wasn't loading it with poison. The physician handed it over to me for administration. A quick jab plunged the needle into the human's neck. Hopefully, it was only a light pinch. It should knock Arjun out for a few hours. When I was rested and able to think again, I would be able to deal with the predator. There was no telling how long it would act obedient. The greater challenge would be restraining my companions from tormenting the child. We failed to eradicate the Earthlings, and its continued survival was simply an admission of failure. There was no reason for our stranded crew to dole out needless death. End of chapter. Chapter 52. Memory transcription. Subject Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time October 18th, 2136. The UN fleet deposited me in a cell on Venlil Prime, and without warning, the Predator stopped visiting me altogether. Based on the claw tallies on the wall, I calculated that it had been at least a week. The Venlil guards were colder than the humans. One of them spit in my evening gruel and muttered a curse against my depraved soul. Against all odds, I found myself missing Carlos and even Samantha. I kept busy by contemplating the Orcs' interrogation and how to refute their absurd story. There had been a reconciliation between the Terrans and the Federation. It had required an unthinkable cost, but the Gojit government was swayed to the humans' corner. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Piri's death was confirmed by UN ground forces. Her final transmission could only achieve so much. I offered to bargain with the Federation for them, but then the humans abandoned me. They're just gone, I mused aloud. If I strained on my hind legs, I could peer between the windows to the capital below. Venlil Prime was a massive planet that dwarfed the likes of Earth and the Cradle. By comparison, I had a shorter orbit and a slightly higher gravity than the average world. Interestingly, much of this landmass was inhospitable. Sunlight never touched half of its surface, leaving it too cold for plants and animal life. Its bright side was the opposite problem, too scorching hot to sustain water sources. There was only a thin space between the extremes to build settlements. Venlil scientists searched for new ways to push the frontiers with various methods to cool their planet. They manipulated atmospheric reflectivity with aerosols, built an artificial upwelling system in their ocean, and used cloud seeding to generate rainfall. It took colossal effort to keep the gears in motion. Not all species are blessed with a perfect home. If it weren't for sentiment, Venlil colonies are much more conducive to habitation. The sight of human predators walking about became more frequent over the past few days. Many Venlil would give them a wide berth, or cross to the other side of the street. I wondered why Earth was suddenly sending so many people abroad. Such a widespread presence was a lot to ask of their friends. A pointed cough came from the other side of the cell door. Enjoying the view? Looks like you've had plenty of time to study the intricacies of Venlil society. I whirled around to see Samantha, with her auburn hair tied back in a knot. Her pretty eyes were unfocused, as though her mind was elsewhere. The anger in her voice bore a colder aspect than last time I saw her. My instincts pronounced her demeanor a highly threatening. Was there something I'd done to infuriate the humans? Or worse, were they becoming corrupted by the Orcs? Hello, Sam. I thought you guys had forgotten about me, I answered. She bared her pearly fangs, eyes dilating in a flash. My friends call me Sam. You are not my friend. Right. Sorry. That you should be. Footsteps sounded behind Samantha, and I breathed a sigh of relief as I recognized Carlos. For a moment, I thought the female had snuck in alone to assault me. Everything about her start screamed that she was thirsty for blood. Maybe it was simply not seeing the human in days, but I felt there was some substance to my reference. There was a jingling sound as the male guard slid keys into the door. The spark was gone from his brown eyes, and his subdued mannerisms were uncharacteristic. The last time I saw Carlos, he was ribbing me, then striking down my thoughts at every turn. There was no sign of playful mockery or admonishment now. My signs bristled in alarm. What happened to both of you? Something's wrong. Carlos gave me a wary frown. Earth was attacked by the Federation. Over 1 billion dead. Don't pretend like you care. You got what you wanted, Slovlin, Samantha growled. Horror washed over me, and I sank back onto my bed. No wonder the humans were upset. I remembered what it felt like to watch the cradle burn, to grapple with the loss of my home and my culture. Why did the Federation have to piss off the only species to defeat the Orcs? There was a time where I wanted to cripple the Predator's breeding grounds. That derogative terminology still rang in my ears. When I turned myself into the UN custody, I was expecting to witness a brutal society. Instead, Earth amounted to a decent people going about their daily existence. It was a structured planet, rich in life and culture. That's not what I want to know. I nibbled at my claws with anxiety and tried to keep my expression submissive. I'm sorry for your loss. I know what it's like to be in your paws. Samantha clenched her fist. Of course you do. You caused your world's death while trying to kill us. Just like the crocodile. You're right. We brought it on ourselves, and I know that. We were horrible to humans, more so than any apology could ever excuse. Yet, you showed mercy and compassion. Feck mercy! The rest of our fleet went home, but we get tethered to you while Earth is under siege. How is that fair? It's not. But I have no say in that. I can see you're hurting. If it makes you feel better to quarrel with me, then I encourage you to do so. Samantha turned her back in disgust. There was no way for me to offer amends that would satisfy her. All the same, my concern for her mental health was escalating. I knew how grief could swallow a person without a proper outlet. I cast an inquisitive stare towards Carlos, looking for direction. The male guard's nostrils flared with pent-up frustration. Had the humans only visited to extol their anger on me? I'm glad you're both okay, I added, breaking the icy silence. I hope some of Earth was able to hold out. Carlos nodded. We drove them off with help. Help? From Vendel? Sure. And other interested parties. That is a vague descriptor. Who else would have come to rescue humanity? Carlos waved for me to follow him, and the absence of his snarl was striking. It was like the guards had received a personality transplant. Both seemed infused with hatred and impassivity, though one was directing it at me more than the other. I was frightened of what the predatory emotions could compel them to do. Dark thoughts raced through my mind as I tried to recall why I trusted these predators. Their heroism on the cattle ship seemed a distant memory. My eyes widened in alarm at consideration of the rescued. They reminded me of the Gojeds on Earth, cared for outside of large metropolis. What happened to the Gojed refugees? I blurted. I'm sorry if that's selfish, but I have to know. The male guard sighed. The primary camp was brought to Vendel Prime when we started moving human evacuees. Most are safe. That is, positive news. How many humans did you evacuate from Earth? Millions. We've known the Vendel for all of 3 months. Some people prefer to ride it out in a bunker, or were banking on us to rout their forces. Stop talking to that racist, delusional prick like he's your pal, Samantha spat. Carlos, I thought we had this conversation. The olive-skinned human crossed his arms. I'm being civil. There's a difference. Not wanting to sow more division between the duo, I kept my other questions to myself. That did explain why the human presence had increased rapidly. The cynical part of me wondered if the predator influx resulted in a spike in crime. The primates posed an extraordinary threat when they were angry, and they had to be more prone to deviant behavior than Bindle. Carlos led the way past native wardens when we stepped out into the capital's crisp air. The guard's strides seemed a bit strained from gravitational exertion. The difference on Vandal Prime wasn't enough to be significant, but the humans would tire quicker in physical activities. It was another reminder that they weren't home. A pair of Gojids were waiting by the spacecraft outside, joined by several UN personnel. My eyes widened as I realized why they were familiar. It was the deaf youth, Talpin, and his sister, Berna. Both seemed to have been in better spirits than the last time I saw them, and were carrying necessities. I can't believe that they thought the humans were going to kill the kid. First time I saw him. We all shared that thought. "Hello, Captain Sutherland." The synthesized voice spoke with the words the Gojid tongue, but with a bit of human growl. Talbot must have given them the AI program with the Terran phonemes installed. "Why are you being kept in a prison? You are a hero to us all." The young Gojid finished sliding his claws across the keyboard and fixed me with an expectant look. I didn't want to recount my crimes in detail. Then again, I wasn't sure how to begin translating my reply. At least Samantha seemed mollified by Talbot's presence. Perhaps it served as a reminder of her deaf brother. "I deserve to be here. I made another person, a human, suffer," I muttered. Talbot turned his pupils to a nearby human and scanned the contortions of their fingers. His eyes widened. The adolescent struggled to believe that I could be involved in anything nefarious. His beige claws hovered over the keyboard for a moment before he typed out a reply. "Why?" came the synthesized voice. "Your deeds are spoken of in legend. You are a hero, a righteous man. You save lives." I lowered my gaze. "I'm none of these things. I thought causing a predator pain would fix my problems." Berna appeared stunned as well. "You sound like you're talking about torture, Sovlin. That's vile. The humans are sweet, sensitive, generous." I blinked in agreement, lowering my gaze. The predators beside Talpin projected a fondness towards him, but I could see their jaws tightening as they listened to me. At least if Berna spread the word about Marcel, my people would squash the myth of my heroism. I deserved to have my legacy tarnished, and to be remembered for some of my war crimes. Talpin tapped on his keyboard. "How could the humans treat you so kindly?" "I don't know. Ask them," I answered. The UN volunteer beside him thought for a moment before launching into an empathic reply. The human translated seemed passionate about whatever she was conveying. The deaf Gojit looked impressed at what was passed on, and nodded in acceptance. He shot me a disdainful look. I cast a nervous glance at Samantha. "You speak sign language." What did she tell him? The guard flashed her teeth. "That you deserve to live for what you've done. That human discipline doesn't stoop to your level." Well, that was a recurring sentiment when predators spoke of me. What I didn't understand was why the gods brought me to meet Talpin and Berna. It looked like the two Gojids were about to depart for a spaceship. After my disclosure, I doubted that they'd want to send off from me. "I don't want to travel anywhere with him." Talpin waved his claws emphatically at the predators. "Not if he tortured a human. He is a disgrace to our kind." Berna curled her lip. "I second that. We both owe humanity our lives." My confusion intensified, and I shot Carlos a questioning look. Talbot seemed to think I was accompanying them on a trip, but I didn't have an inkling of what they were referring to. Where were the humans taking them? Was I actually involved? "Sovlin is the perfect person to pass on several messages for us. He can get you two through the door with those Colchian bastards." The male guard tossed his shoulders in a non-committal gesture. "He's also the one that some Federation feckwits might believe about the Gojid refugees in war." That was a good omen if the humans still wanted peace and dialogue. Maybe the attack on Earth hadn't completely pushed them to the Oxal's side, and improbable as that seemed, these Terran predators had a merciful side, and I hoped that we could appeal to that. I didn't sound like the entirety of the Federation was involved. The neutrals had minded their own business. There had to be some people that could convert to Terran advocacy. Other races didn't have to end up like the Gojids. Warmth filled my chest. "A messenger. I'd be happy to testify on your behalf. A broker of peace with your enemies. I know about remediation." Samantha scowled. "Peace is not an option anymore. Frankly, I declare war on all of the skeptics now, but we can't fight 300 species at once. At least, not yet. We're going to purge the 24 who attacked us, followed by the 14 others who voted for war. What? That's the message, I gasped. Carlos shook his head. No. I'll get to that in a minute. Firstly, we need someone who can look into several items for us. Read this. We had it printed in your tongue, extra special for you. The female guard sneered. My shaking claws accepted the pamphlet, terrified at what the predators had inscribed. The paper nearly slipped from my grasp at once. Mournful tears pooled in my eyes. Russell was dead, killed by his own government for siding with humanity. I had mentored the Colchian since he was a child and shepherded his development. His advice on the bridge, combined with his honor, was steadfast. I wanted him commanding my ship in my absence. It pained me that our last interactions were him viewing me as a monster. My vision burned, and I dabbed at the wetness with my fur. The humans wanted to uncover why the Colchians would resort to murder. It was unclear whether any future violence was planned against the pro-human factions, but the Predators weren't taking threats lightly. Not after Earth. The Terrans don't want species reaching out with false friendship. They want anyone who plots against them exposed, humiliated. Why would the scholarly Commonwealth be so opposed to humanity's diplomatic outreach? I was itching to demand Chief Nakona's reasons for myself. He came across as a fair leader, reasonable to a fault. I would have considered him the kind who would give predators a fair shake. Look into the Colchian matter for us and find documentation of first contact with the Oxel. See what you can dig up, Carlos growled. Samantha crossed her arms. We need to know who's complicit in every scheme against us or our allies. Who is worth sparing and who started this predator hatred and why? The male guard narrowed his eyes. Our governments believe that you feel remorse, that you're not a flight risk. That is what we need from you, Soblin. Okay. And the message? I stammered. You implied that there was a statement to deliver. Oh, that's easy. Tell the Federation we're done contacting or negotiating with them. They never raised a finger to stop the attack on Earth. Let the neutrals know that they either reach out or to condemn this terrorist act, or they can prepare for total war. That message sent a chill through my blood. The other Gojits looked horrified as well. I needed to find a more tactful way of phrasing that flagrant threat, if there was to be peace with any species. The humans could rack up on the collateral damage in seeking revenge for Earth. End of chapter.
Chapter 53. Memory transcription subject UN Secretary General Elias Mayer. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. There was something uncivilized stirring in my soul, as heartbreaking images flooded in from Earth. Seeing historic cities pounded into rubble, and hearing tales of incalculable devastation was a gut-wrenching blow. It had been a mere 3 months since our first contact mission. In that span, 25 species had taken concrete actions to genocide human civilians without the slightest provocation. Grappling with my own actions, my own failure weighed heavily upon me. I was responsible for mankind's future, and I hadn't used every option at our disposal. What if there was something else I could have done? Was I a coward for abandoning Earth, especially to bargain with a metaphorical devil? It would take years to rebuild our home world. 112 bombs had detonated on its surface, churning up contaminants and killing more than 1 billion. Reversing the atmospheric pollution would be a gruesome challenge, and we would witness more casualties in the aftermath. Strange how it wasn't humans who leveled our planet. I always thought it would be us who were our undoing. Elias, we're docking with a luxury resort Titan station in 60 seconds. Dr. Comfer, the current Secretary Alien Affairs, tapped my shoulder. How are you going to be up to do this? You look unwell. My first thought was always diplomacy in the past. Brutal warfare was something that I thought best relegated to our ancestors. It should feel monstrous for a pacifist leader to long to see our enemies' worlds desolated down to their cores. By now, I couldn't see myself restraining the generals. Their path seemed the only way. I craved the Federation's destruction as an organization, regardless of the understanding that a small percentage were involved in the attack. Their bigotry was incompatible with our survival. How many species had aided us? A mere 2, excluding the Oxel unexpected arrival.
The Ceruleans were the only new race I cared to bargain with in the aftermath. The words of friendship other diplomats spoke proved to be empty. None of them backed us when it came down to it. The bystanders felt every bit as sinister as the Crocodile and their pals in this moment.
Your head has to be in this, Elias, no matter how impossible that is,
Kemper said gently. We can't afford any mishaps when 10,000 Oxel ships are still in the Sol system. I met her eyes. I never meant for them to come here. This wasn't what...
The Greys already knew where Earth was. You couldn't have known that. For what it's worth, they did save our asses.
Staving off my self-pity, my thoughts returned to urgent matters at hand. The Oxor decimated the Crocodile strike force with an excess of arrivals. I was concerned that the reptiles had so many vessels in the sector. Chief Hunter Isif kept his fleet in orbit to protect us from secondary attacks, but I couldn't help but think that they were scrutinizing us. The unpleasant reality was that the reptiles could plunder or conquer Earth now, if they wanted. We were vulnerable, and the heavy losses left military defense sparse. The Dominions' philosophy was still reprehensible to me, a far cry from the UN's modicum of equality. However, at this point, we had to keep the Oxal sated at all costs. So when Isif requested an audience with me by name, I chartered my first ship I could find off Vendel Prime. Governor Tarver, bless her heart, squeaked out an offer to join me, but I wasn't going to place her in the line of fire. The Oxal Hunter understood our inability to accommodate him on Earth. He agreed to wait in Titan's travel lodgings for my arrival. I don't like rolling out the red carpet for someone who called the Vendel a delicacy and referred to Tarver as dinner. I'd like to punch him in the nose for saying that. Camper, do you think the Orcs are capable of societal change? I asked, as our ship completed the landing protocol. If, let's say, they had a stable, non-sapient food source. The former SETI employee tilted her head. I don't know. The Greys weren't always like this, but they altered their gene pool. I don't know if they still have art, whether they indulge in empathy. That is a mystery. By the way, can you set up some comms link between the Cerulean fleet in 15 minutes? We have some damage control on that front.
I'll do that after I hear that you're all right, from your own lips. You need to hear yourself say it.
I am fine. Once these alien visitors are handled, it is time to bring every government together. Then to rally the people behind our banner and remind them not to give up. My shoes clicked on the decadent marble floor, and the crystal overhang reflected the colors of the rainbow from above. The glass viewport stretched the length of the lobby, complete with intricate holograms and exquisite telescopes. I observed a surreal view of Saturn as I passed the vacated concierge desk. This was considered the nicest hotel in space. For the sake of Earth's survivors, I hoped the Arxor agreed. I felt awkward approaching the suite given to Isif. There was no question that the reptile could snap me in half with his jaws, if he desired. Given the aggressivity the Arxor were prone to, and how they detested weakness, this was gambling with my welfare. But with humanity's precarious position, someone had to pacify the baby killers. I rapped my knuckles against the door. Hello? My voice couldn't have sounded more uncertain, and I cursed my nerves. The door creaked open. A pair of slit pupils surveyed me with a pitch-black interior. Isif didn't have any lights on, which added to my unease. He towered over me by at least 1.5 feet, showing teeth longer than my finger. The alien's tongue filtered.
Elias Mayer. 2 names, yes. We meet in person. Come in.
I clasped my hands behind my back and attempted to keep my strides even. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed 3 other Arxals scattered about the living room. It was a safe assumption that they were advisors, servants, or military personnel. Perhaps it was a mistake to come alone, or even conveyed that I lacked support. Thanks for your military assistance, I croaked, pawing at my dry throat. I'm sorry. Do you have any water nearby? Isif tossed a water bottle at me, and I barely reacted in time to catch it. The liquid was lukewarm, but I chugged it with gratitude. The Greys seemed to be dissecting me with every move, like a specimen under a microscope. There was never a plan for formal first contact with the Arxor. I wasn't sure where to begin. We were supposed to be using the Greys to get the Crocodile off our backs now.
Would you like our assistance with the rescue efforts? Human Command indicated that your ground residents may react poorly to us walking the streets, Isif growled.
I scratched my head in discomfort. I suggest asking each nation specifically. I'm sure some would accept the offer, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you from us all. The people of Earth are in your debt and...
The Orcs called his lip. Hey, relax. You've gone through a lot, human. Don't worry about defending us. I prefer honesty.
Right, well, many people did not have a favorable view of your species prior to this, myself included. I don't imagine that will change overnight, especially with xenophobia abounding.
His eyes glittered in the darkness, narrowing to the point that they were hardly open. His nostrils flared, and he seemed to meditate on the scent for a second. His grin intensified. I wondered if he could smell my nervousness. The chief hunter's gaze moved to the holopad clipped to my belt.
We wish to access your system's internet,
the reptile continued in a polite rumble.
My scientists here requested documentation of your hunting and domestication. Specifically, it would also answer if your research is, remotely professional.
I nodded. All right. Though we're quite different types of predators, I have no issue with sharing those search results.
My holopad made its way into my hands, and I punched the keyword domestication into a search engine. An online encyclopedia article popped up on the top result, which should be a necessity. I was going to try and conceal our persistence hunting ancestry. It might make the Orcs view us as a serious threat, due to our ability to weather a war of attrition. Isif snatched the device from my grip. The hunter must be quite eager to learn about us. I wasn't sure whether the positive sign or not. Perhaps the Dominion was assessing whether we shared their child-munching fervor. They could also be checking to see if we were on board with culling our weaker population. And I just tipped them off by admitting our disdain for them.
Fascinating. So humans did use animals for labor and livestock purposes, like us, he murmured. However, you keep pets too, lesser beings coddled for entertainment and companionship, in return for emotional benefits to their, owners. This is a normal practice, yes. This behavior is derived from pack predators' social needs, I would presume, and you care for these pets like they are a part of your tribe, I assume.
Usually. Many humans struggle with living alone.
An opposite to how we tire of company in swift fashion. Your affinity for the Venlil stems from his pet category, does it not?
It took a great effort to refrain from the reflexive denial. I would never classify sapient beings, especially our friends, as animalistic playthings. If the Orcs could view the Venlil as mere pets, that would be an upgrade to cattle consideration. It might make the reptiles willing to facilitate the release of Venlil captives.
Remember, the Greys might require a predatory basis to accept our claims. Whatever concessions must be made to stall to convince them we're on the same side. Just do it.
Yes. Humans love adopting companion animals, I grumbled. Isif glared at his advisors.
Satisfied about the Venlil? I told you that the humans are just social predators, and those animals are a misapplication of their evolution.
The Orcs scientist coughed uneasily.
Humans are the first documented pack predator sapiens, sir. It was reasonable to ask why. You are dismissed. Wander until you are summoned, so that Elias Mayer and I may talk in private. There are discussion matters that are above your clearance level.
The reptilian subordinates swished their tails and slunk off in obedience. Isif watched them depart, exhaling a hearty sigh. He pressed my holopad back into my hands and searched my gaze with his own. There was a certain trepidation in his dark orbs. He waited in silence for a full minute, clearly apprehensive of prying ears. I studied the alien's mannerisms with curiosity. Was the chief hunter expecting mutiny from his own ranks? How disciplined was Orcs command? Something told me his private divulgence would be enlightening as to what he expected from humanity.
I'm sure you intend for Earth to repay your assistance with some kind of compensation, I said.
Isif bared his fangs. Oh, you will, Elias Mayer, but not today. In the future.
I don't follow.
That fact is, you don't like that we keep our prey sapiens as food. That is your entire issue with us. It violates your moral code. I'm not blind.
This commander could not realize we had backed the Federation with full-throated support. We didn't want Dominion classing the UN as an enemy now. I tried to maintain my best poker face, though the Orcs seemed to see through my neutral expression.
My silence must have confirmed his suspicions, but what could I say? I shrugged.
We're different. Humans, well, you haven't bred out your empathetic people. I thought, you could help us attain an alternative food source.
His voice was hardly more than a whisper, and he looked jumpy.
That is why I sent our entire sector fleet to your aid. My species could have a better future, someday, with your guidance. Beyond war and cruelty.
What? A week ago, you gave me a speech about what a delicacy a Vendel are. Called our beloved ally dinner, I hissed.
The reptile sighed. Tava had some spunk for prey, actually. Don't be unreasonable. I was recording that transmission in front of my crew, and also sending it home. I like my head attached to my body, human.
My eyes widened. It wasn't a shock that Orcs or Dominion executed anyone who spoke out against their policies. However, it was encouraging news if some high-ranking officers didn't toe the party line. None of our captives saw any issue with the atrocities. They had boasted about how sophisticated their ideology was. Cattle ships could be stocked with true believers. Not the best sample size, I suppose.
So you don't support your racist farming practices? I pressed. A growl rumbled in Issip's throat. I prefer food that doesn't talk. This war has gone on long enough, and your allies have shown me that some of them can't accept predators. If we're reduced to your animal instincts, we're no different than the Federation.
I concur on the instincts, fine. But why are you telling me this?
So that you understand that I'm on your side, and you'll be more forthcoming in the future compensation. If you don't push your luck, I might be able to bargain for the release of more friends.
That was enough to pique my interest. Liberating any captives Aurelians might make them a bit more forgiving of the Orcs or Saviors. Humanity had to reward the teddy bears for their fealty somehow. They sent aid without any history between our worlds. It also meant that Issif might follow through with the Vendel deal. I still clung to the hope that one day we could end all sapient farms, no matter what the Federation had done to our two species. Eating and torturing children wasn't their answer. Downplaying or excusing atrocities wasn't going to bring back London or Los Angeles. Mankind was better than that. I cracked my knuckles. How on earth are you going to sell mercy to your government?
Simple. Not phrasing it as treasonous mercy, Issip chuckled. Just stating it is a reclaiming the farming glory of our ancestors, talking about how simple prey breed quicker. I work within the powers that be.
Clever thinking. I'll do what I can to uphold our bargain, though our production capacity is limited now.
Human. I'm understanding. Rational. Don't starve your people for this Vendel deal. What's important is that we are allies in the long run.
This Oxel wasn't a feral creature that saw hunting as the life's sole joy. There was an empathic capability in his concern for human life, and that wariness of the war was born into. He projected an aura of sincerity, in contrast to their reputation. That was more than I saw in the Krakotl on their ilk. I wondered what this predator race would have been without outside interference. Thanks, Issif. If you are certain you can control your people, I'll find an amendable place for you to direct your assistance, I whispered.
Humor flashed in his eyes. Anything for a friend, though I presume you don't want me to share our food stash.
I hesitated. Actually, if you have extra herbivore food, it might be edible to us. We're omnivores.
Ha! You are leaf flickers, duly noted. I'll see what I can do.
This encounter went better than I anticipated, but unpleasantries were still ahead with the Zerudian call. Even if Issif had given us grounds to work with, a Federation and Oxor confrontation was a powder keg, and I didn't want it going off in the Sol system. Humanity had to find a way to smooth ruffled fur and keep two polar opposite species on our side. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Memory transcription subject UN Secretary-General Elias Mayer. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. After bidding farewell to the Oxor commander, I made my way to the conference hall. This hotel was once a primary site for technological conventions, expensive weddings, and even celebrity events. Now, while the catering and decor was missing, it was still a lavish enough venue to feel the call to the Zerudians. My headquarters on Earth probably didn't exist anymore. The government needed a temporary base of operations. Secretary Camper extended invitations to every world leader, with the option to attend virtually. Many would be unable to procure space transportation, while others wouldn't want to leave during a crisis.
Sir, the Zerulean ambassador is waiting on the secure channel,
Campus offered. I straightened my posture. Good. Patch him through. The adorable face that appeared on screen was enough to soften my demeanor. Charleston's brown fur looked fluffy as a cloud, and reminded just as shaggy around the cub-like ears. The side-facing eyes made him look like an anxious teddy bear. I suspected that visage would fill most humans with the urge to scoop them up and hug them. The Zerulean narrowed his eyes. I stifled a giggle at how stern he was trying to look. The expression was almost comical. That would be an inappropriate reaction, given how they felt about the Oxal's arrival. It would be preferable to keep these cute aliens as allies. This is Secretary General Meyer. Thank you for taking our call, and for your timely assistance, I offered.
I'm so sorry that what happened to Earth.
Charleston pawed at his nose, the forlorn twinkle in his eyes.
But my colleagues and I have some concerns. I believe that you didn't invite the Oxal, but you haven't tried to push them away.
The consequence of aggravating the Greys would be severe, and inadvisable at our current readiness. Candidly, we need help. There isn't exactly an outpouring of aid from the galactic community. The Zerulean began licking his paw, which was a species when did when thinking. The absent-minded grooming was distracting. I could stop my lips from curving up, despite knowing that it was a hostile gesture to their brains. The cuteness was melting away even my practiced composure.
Is there something amusing about not having aid for your planet, Mr. Mayor?
Charleston yipped. I shook my head quickly. No, not at all, Ambassador. My apologies.
Right. I've talked the Zerulean commanders into writing a more favorable report. We're going to do our best to neutralize the headlines, but I'd still expect incendiary accusations.
I understand. And, thank you for trusting us. It wouldn't surprise me if certain media outlets ran with the Predators scheming together narrative. Having the Oxor in our court was a fuel Federation factions needed to turn on us. But I didn't care. Humanity was done crawling through the mud to appease paranoid bigots. Species were either for us or against us, and they needed to decide which side pronto. In the long run, our Zerulean neighbors looked to be decent friends. I couldn't imagine their fleet's thought process when the Oxor arrived. It would be understandable if they left at the sight of Greys and humans fighting side by side. The fact that the quadruped stayed meant that it was worth justifying our position.
It's the least I could do, Charleston purred. We want to help with the rescue efforts. We have thousands of hospital ships in the system you call Proxima Centauri. That's where I am now. Our military might be unimpressive, but our doctors are second to none.
Medical assistance would be appreciated, Ambassador. Please, send them at your earliest convenience. My voice took on a pleading lilt, contemplating Earth's desperation. If there's any information you need about human biology,
the Venel data has given us a baseline, but the issue is sending unarmed civilians into an Oxor occupation. I want to help, but how do I authorize that order?
You want me to get rid of the Greys first?
Yes.
For our safety, Charleston, with respect. They haven't attacked a single one of your ships so far.
I'm sure that the monsters who snack on our cubs have benevolent intentions towards the Zerulean race. I should invite them over for dinner.
That's not what I meant. Human lives are...
What about our lives? These are good, selfless people.
With an emergency service down in the metropolitan areas, there was nobody to respond to medical calls. Anyone who suffered a heart attack or sustained serious injuries was on their own. I would prefer Zerulean medics tending to our people, rather than famished Oxor. That said, ISIF's forces were the only protection Earth had right now. We needed both of their offerings. As I said, I'm unwilling to aggravate the Oxor now, I replied, but I am confident this commander will not attack your doctors.
Charleston bared his tiny teeth. You can't be confident enough. The Orcs are not trustworthy. They're sapient-eating fiends.
I know. But there are good people on Earth that need your help, and I believe the Greys will stand down if asked. Please, trust my judgment. This one time...
Oh, damn it, human. I'll send my medical ships, but if anything happens to them, this is the last Cerulean aid you're getting. They're not expendable.
I inwardly cursed this gabble. Thank you. Camper, please contact the Chief Hunter. Let him know the inbound fleet are rescue workers and are not to be harmed. Secretary of Alien Affairs departed with haste. The Cerulean scientist began pacing in a nervous daze, as he was sent this transmission to his men. Humanity would remember the quadruped's heroism for generations. I didn't know how we could thank them enough. A close-knit alliance might form out of this tragedy. What am I going to do about the other friendly diplomats? They showed just how much they care for predators' lives. A bipedal sapien popped up in front of the camera, as though my thoughts summoned him. His coarse pelt was a tone of red fox, and his face with some white markings. I racked my brain, identifying him as a yodel. It was all I could do not to launch into a tirade against his inaction. What was Ambassador Laulo doing with Charleston?
I am sorry about Earth, too, the marsupial barked. Humans have been the only ones that treated us as equals, rather than a charity case.
I narrowed my eyes and forced myself to maintain a level tone. The Ceruleans didn't mention we had company. What can I do for you?
I just want you to know that we do care about what happened to humanity. Stars, I feel stupid saying this out loud. I really wish we could have helped like Charleston.
Those words are easy to say, aren't they? Why didn't the yodel raise a call law? The Cerulean ambassador watched in silence, breaking his ears in discomfort. I urged myself to rein in my fury for his sake. This wasn't a discussion to have in front of our newest allies. Holding the bystanders accountable couldn't alienate our neighbors.
Laulo averted his gaze. We don't have our own fleet yet to send you, so, I guess we're useless to you. We're the newest uplifts. Guess you think that we're worthless primitives now, too.
I mulled over his explanation in silence. That did alter my perspective. If Yodel hadn't developed any military assets to mobilize, it didn't sound like the Federation had done anything more than dump technology in their lab, and expect them to figure it out. Perhaps the apologetic statement was worth something.
Anyhow, I scrounged up millions of volunteers to help you rebuild, the uplift grumbled. We have lots of untapped resources, and it's labor if you want it. We need external transport to get to Earth. I'm sorry if my offer is so underwhelming.
I raised my hands in reassurance. We would love any help you're willing to extend. It doesn't have to come in a military form, Lalo. Maybe we can teach you a thing or two about our engineering.
Really? You would do that?
Of course. We're still new to the Federation technology ourselves. The two of us can figure out their secrets together. The Yodel's expression was the image of relief, as he squeezed his eyes shut. I felt sorry for the poor guy. If he was expecting the rebuke for technological deficiencies, perhaps this exchange was reason enough for me to move the goalposts. Anyone who offered assistance would be in my good graces, whether it was military or not. Some of our allies might have been too scared to fight, which could be fixed. They might have been too far away or didn't have the spare military resources. Charleston gave the uplifted a friendly nudge. You can ask us for help too. I knew I was right to bring you along. I apologize if I snapped at you, Lalo. It's been a difficult 48 hours, I muttered. Have you guys heard anything from the other human allied races? The Cerulean sighed. No, I'm afraid not. I pursed my lips. In no additional species expressed the slightest concern for our predicament. That lessened the possibility of extenuating circumstances. According to my sources, the Mazics and the Sivkits hadn't been partial to us. Maybe the absent races had blamed us for killing their diplomats because of our predatory compulsions. Should I even bother reaching out to any of them? My throat felt dry. Well, I appreciate both of you. Please keep in touch if you have any concerns. Charleston waved a paw. Wait, Mayor, I know now might not be the right time, but there was an idea I'd like to mention at least. Go on. The Ceruleans and the Yodel are both interested in a human exposure program, Lalo chimed in. Like you did with the Venlil at first contact. Charleston pricked his ears. Obviously, some civilians are going to be sharply exposed to rescue efforts, but I still think it's important to foster understanding and discussion in a controlled environment. I nodded. We'd be amenable to that idea, though any human candidates will carry emotional baggage after this attack. I'll see what I can do to set that up. Excellent. Take care, Mayor, and let me know our hospital fleet status regularly. The Cerulean terminated the call, and I flopped down on the chair with exhaustion. Human participation in an exchange program shouldn't be an issue, given how cute our helpers were. A few friends in the galaxy was a silver lining. The future ahead of us was going to be rife with war and suffering. We needed to maintain some positive relations to stay sane. I fished out my holopad and contemplated the address I was live-streaming tonight. My original speech was mired with blame and bitterness focused on revenge. There was room for such sentiment, but that was also how the Orcs ended up with such a warped ideology. What humanity needed was hope. The first word spilled out of my fingers in a burst of inspiration. To the people of the planet of Earth, you who have been preyed upon by an unreasonable enemy, I know you are grieving the innocent blood that has been spilled this week. You feel hurt and anger for the loved ones taken away too soon. I share every scrap of your pain. But I want you to know is that humanity will endure, and that we are not alone. Not only do we have each other, but we have friends who stand with us. The Ceruleans and the Vendel fought with us, and gave us a sliver of optimism for a better life amongst the stars. It is time to unite with everyone who believes in our ideals, to stand as a single species with a single purpose. Together, we will go for the Federation's throat, relentless in the face of injustice. We will bring our enemies and our persecutors to their knees. If it takes a millennia to rectify this vendetta, humanity calls for atonement for our right to exist. When we are done, the galaxy shall know what a hunter is. My lips curled up with malice. The speech required some tweaking, but it carried a suitable degree of vengefulness. Governor Taba would be relieved that I tempered my prior message down a notch. If humanity could unify for the purpose of destruction, then the Federation would have a genuine reason to fear us. There would be a reckoning for Earth, and I didn't know that our organization would survive it. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Memory transcription subject Captain Calsip. Krakatl Alliance Command. Date Standardized Human Time October 18th, 2136. Darkness had fallen over the reserve when I peeked out from the tent. Sleep had instilled new energy in my veins. There was a slim hope of escaping Earth, if we could keep away from human search parties. Our posse needed to figure out our next move, and how to transport the Predator Kid without harming it. A muffled whine echoed from behind me. I twisted around to see Arjun, bound in tight rope from head to toe. It must have woken before me, and been struggling to break free. Several layers of tape had been slapped over its mouth, wasting medical gauze. I assumed Zahn didn't want to hear the human speak. Swallowing my nerves, I approached it. Shh, it's okay. I'm gonna have to rip the tape off. Close your eyes. How could Zahn treat this like a thoughtless animal? Predators or not, humans were feeding sapiens. The level of bindings was both excessive and unnecessary. Something as simple as tying a bell around the leg would suffice. It didn't seem fast or stealthy. The predator child squeezed its eyes shut. I yanked its adhesive off as quickly as I could and winced at the grimace on its features. The skin by its lips carried a red patch behind. The creature refrained from biting me with its slobbery canines, which was a relief. I set to work untangling the series of knots. What happened if Arjun tried to take me by surprise once it was loose? It could go for my gun before I knew it hit me. I was within grappling distance, and its reflexes must be quicker than mine. The last of the rope came untangled, and the human wriggled out of its entrapments. My gaze drifted to my sidearm. I took a few steps back and barely resisted the urge to draw a weapon. The kid had faced enough hardship these past few days. It needed someone to be civilized. The watery look in its eyes. Poor thing is terrified. There's no question these wretches have feelings. I'm sorry they did that to you, Arjun. Are you okay? I asked gently. It sniffled.
The only reason you're not killing me is because you think that they'll trade resources for me. I heard you talked about me.
That stopped Zahn and Jarlo from shooting you, didn't it? I would have let you go, trust me. I want to get you back to your family.
That's bullshit. Those two aliens are evil. If you want me released, then help me get out of here.
I was beginning to regret taking the tape off the thing's mouth. That competitive shouting wasn't helping anyone. It needed to keep its voice down, or Zahn would realize I was trying to console the human. However, expecting an aggressive predator to keep its head was a bit overambitious. Holding the Stahl to Krakatl sensibility standards could be unfair. I need the doctor cooperating, my feathers puffed out in irritation. My friend with the bandages will die without him. He's a good person, smart, witty. The predator bared his teeth.
None of you are good people. You killed millions indiscriminately, and you liked it.
You don't know what you're talking about. I had to choose between hundreds of civilizations and yours. It was a terrible decision, but a necessity for the continuance of life. Every step of the way, I tried to minimize human suffering.
By dropping bombs on cities, do you hear yourself?
The very last moment we approached Earth, I was trying to think of another way. My own crew hates that I treat your kind with dignity, and that I offer predators surrender.
Then your crew are assholes.
Arjun's voice sounded hoarse, and its lips looked dry. How had Zahn expected it to drink water with its mouth taped shut? The Takan doctor hadn't even left rations nearby. It probably wouldn't make that hateful expert giddy if it died of dehydration. I fished through my own rations, making sure never to turn my back on the human. It would be foolish to leave myself vulnerable to pouncing or strangulation. The child watched with interest as I procured a canteen. It gulped down a bit more than I'd like before handing the canister back.
Jala is the other Krakatl you saw. Her brain doesn't feel empathy or fear, I said. She can't help that she's vicious, any more than you can.
In fact, Arjun is much more capable of compassion, as it has tried to appeal to my morality several times. It cares for more than its own life.
The beast scowled. Humans are not vicious. You're brainwashed, Kalsum. We have lives, family, schools, jokes, songs, and games, just like you.
I'm sorry for all the beauty you've lost, but that doesn't change the truth. Tell me that you can't see humans killing or enslaving weaker cultures, that you wouldn't happily take our worlds away and reduce us to playthings.
What? That's not our plan. We would never do that.
Yet, you've done these things to your own kind. And we are alien, not human. You'll build your empire off our backs, one way or another. It's in your DNA, passed on from your ancestors to little ones like you. Your growth is a threat. Arjun clenched his fists in indignation, but was distracted by its stomach growling. Racking my brain, I tried to recall what Noah shared about human needs. The speaker claimed that their diet was primarily vegetation, and that they could live without meat. That meant this adolescent could consume our food without issue. My talons retrieved a slab of dried tree bark. Here, stop arguing with me and eat this.
That doesn't look like my food.
Arjun eyed the offering suspiciously. It took a hesitant nibble and then spit out the bite.
It's bitter. Gross.
I'm giving you my ration so you don't starve. It doesn't have to taste like your delectable, blood-filled cuisine. The kid made a disgusted face but swallowed several bites. The gagging sound it made seemed rather dramatic. You'd think that it was expelling its lungs, or that I'd fed it a corrosive poison. This ruckus was going to ensure Zahn and Jala checked on us. Few Krakatl would have gone out of their way to ensure a predator's welfare. Arjun didn't understand why its planet was attacked, but I didn't blame it for that. It was emotionally distressed and unable to see these matters with objectivity. Maybe the youth would come to know that I protected it in time. The Takan doctor sauntered in, wielding a pistol. Good grief, Kalsum. You've let it loose and you're feeding it. Tree bark. We don't want it to lose its mind and gorge on Thion's corpse, I said. Speaking of which, where is the first officer? Don't change the fecking subject. No, so now, instead of being bartered for supply, this human is using up precious resources and manpower. It's a temporary loss. We don't want to offer up this kid as a walking skeleton. Why the hell not? If you keep its stomach empty, the humans will be under more of a time constraint to get it back. That's assuming predators care at all. Arjun shoved the last of the bark at its mouth, inching away from Zahn. Its cheeks were tear-stained, but absolute hatred shone in its pupils as well. I couldn't imagine how overwhelming the predatory chemicals flowing through its veins were. The doctor's lack of compassion was staggering, with how cold his suggestion of salvation was. You would think that he had Jala's disorder. I fixed the Takan with a glare. First off, we would encourage the humans to treat us the same in kind. This predator doesn't deserve to suffer for existing. It has suffered enough pain and heartache today. The physician swished its tail. You're so worried about its feigned emotions. Why do you care what it feels?
Pick you! I'm not an it!
The human growled. Zahn charged the kid, rearing back with his firearm. The doctor trembled with anger as he swung the gun towards its head. The predator's binocular gaze widened in alarm. I couldn't let it be beaten to a pulp for speaking its mind, when all it had done was complain about our language. Arjun had a family and a future out there, which was jeopardized by the Takan's malice. The more I considered our conversation, its intelligence was impressive for a child. Granted, it would help propagate the survival of the human race, but that seemed like a likely probability no matter what. So what did harming it achieve? I don't want to see it in pain, or worse, end up like Thion. Without realizing I had moved, I stretched my wings into the strike path. Zahn was committed to the blow by the time I had obstructed his ankle. The metal gun connected with my soft tissue, while the human cowered behind the feathery shield. Pain flared down my left appendage, resonating to the bone. The throbbing sensation was nauseating, and a single glance told me it was broken. Crap! You broke my wing! I screeched, doubling over in anguish. What if it had been Arjun's head? You could have cracked his skull. The doctor leveled his gun barrel at me. His? My eyes widened as I realized my slip of the tongue. I shook my head, trying to filter away any positive assessments of Arjun. The kid was lying prone on the floor, and its eyes were bulging. If their tools and pack were taken away, humans weren't competent predators. I was the only one that could protect this beast. Zahn's concentration waned as a squawking Jala landed behind him. I took the opportunity to wrench the gun from his grip with my good wing. Ironically, I could use his services to patch the broken bone up. The pain intensified with the slightest movements or vibrations. The Takan hadn't even flinched at assaulting me. I brandished the firearm awkwardly. Mutiny is punishable by death, unless the captain is deemed unfit for command. Why shouldn't I carry out your sentence? Calsum, put the gun down, the doctor stammered. You're being unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable. Then what in the stall can I call you? Jala issued a hearty laugh. What did I miss? The female crocodile's eyes darted behind him, and she drew her own firearm. Arjun had capitalized on the chaos, making a break for the exit. The humans skidded to a halt once the armed sociopath blocked its path. After witnessing how slippery Terran forces were, I really should have been paying more attention to it. I hope Jala doesn't make any hasty decisions here. Zahn proved himself to a threat to crew safety and this mission. I lowered the pistol and noted the contempt in the doctor's eyes. But he's not going to disobey orders again, is he? The Takan sighed. No, sir. Your wing isn't supposed to bend like that, Calsum, Jala chuckled. I struggled to ignore the searing pain. Tell me something I don't know. Go on, laugh at my misfortune later. Is this something you need? I circled the perimeter from the skies and spotted a human a few clicks away. It's heading towards our position, and, it's armed. Arjun mustered a feral snarl. Dad! Panic swelled in my chest at the thought of the Terrans converging on our position. Confronting Arjun's father was an option, but we didn't know what that was alone. The photographer might notice that something was wrong and alert authorities. Humans were dangerous without the element of surprise. It was unclear whether our small posse could survive direct combat. It would be in our best interest to leave the kid, and that was what my conscience demanded. However, that plan wouldn't be popular with my companions. With a crippled wing, taking on Jala and Zahn was an incredible risk. Both could aim guns without difficulty, and a flight-worthy crocodile could maneuver freely. More important, the doctor's incapacitation would damn Thion. That was the main reason I couldn't punish this mutiny. The Farsol's life took precedence over Arjun's welfare, plain and simple. I had to keep it together until Thion regained consciousness. It's time to move, I decided. Where is your patient, Zahn? The doctor scowled. Thion is safe. Jala crafted a pulley system and put him up in a nearby tree. Predators won't get to him there.
though I can't speak for humans finding him. Good. We need to hurry before dozens of full-grown beasts descend on us. We'll come back as soon as the human activity cools off. Jala began collecting our supplies, as well as anything Arjun had that was useful. I steered the kid out into the open, trying to be gentle with my gun prodding. Intimidating it wasn't my desire, but we needed to move quickly. There was no time for diplomatic approach. Arjun looked around in desperation as we staggered out of the encampment. I knew it wanted to be rescued. That pleading gaze reminded me of the burning pups praying to be saved from their extermination. Why did it have to jog up those memories with every expression? I thought that I was past that guilt. "Dad, help!" the kid screamed. "There!" I clapped my good wing over its mouth. "You idiot! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zahn passed me a roll of medical gauze, a conceited glint in his eye. I could hear the words "told you so" from the smug doctor. He scowled at the human, tracing a toe over his own throat slowly. The child swallowed, and I suppose it's understood its gesture. I applied a single layer of tape and offered a sympathetic pat. The predator hadn't left much choice other than to gag it. Not only could that wailing cry have alerted his father, but it could have drawn attention from the forest beasts. That squashed all hopes of Arjun's guardian accepting a disappearance as tragic accident. Its suspicions were going to be elevated, and its protective instincts would seek answers. Our entourage was about to find out how exactly good humans were at attacking. End of story. Chapter 56. Memory transcription subject, Captain Calsum, Crowcattle Alliance Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. The leafy ground crunched underfoot as we steered the Terran prisoner across the park. I was certain that Arjun was purposely stomping on brittle patches. The kid wanted to make as much noise as possible in an attempt to summon others of its kind. It didn't matter how much of a ruckus it made, or if it dragged its feet. With how slow humans plodded along, we had to at least an hour of walking between us and the returning father. It would tire after sustained exertion, and be forced to retrieve a vehicle to close that distance. That left time to snack and hydrate. I ambled along on weary legs. How do land animals walk everywhere? I wish I still could fly. Zahn? And I wish that I could exsanguinate that thing of yours. It would die in minutes if I sliced that big artery on his neck, the doctor muttered. Jala chuckled. Do you think its eyes would stay open after we axed its head? Or maybe they would, pop right out of its skull. We're not killing it, I snapped. Life, even tainted life, is sacred. True exterminators do not kill for fun or for laughs. Zahn pulled a scalpel from his bag and inspected the reflective metal. The Takan must be considering how it would be to slice through a predator's skin. I wondered why he hated humans, when his species government voted to be their allies. What left him so certain that social hunters had no emotions or benefits? I tried to focus on our travels, knowing that we couldn't rest before Arjun's father did. The kid's skin was damp, but the strain to its breathing was minimal. We'd been walking in the afternoon heat for an hour, and its legs weren't fully grown. It should be panting and stumbling with exhaustion. What regiment has this human hatchling been through? Its little legs must be on fire. We need to rest for its sake, soon. Additionally, there had been a surprising lack of predator sightings in the forest environment. Something must have picked up our scent by now, but none of them had investigated further. Did other hunters fear the apex humans? The primates shouldn't scare wild beasts with their unimpressive forms. Arjun jerked backward and howled against the tape. I cursed as the kid crippled my broken wing. Did I tell you to stop walking? I mean, we'll rest in a few minutes. You're almost there. It continued screaming beneath the gag, and its binocular eyes were almost hysterical. If something frightened the predator, that gave me pause. There must be a reason it refused to walk, unless this was a time-wasting trick. The fear looked strikingly real, though, so I was inclined to believe its antics. A blood-curdling hiss permeated the air, and movement flashed across the leafy ground. A brown creature uncoiled its scaly body, lifting its head towards us. A forked tongue waggled from its mouth,
like a seesaw. The way it slithered forward was alien and unnerving. There were no legs that I could see. That's a prey animal. It has side-facing eyes, I decided. The poor thing must be trying to scare off the predator, flattening its neck like that. I can't believe that works on a sapient human. The alarm in Argent's gaze intensified, and beads of sweat surfaced on its skin. We would have stepped on the reptile if the kid hadn't failed the bout. Why was it so terrified of a crippled animal? The tiger's bite was much more petrifying than this thing. The human seemed to forget about the gun to its back and bolted away with impossible energy. That mad dash reminded me of Federation species in a mindless stampede. Maybe these frail primates incorporated some prey instinct into their hardware to compensate for their weakness. Jala lined up a gun barrel. Better learn to fly real quick, Arjun. My eyes widened. Don't shoot it. You're no fun. I'm not just letting that scrawny beast go. The sociopath was airborne before I could stop her and bore down on Arjun with powerful flaps. She swiped her talons across its shoulder, carving twin gashes into its flesh. The human yelped. It lost its balance from the blow and toppled to the ground. Jala's takeoff aggravated the hissing animal, which hadn't blinked a single time. Shouldn't it have calmed down now that the predator was gone? Zahn seemed to feel bad for it, since the sight of Arjun had traumatized it. He wanted to show it that we weren't like the humans. The doctor reached out to give it a comforting pat.
Nobody's gonna hurt you, sweetie. Did those nasty apes eat your baby?
The panicked animal was still in fending off predator mode. It was worked up into a frenzy, desperate and aggressive to any movements. Zahn was oblivious to the opening of its mouth. It bit the doctor with tiny teeth, and he grabbed his arm in pain. My gun was readied within a second, and I dispatched a shot through its head. I cursed at the Khan for making me shoot a non-sapient victim to Terran incursions. To make matters worse, any nearby human would hear that reverberation. You had to try and touch a terrified, helpless prey animal, I sighed. Zahn inspected the 2 tiny puncture marks.
I just wanted to soothe it, Coulson. Let me disinfect the wound. Barely a scratch.
My pupil swiveled towards Arjun, who had ripped the tape off its own mouth. Jala was looming over it and pecked at its earlobe to draw a reaction. I rushed over to intervene, pushing the female crocodile away from the downed kind. My curiosity demanded an explanation for the freak-out. That was irresponsible of you to run off. You startled that poor animal, I grumbled. All that panic for a rudimentary threat display. Arjun gawked at my marks on Zahn's grey skin. The snake bit you? Listen, Coulson, if you don't get him to a human medic, he's going to die. Painfully.
Die? I'm not falling for that,
the doctor scoffed.
Our species actually knows how to treat infections.
We have penicillin too, Dr. Psycho. Do you have no concept of venom? You're going to be paralyzed and unable to breathe in an hour.
It does burn quite a bit, Captain, but I have painkillers. Besides, if I was actually poisoned, this human would want me to die and languish. That's all they're capable of wanting.
My eyes narrowed as Zahn confessed to localized pain. His arm did look rather swollen near the puncture wounds. But again, medical professionals should recognize the signs of blood poisoning. I hoped that he wouldn't brush off Argent's warning just because the human passed it along. We do need to keep moving, urgently. I'll monitor Zahn's symptoms, and if it gets worse, I'll figure something out. Let's, get in a few more minutes of walking, and then we'll settle down, I said. We can disinfect your wound and, Argent's incisions. The predator kid flexed his shoulder with a wince. The crimson blood staining its artificial pelt was drying. It pursed its lips like it wanted to argue, but I waved it along at gunpoint. The human shuffled ahead in silence, not wanting the tape to be reapplied. The tree covering thinned out, and we pressed ahead for several monotonous minutes. I remained on the lookout for snakes, just in case. I didn't make sense why Arjun would help its tormentor. Also, if snakes are really that dangerous and frightening, why hadn't humans exterminated them? Zahn sucked in a sharp breath, facial muscles contorting. His pace had begun to lag several steps behind ours. He touched the affected area with his other paw and screamed in a high register, tears trickling from his eyes.
Ah! My blood is on fire!
He squealed. The Takan slumped against the base of a tree. writhing in agony. Argent's eyebrows twitched as though it was in pain itself. Perhaps I had underestimated the scope of human empathy. The best we could hope for after this failed mission was that their murders were less sadistic than the Oxal hunts.
Make it stop!
Zahn shrieked. Jala puffed out her feathers.
Shut up! You're giving away our location.
It hurts so bad. Help me! It's like acid. It's...
The female crocodile retrieved a medical tape, and I slapped it out of her grip with a good wing. She wasn't going to shut Zahn up like an animal. While he was in anguish, losing the doctor was unacceptable. His services were needed for a fine officer's survival. Arjun knelt on his knees and coaxed the Takan into a prone position. I knew Zahn was out of it when he didn't resist the beast's contact. The predator was remarkably gentle with his motions. It showed decency to an enemy that did not deserve it, just like my officers said I had, where humans were involved. I'm glad I treated the kind with respect, that I didn't make them suffer, and I didn't enjoy their deaths.
Kelsum, we need to get help,
Arjun pleaded. The doctor grip tightened around the glass lump.
Get lost, Predator. You just want me to watch my suffering up close. You're lapping it up.
I don't want to watch anyone die. You're the one who wanted to watch humans suffer up close.
No, wounded prey smells good, right? Wait, to get your pickings until I'm dead.
We never wanted to eat you. I'm a vegetarian. It's part of my religion, to show compassion for animals.
My eyes widened at its proclamation. The predator had to be joking. It was Federation religions that dictated that preying on animals was greedy, bloodthirsty, and evil. Natural-born hunters would never follow any ideology that demonized their own existence. How did that make the slightest sense?
I thought humans were interesting,
Jala clicked.
but they're pathetic, just like everyone else, cowering in the face of danger, religion about compassion, crying over people who are dead like it's so sad.
I glared at her. I've told you from the beginning, humans have selective empathy. Our knowledge of them is evolving, but their expansionism is incompatible with peace.
Don't be fooled, Jala. They're brutal, cunning, and manipulative.
Zahn gasped.
Their history is one of conquest and invasions. Humans cook up new ways to kill each other. Always.
The doctor howled through gritted teeth as a spasm rippled down his afflicted limb. His pain cry morphed into a full-throated scream. Arjun wordlessly poured some water over the Takan's head, trying to cool his burning skin. Somehow, I trusted the predator to not finish him off. My attention shifted to the finding of an effective painkiller. Before I realized what was happening, a deafening gunshot echoed behind me. Jala was hovering over Zahn, a crazed look in her eyes. The physician's body went slack as blood gushed from his temple. The human gaped as the corpse brushed his leg. I aimed my sidearm at the sociopath. What did you do? Drop your weapon!
That's precisely how to shut someone up, she chirped. Enough of your games, Kalsum. We do this my way now.
Drop the gun.
Come on. You hated Zahn. He was making too much noise.
The predator said that he was going to die anyway. Plus, you would have had to stay here and listen to him scream.
This is your last warning. The human is slowing us down too,
and it'll actively work against us at every turn. I'm doing you a favor. Make your choice, me or Arjun. Jala swiveled the pistol towards the predator kid, who seemed stunned by Zahn's death. Arjun had never seen a creature die in front of it, had it? The words it said about compassion for animals reminded me of my extermination philosophy. We both killed when it was necessary, and contained our damage to the rightful sources. Against all odds, I appreciated the predator's way of life. It was honorable and empathetic enough, not yet lost to the destructive instincts. I had more in common with this prowler than Jala. There was some attachment to it, to him, in that I didn't want to watch him die in front of me. I squeezed the trigger, and a succinct pop indicated a successful shot. Shock flashed in the sociopath's eyes before her body crashed alongside Zahn's. The gun slipped from my grasp in a daze. Had I just lost both able-bodied crew in the span of minutes? Arjun scrambled to his feet, Scooping up the weapon, he didn't point it at me for some reason. Blue Takan blood was splattered alongside his own scarlet shade. The little predator flopped down beside the doctor's satchel. "You're hurt. We need to treat your wounds and find your father," I stammered. The human didn't respond and merely got to work patching his own injuries. My instincts should have created an uproar over my proximity to an armed predator. However, I couldn't process fear through the shock. This world of death and wilderness, Earth, could not be my reality. I zoned out, staring into the distance. My story would come full circle. It was ended by a predator I chose to spare. Quite a poetic conclusion for turning my back on my occupation. The 3 Federation castaways would lie unburied in this infested land for all eternity. Tyon is unconscious and abandoned, and this predatory hell. Snap it out of it, Kelsum. There was a slight cracking sound from above, which broke my trance. Before I could glance up, something rough brushed against my throat. The next thing I knew, rope clinched around my throat with a suffocating knot. My body was yanked upwards, and I found myself standing on empty space. I instinctively tried to loosen the noose as my entire mass dangled in its secure embrace. My wings attempted to tread air, searing, all-encompassing pain lancing down my broken bone. Generating lift was impossible. "Son!" a thunderous voice barked from above. "Get out of here and call for help! Marcos is looking for these feckers!" How had Argent's father gotten here so soon? There was no way the human predator could have closed the distance without running. But running that long was impossible, unless their endurance was nigh divine. The kid hadn't tied it all either. "Oh, sweet Anatala." Argent palmed his back hair. "Tell me you regret what your species did, Kelsum. Please." "Regret? Sure. I always did," I croaked. "But it was the only way to secure a future. I did my duty." The human youngling watched as my oxygen supply dissipated. His vicious eyes watered. I knew he was thinking about Bangalore and contemplating how my orders leveled dozens of cities like that. The poor thing never understood the bleak necessity. The constricting pain centered around my larynx, and my field of vision began to diminish. Awareness was receding like sinking into a vast ocean. Struggling didn't seem important anymore. I felt like I lived a good life, a meaningful one. "Cut Kelsum down, Dad, please." Argent's voice sounded as though it came from underwater. "He saved my life from the other 2 multiple times. I don't want him killed." The adult human growled a reply I didn't register. Its voice was charged with a bellowing savagery, a preview of what Argent would sound like at full maturity. I didn't want to see him transform into an unstable beast, constantly beleaguered by the need to chase. That sickening development was the reason why pups were supposed to be exterminated. The kid offered a plea to that was incoherent, as my eyes fluttered shut with grim realization. The rope released its grip. Then I plummeted back to earth with a muted sensation. The little predator poked at my beak, but I couldn't move a muscle. The world was fading away, leaving me helpless at the paws of a warlike monsters. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Memory transcription subject, Slinek, Venlil Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. Marcel leaned over the destroyer's railing, allowing the salt water to splash his face. The predator's eyes stared where the towering skyline of New York City had once been. His loved ones were in one of the nearby bunkers, perhaps buried beneath a mountain of rubble. The human resolved to search for Nudi and Lucy, but I feared his reaction if they weren't found alive. The American military sent most available service members to the remnants of its largest city, once the environment was deemed safe. Rescue prospects weren't promising for the main hubs, so efforts would be focused on the city's outskirts. With the traditional Navy ports and space docking sites pulverized, the boats would allow alien visitors to touch down. My skin crawled at the thought of the Orcs landing on Earth. I remember what the Greys had done on the bombed-out cradle. They terrified me that they might get a taste for human flesh. What if the survivors, like Marcel, were rounded up onto a cattle ship? The thought of him being caged or tortured again filled me with despair. Minutes from now, those monsters were going to be walking on this very deck. I couldn't stop focusing on that image. Every instinct compelled me to hurl myself overboard. The Terrans were in no condition to protect me. I didn't believe for a second that those emotionless predators were genuinely here to help. The red-haired human studied his reflection in the water. Crap! Do you remember the first time we chatted online, Snowneck?
You said hello. I said at my keyboard for 2 hours, trying to envision your true intent, I muttered. I was terrified to talk to a predator.
Wait, that's why you didn't answer right away. I mean, I was nervous too, but more about fecking up first contact.
Mark, all I could think of was, what have I done? After several bouts of crying, multiple drafted messages to Republic Emergency Services to drop out of the program.
You asked me, with no context or greeting, what I saw when I looked in the mirror. Marcel didn't finish the anecdote, instead tilting his head in consideration. At the time, the human answered, a mouth, a nose, 2 eyes, and ears. I'd been concerned if that changed. The horrors of my imagination evaporated with laughter. I felt guilty that I had been so preoccupied with his appearance in the beginning. The worry creases on his forehead aged him by a decade, as did the blemish of the scars on his cheek. By comparison, my friend's paralyzing gaze had been full of life, with that snarl he couldn't contain. I wanted to remember the humans as that optimistic race, affectionate and carefree. Whatever compromise our beloved predators had to make, I wouldn't let them change my perspective.
I see a survivor.
I swallowed my nerves. I propped myself over the railing. My grey fur was a matted mess, and my slender ears were pinned in terror.
Two of them, actually. Please, don't let the Oxor eat me.
He ruffled the stray tuft of my head. I'm scared too, buddy. I have nightmares about them eating that immobilized Gojid, then eating you or Nulia. Is it wrong to admit that?
No. Your feelings are important too. You're just really good at acting strong.
Keyword, acting. An angular craft rocketed down from the cloud cover, and I squeezed my tail around the human's wrist. The curvature of the ship's belly suggested that it was stocked with missiles. It was brimming with weaponry from every angle. The engines roared as it completed its atmospheric descent, following the Terran glide slope. The Oxor vessel slammed onto the deck, and our personnel eyed it warily.
There are human snipers watching them from the mast. I wonder if the Greys noticed. Better hope my friends can react quicker than those demons can snap me in half.
Paralyzing terror coursed through my bloodstream as a dozen of Oxor lumbered out into the open. They lugged some supply crates onto the deck and waved for the humans to collect them. Terran personnel scurried over to sort through the offerings. I could see the primates' eyes that they were concerned about opening up a cattle gift. One Oxor was directing the others with a cracked skin around its eyes suggesting its age. Its nostrils flared with obvious hunger, entranced by the whiff of Vendel in the breeze. Ghastly reptilian eyes snapped my way, and yellow teeth flared in a ferocious snarl. Why had Marcel's benign canines ever frightened me? The enemy commander began ambling towards us. It leaned forward as it walked, poised to drop into a primal lunge in a heartbeat. Its pupils were darker than the frigid side of Vendel Prime, and its drab scales glistened like obsidian. I could see the saliva coagulating around its lips. It's okay, Slanek. I'm right here, Marcel growled. My heart hammered so ferociously that I swayed on my feet. The human caught me with a steady hand. All thoughts were shutting down, like a hard reset to the noggin. Every conscious impulse screamed to propel myself into the ocean, but my brain signals weren't registering. I sank my claws into my human's forearm, whimpering like a wounded prey. Tears flowed down my pale face, dripping onto his pale skin. Marcel massaged my scruff and tried to stop me from shaking uncontrollably. His gentle touch wasn't enough to counter the Oxor, standing right across from me. How could we have ever considered such an abomination sapient? It was the spitting image of death itself. Nothing motivated other than its appetite and its cruelty.
Greetings. I'm going to assume that you're in charge, since you have a Venlil
attached. The Oxor's warm breath hit me on the cheek, as it spoke in a reverberating roar. My name is Chief Hunter Isif. We understand this was the United Nations headquarters, so I decided to accompany this landing party.
Marcel cleared his throat. What can I do for you?
A faint sliver of awareness crept back in. I didn't understand why my human wouldn't point this monster towards an actual officer, and far away from us. I wanted to study the vegetarian's expression, but I couldn't turn my eyes away from the Oxor. It hadn't stopped staring at me from the moment it approached. Requesting permission to set up emergency housing. I can have structures and basic amenities organized in a day, Bishop barked.
I don't think that'll be an issue, the red human said. If you're aiding search and rescue, would you come with me to a neighborhood called Midwood? The people in those bunkers are UN priority.
Gladly. I'll pick several of my finest to accompany you.
Oh, and tell your soldiers not to desecrate any human bodies.
Cut it out. We don't eat each other, whatever the Federation told you. So why would any of us want to eat humans?
The Chief Hunter's eyes lingered on me, the actualization of every nightmare I ever had. My spine pressed back against Marcel's chest, using his muscular form for support. Every muscle in my body felt weak as jelly, and my nerves were overstimulated beyond salvaging. I wanted to crawl under a rock and never show my face again. The Oxal sighed, slinking off to the swish of its tail. It conversed with some Terran personnel for a moment, then issued emphatic orders. Several Greys filed into a human helicopter, a strange aircraft that had twin blades on its roof. The racket stung my ears, and the propeller revved to life. Okay, I don't expect you to come with me, Slanek. Marcel released a forceful exhale, and set me back on my paws. But getting to my family can't wait. I have to know.
So you're hitching a ride with the child-eating predators. What will Noodlia think if she's alive? I spat. You just said that you have nightmares about those things devouring her.
Using the Oxel will get me there the quickest. I'm sorry. There's no line I won't cross. I have nothing to live for without them.
What about me? I care about you. After what we've been through together.
Don't make this about you, buddy. I get why Sovlin losing his family broke him now. If they're dead, so am I.
Marcel, please.
Go home, Slanek. I hope you succeed in all your future aspirations. Thank you for giving a predator like me a chance. The red-haired human shouldered his rifle and duffel bag and limped over to the waiting helicopter. Those hazel eyes never so much as glanced back. His slender fingers were curled into a fist. Recollections of my predator, starving and beaten, darted through my mind. I could see those same hands pressed up against the glass as he reached out, a little lost of his strength.
Marcel tried to protect me in these final moments too, through unimaginable pain. I can't let him throw his life away.
I remembered how helpless I felt, watching the vegetarian held at gunpoint. The pain in his eyes had been like glass shards in my heart. The thought of never speaking to him again, and learning that the Oxor chopped him up into little pieces, it filled me with the same despair. How did the Terran friend expect me to abandon him to a senseless fate? Riding along on the suicide misadventure was out of the question, though. Marcel wasn't engaging in proper thinking right now. He needed someone to drill some sense into him. Humans were significantly weaker than the Oxor, so he'd be helpless if they ambushed him.
Damn you!
I scampered after the hobbling human who was only a few paces away from the chopper.
I nursed you back from death's door, went with you to the Gojid war zone, and stayed here with you when we all thought that your Earth was going to be glassed to the core.
Marcel clambered up the chopper. You've done enough. Go away, Slanek. Get lost.
And go home, like none of this happened. I'm telling you, as your friend, not to do this. I need you to safe and alive, and I don't care if that's making this about me.
I bounded the last several steps and hurled myself into the human's leg in desperation, my hind legs scrabbling for traction on the floor. I struggled with all my might to pull the bulky predator off the helicopter. Marcel panted and shook me off with a grunt. The Arxor passengers watched with amusement. The human set his supplies on an empty seat adjacent to the cockpit. Chief Hunter Isaac was ordering the Terran pilot he'd borrowed to take off. I had to get my friend out of here now. With a panicked desperation, I yanked at his injured arm. Marcel could forgive me for the pain that caused later.
It was just only way to mitigate his superior strength and save him from his own recklessness. "Crap," he cursed. "Get the feck off of me." The vegetarian's eyes dilated with frustration, and his cheeks turned that flushed shade of red that unnerved me. His teeth bared with an obvious hostility. There was no human smile, causing his jaw to tremble. I wasn't about to be scared away by growling, even if it made my throat go dry. He was never going to hurt me. Marcel pried my claws off of him with predatory strength. His typical gentleness was gone. I mewed in protest, but the human clenched his fingers into my scruff. He carried me towards the exit in cold silence and seemed ready to toss me outside. My legs flailed in desperation, but the struggling didn't have much effect. The helicopter rose the first few feet off the ground. Chief Hunter Isaac retreated from the cockpit and darted between Marcel and the exit. The Orcs commander slid the door shut, setting off the escape route for both of us. His eyes widened in confusion as it noticed me dangling like a pup from its hands. "Take a seat. There's room for you and the animal," it snarled. "Per the map overlay, this should be a short ride." The aircraft was ascending rapidly, now above the mast in altitude. My heart sank in my chest, compounded by sheer panic. Jumping from the site would be suicide, though it might be better than being turned into cattle. Not only had I failed to get Marcel away from these monsters, but I had ended up escapeless with him. The redhead human adjusted his grip, bringing me into a normal carry position. I burrowed my head against his shirt, and he patted me with a sigh. Isaac watched us with keen interest as the Terran settled into his chosen seat. The vegetarian placed my shaking body on his lap and turned my chin towards the window with a delicate push. I was certain the other Orcs were gaping at us and salivating at the flesh on my skeleton. My hope was that my presence would stop the Greys from eating Marcel. Bendel were a juicier target, after all. That didn't lessen the dread in my heart. There was nothing worse than being trapped hundreds of feet above the ground with feral carnivores. End of chapter. Chapter 58. Memory transcription subject Slanek, then Null Space Corps. Date Standardized Human Time, October 8th, 2136. The tension was palpable as the Orcs occupants studied Marcel in silence. I gathered that the human didn't want to engage with them either. The predatory savagery from the cradle plagued my recollection, and the chilling screams of the unfortunate Gojits echoed on loop. It would be all too easy for the Greys to gut either of us with the swipe of their fangs. Chief Hunter Isaac dropped into the seat right next to us. The monster was inches away from me. It disregarded the shift in Marcel's body language. The human had leaned away, though there wasn't anywhere to go in a helicopter cabin. I got the impression his concern was for me, rather than himself.
After the attack on Earth, it's like he doesn't care what happens to him. If I wasn't about to be carved up, I'd insist to seek help.
Isaac bared his teeth ferociously. "Well, I've introduced myself. What is your name, Venlil?" Its voice was discordant snarl, amplifying humanity's typical rumble by 1,000-fold. A pathetic squeak escaped my throat, and I sobbed into Marcel's shirt. The vegetarian stroked my ear with patience, unfazed by the salty wetness soaking the fabric. I didn't know how even to persistence predator could be so calm in the face of such an eyesore. That scaly demon was a sensory hell. I'd rather be hunted by Marcel's kind for hours than look at Issip for another second. "Okay, that was the response I expected," the Oxal sighed. "What are you called, human?" The human stiffened. "Marcel Fraser, but just Marcel is fine. The Venlil here, his name is Slanek. I knew you hadn't lost your voice for Marcel. Slanek here is on Tarba's behalf, yes?" My ears perked up in alarm. How did Issip even know that name? That must mean the Orcs were targeting the governor, or had other nefarious plans for her. I refused to believe the humans would betray us by turning into intel over to the Republic. Marcel offered a curt headshake. "Slanek is a fighter pilot. We're training him to be a proper soldier." "Ha! Good one.
as if the specimen could fight.
Issa's eyes glittered with a decadent mirth, before the expression dissolved.
Oh, Prophet, you're serious, aren't you?
The red-haired human glared at the floor, not answering the reptile. It was clear my friend had little interest in the conversation. I think he only entertained the first question to get the commander to leave me alone. The monstrous predator gave up and turned its focus to the window. Our helicopter drifted above the sea of rubble, which stretched to the horizon. Building husks lingered as statues to a fallen world. The fires were splashed across the landscape. The ground was carved in a thick coating of soot. This looked like the aftermath of an Orcs raid. My heart sank in my chest as I realized how dire the outlook was for Marcel's family. The human pilot guided the craft towards the designated neighborhood. Chief Hunter Isaac craned his neck, narrowed its disgusting eyes with solemnness. I didn't understand what game it was playing, trying to make nice with the humans. We must have some dastardly plan at work. The Orcs commander maintained the brooding expression as we touched down. It ordered the other Greys to sweep the area for survivors and accrue intel for their government. Marcel rose to his feet to follow, but Issa blocked the human's path. The scaly monster gestured to the devastation behind them.
What do you think of what the Federation did, Slanek?
The chief hunter growled. My ears laid flat against my skull. I think, it looks a lot like what you do. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes.
Ah, that is a good answer. You think our species is an instrument of evil, yet you admit your friends are no different.
The Federation are monsters, not friends, but they don't eat people.
Because they don't have to. You all want my kind wiped from existence. Hell, you probably wish I dropped dead right now. Do you even see us as people?
After everything you've done, you'll never be people. To anyone. My sudden outburst took me by surprise. Marcel's fingers tensed around my scruff, and his stance shifted to a defensive posture. That commentary placed my human in a precarious situation. My money wasn't on the wounded, squishy primate if this turned physical. I should have never boarded this aircraft to begin with. The Orcs raised the ridges above its eyes and turned around with a sigh. Isif somehow restrained its aggression. The pointed huff emanated disappointment. It drew its sidearm before shuffling into the ruins of New York. Marcel followed with a bit of hesitancy. I'm sorry for what Slanek said, Chief Hunter. Any sapient is a person, no matter what they've done.
Is that so, human? The reptile grumbled. Look, our race has become a shell of itself over the centuries. I wish it wasn't like this.
My eyes widened in surprise. Polite concessions, lamenting their current status, wasn't what I expected it to say. For an emotionless predator, it was doing an excellent job at emulating regret. The fear eased enough for me to wonder what it had to gain from this act. The Orcs never attempted to converse with prey, as a rule. Why are you so cruel and merciless? The words spewed from my mouth in a rambling fervor. Why did you kill my brother and bomb my planet and eat people alive while they were running? Its nostrils flared.
Ah, yes, it's well documented that I did all of those things personally. I'm a busy guy. I get around.
Your species. Don't mock me, demon. There's no reason your breed are that cruel and morally deficient.
The Federation are the reason we're starving. Cruelty was and is a defense mechanism, in my view. I'm not excusing it. I'm answering your insults.
Defense mechanism? How so?
It was needed as a way to cope with what we had to do to survive. We're also fighting a war of extinction, well, vastly outnumbered. So it serves psychological purposes too. Encourage recorded sadism. The Federation loses because they're afraid.
The Orcs crested a mountain of rubble, and Marcel escorted us atop the debris too. One human was crawling through the street with serious burns across her extremities. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, and the sight of peeling flesh made me wince. 2 Zerulean medics had arrived on the scene already, and Americans must have directed them to a separate landing site from the Greys. A young volunteer rushed to the burned victim's side, repeating soothing words. The other quadruped kept a wide berth from the aggrieved human and trembled in terror.
Willen, I need a dose of painkillers and antiseptics now, the youthful Cerulean chimed in. Willen flicked his ears in skepticism. You know nothing about these predators, other than that the Orcs are like them. Our government has gone mad, Fraser. I can't get close to this thing. Issib's scowl intensified. The hunter gripped its sidearm with malicious intent. Rich hunger danced in its gaze, and it shared an enraged glance with Marcel. For once, I agreed with the monster. We couldn't let the medics dilly-dally with an agonized human. Fraser rounded on her partner. What we know is that humans haven't done anything wrong. They sought peace, and we're brutally attacked for it. Also, the Venlil, our ambassador, adore them. But they are predators. I'm here for the Venlil. No, we don't play God and pick and choose who we help. We save lives indiscriminately. Get with that, or get the feck out of my sight. The injured human watched with glassy eyes. Willen lowered its head before crouching at Fraser's side. He began applying wet dressings and antiseptics while his partner tended to the pain. The Ceruleans then prepped for transport to the hospital ship. Issib lowered its gun and watched as the quadruped strained to lift the human. The Orcs marched down to the site, swishing its tail in a display of dominance. The Ceruleans dropped the patient when they saw the grey skulking towards them. I was worried the abomination had regained its appetite too. Maybe it likes charred flesh like Tyler did. It could see the Terran burn victim as a perfect meal. Oh, stars! The chief hunter lifted the primate onto the gurney and fastened the straps in seconds. It backed away and growled to get the medic's attention. Fraser was wielding a syringe in her mouth, pointing it as if a shot of painkillers would stop a murderous demon. Stay back! The human Cerulean quivered, and seemed aghast at the sight of my human behind the grey. Human! And Venlo, please help us! It's kidnapping my patient! I'm not kidnapping the human. I put her on the stretcher so you can move her for evac. Issib growled. If I was hostile, trust me, you would know. I'm subtle as a sledgehammer. Marcel trundled up beside the Oxel. The last Federation physician I met wanted me dissected. Our doctors pledged to do no harm. It's a relief to see someone mirror the sentiment of the Hippocratic Oath. Willen squinted at the vegetarian. You're that human named Marcel from Noah's video. I recognize you. Chud, Fraser squeaked. I'm sorry for what they did to you. Your treatment went against every ethical principle that we stand for. The chief hunter inspected the red-haired human with confused eyes. The demonic predator mouthed the name Noah to itself and nodded something on its holopad. I think it wanted to ask what happened to my friend. Obviously, a feral animal that loathed weakness would mock his traumatic experience. Marcel pointed a hand to the stretcher, and the Cerulean sidled up to the patient hesitantly. Issib slunk beside them, moving to the brunt of the weight. The medic shuffled in terrified stupor, and the oddball group traversed the ruins. It was sad to see Earth was like this, having witnessed the city in its sprawling glory days ago. It took several minutes to reach the Cerulean hospital ship, which was hovering over a decimated roadway. We glimpsed rows of beds in its loading bay, and my human eyes widened with hope. Panicked shouts echoed from the ship's occupants as the reptile sighted. The chief hunter ducked its head, perhaps to seem less threatening. The Orcs pulled away, and more Cerulean medics hurried over to lug the patient on board. Fraser and Willem bore delirious eyes, which suggested the fear was overstimulating them. That little exertion must have been psychological torment to them. Have you rescued a Goja child, hopefully with a human female? My human growled. Willen blinked. What? A Gojid? You know, spiky brown-furred, big claws. Where is she? The Ceruleans cowered at Marcel's roar, and their hackle fur stood on end. I swatted my tail at his chin, warning him to calm down. His desperation was something I recognized, but these medics didn't understand humans yet. They probably thought that he was about to go on a rampage. Mark is very upset and loud, but he's harmless, I hissed. Please, just tell us if you've seen a Gojid. Fraser drew a shaky breath. No, only humans. I can check with our groups in the other cities, Willem added hurriedly. Maybe Berlin, Toronto, Bangkok, or Manila. Big predator drillings there. Marcel slumped his shoulders in defeat. No, they were here. They? Oh, I see. Understanding flashed in Issib's pupils. Why don't we search for your packmates at their last location? These Ceruleans could help us look around.
The human nodded, blinking away tears. The Orcs all focused on his watery eyes and gave him a rough tail slap on the arm. If I didn't know better, I would think this poor attempt at comfort. Their species devoid of empathy was mimicking a trait, of course. Isif was clearly awkward and unpracticed at that falsified aspect. Valasia's gaze softened as she shared a glance with her partner.
We'll help you search.
But I prepare for the likeliest possibility. As a predator, you should be logical about the situation, Willem said.
Willem, he clearly grasps the extent of the dead. There's nothing logical about this. Where are we going, Marcel?
The red-haired primate browsed his holopad and searched the location via GPS. The local terrain was unrecognizable, so I doubted that he could distinguish Nulia's bunker from the other scrap heap. The device pinpointed a location a quarter of a mile from the hospital ship. All I could see there was a thick hill of concrete.
Anything living must be crushed beneath that. It's likely the bunker collapsed from pressure.
Marcel would barely put pressure on his injured leg, but he staggered ahead for a minute-long trek. I could feel the human's grief expanding with every step. My predator was cracking alongside the buildings of New York. It hurt to see my friend, who I believe could withstand any emotion, crumbling. His distress frightened me as much as the hideous Orcs all flanking us. Marcel reached the selected debris mound, and I dismounted onto my own paws. This must be the fallout shelter his family relocated to. The human hurled himself on all floors, flinging the smallest rocks behind him in a frenzy. An animalistic grunt reverberated from his chest as he strained against his arm injury to tug at a massive rock chunk. Chief Hunter Asif pressed his shoulder against the debris and moved it enough to leave a tiny gap. Marcel pawed at the scraps below, trying to catch glimpses of the shelter. He dug furiously with his flimsy fingers. Blood streamed from the dust-caked nails, but that only quickened his scrabbling. "Lucy! Nulia!" he wailed, in the highest-pitched voice that I'd ever heard him use. There was no reply from beneath the ruins. Through choking sobs, my friend returned to passing rocks with his hands. His fingers were drenched in crimson blood. Sympathy clasped at my heart in a vice-like grip, and I tackled him with a desperate hug. "Mark, stop it! You're hurting yourself," I pleaded. Brazier placed a cautious paw on his neck. "That's enough. We'll excavate the bodies and make sure they get a proper burial by your customs. I promise." The human collapsed atop the wreckage and pressed an eye against the opening. He screamed incoherently, punching the rubble in outrage. I watched the life leave his sweet countenance. Even the gushing tears dried up. My friend was unresponsive to any prating. Willem dabbed at his eyes, affected by the extent of the predator's raw emotions. I recognized that realization as he decided humans were sapient. Anyone who saw this display as a performance had to be heartless. There must be countless others across Earth in such a state. I nuzzled his leg. "Step aside and rest, please. Let the doctors disinfect your wounds." "Why?" the human croaked. "They've taken everything." "Hush the neck. Put me out of my
Marcel!
A childish voice cried, faintly audible.
Where have you been? It's really dark down here. I don't like the dark.
Marcel's head snapped up. "You're alive! I'm coming! Just hold on. We're working as fast as we can."
I want to go somewhere safe now. Somewhere monsters won't find me or pick on you or eyes. Don't leave me here, Marcy.
Never. I'm right here. A chorus of human growls joined Nulia as they realized rescuers were above. Relief coursed through my veins against all odds. Some of the bunker withstood the blast. Chief Hunter Isif radioed to send heavy machinery to our coordinates, and withdrew with a fierce snarl. Untrustworthy as it was, I couldn't deny it had been helpful so far. Amidst the chaos and devastation on Earth, it was a relief to save a few human lives from the ashes. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovereign, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 20th, 2136. The United Nations had only scratched the surface of species in the Federation, having meaningful interactions with a small percentage. The Krakotl, their fossil, received the most fanfare in the anti-predator coalition, but 24 total species had participated in Earth's attack. Of those, 17 committed only a minority of their forces. One of those were the Harchin, a reptile species famed for their natural camouflage. Their waddling prey bipeds were half the human size and could morph their skin into a multitude of alluring colors. Their species was a stellar average in most fields, notable for a few media franchises and software startups. Thus, all they had in common with the Orcs was an animal class. My decision to wander into Harchin territory looked dicey, though, in an obvious Venlil ship. Given their hostile relations with Earth, I doubted they'd welcome us with open arms. That was why I weaponized the human stealth tactics to remain hidden. Their cunning strategies, deployed against Gojid border outposts long ago, had become useful in ironic fashion. Our ship leapt between high-gravity spots until we lurked behind a satellite of blissful modernity. It was a wealthy colony, which housed media conglomerates and tech companies. Most importantly, it was the home of an investigative reporter I wanted to recruit. Her stories were hard-hitting, and she was steadfast to the facts, whatever they may be.
"Why are we here, Sublin?" the dev Talpin demanded through his synthesizer. "You are escaping with Harkin, a territory enemy. You still want to kill the humans for being predators." Burner, his sister, flicked her claws. "Countless people tighten Earth, you monster. How can you turn your back on them?"
"I'm going to pick up a journalist named Solani, who I trust, in the shuttle," I replied. "You're going to hide here. There no one can see you. In and out, then we head to Alpha."
The Solani must have an interest in protecting her planet. Her species is hostile to humans, the female Gojid returned. There are other journalists in the galaxy, hell, dozens on Alpha. We don't need an enemy.
The media figures who can be impartial to humans are few. Solani is one of those exposed certificates for turning away millions of refugees a year, and dissected their unsustainable colonization practices, though it was outing the Krakotl military for prolific extortion that got her famous.
How does any of that connect her to you?
Because I was the anonymous source for both stories. Gunboat diplomacy wouldn't retrieve intelligence. Whatever my UN guards had thought, Burner and Talbot objected to my plan. But they were missing the big picture on the Kolshian excursion. Mouthpieces were little good without the means to spread their message around. Besides, investigating the Federation was something that mandated professional assistance. Sensors indicated a large ship presence being a blissful modernity. Perhaps the Harkin anticipating a human counterattack. Scanning for subspace readings while life science wasn't an option in our precarious stealth mode. The situation would be clearer once I got visual. The escape pod was cramped on the inside, but I wriggled through the emergency hatch nonetheless. My hope was that the Venlil-sized wall-seater would escape detection. "Here you go, Soblin, fly through a waiting armada, and then you have to get back up here too." This was a remarkably bad idea. My surroundings became visible on the viewport as I coasted out from behind the solar station. The Harkin colony glistened, a dusty brown, and lacked any sign of native vegetation. Hundreds of warships were centered around the planet, which set alarm bells off in my head. The prey reptiles never had this many heavy craft on standby for a minor colony. After fiddling with the buttons, I magnified the orbiting warship on screen. The breath was sucked out by lungs. That clunky, explosive-laden death machine was an Orcs bomber, and it was surrounded by many brethren. It wasn't being challenged by the Harkin vessels, despite the fact that most of their fleet stayed at home. Had the Harchins' involvement in the attack on Earth left the colonies vulnerable? Perhaps they had to ration their defenses to the most populated areas without complete numbers. It was also possible local coordination was too poor to resist a full-fledged assault. Regardless, something must have caught the Grey's eyes. The emergency channel crackled to life when I switched on the radio. "Requesting immediate assistance from the Harkin vessels in the vicinity. Harkin Command, do you copy? Our evacuation ships are being slaughtered." There was a brief pause before the terse reply came through. "We can't divert assets from Fal. The Orcs are trying to lure us away from our homeworld, since their head-on approach failed. I'm sorry." But you can't leave us here. Send a few ships to cover evacuation, please.
Blissful modernity. You're not the priority. I suggest you broadcast the chant of remembrance planet-wide to secure your passage to the afterlife. Good luck.
The chant of remembrance was a traditional folk song that, as the Harken, used as a last rite. That was one way of saying that the entire colony was going to be sacrificed. If I attempted to land on the surface, I might get blown out of the sky, or gunned down on foot by the Orcs, or, worst yet, I could be herded onto a cattle ship. Overall, this was becoming a worse idea by the second. Burner and Tulpin could be spotted in the main ship at any moment, or be left without a pilot to complete the journey. The humans needed our testimony to reach the Federation. The fate of the galaxy hinged on the reception of my plea. But if I was ever a good captain, I had to try and rescue an old friend from the Oxer incursion. What kind of man stood idly by as innocent civilians were butchered? The Harchan people didn't deserve this, however complicit their government was in Earth's bombing. I wondered if the Tyrants still understood that. You just land by the Blissful Network's office, run in, rescue Silani, and take off, I told myself. This will be fine. Nobody will notice a tiny escape pod amidst the orbital bombardment. I plotted a descent course for the address. My shuttle snuck past the Greys as they focused on the disseminating landmass. Arxor looked for visuals of escape craft from the surface, not suicidal rescuers. They probably relied on sensor data, too. Our stealthy approach gave me a chance to land, but the return trip was another matter. The shuttle blazed into a thin atmosphere, rattling from the external force. Fiery missiles streaked down alongside me. They were a relentless barrage meant to inflict high casualties. The people on the ground knew that it was raining death, and their escape chances were close to none. Would the humans come to the rescue if they were here? I asked myself. Samantha spoke like she wanted this to happen, but I can't believe she truly meant the purge line. The Harken ground lodged on the screen, with smoky mist fogging the air. Precise explosions targeting a few city blocks, smiting residential areas and infrastructure. The Orcs wanted to flush any civilians from their homes, so the cattle collectors would have an easy time. It was a page out of the playbook we'd seen many times. Landing complete, initiating shutdown sequence, my pod's computer announced. I scrambled out of the shuttle, gun in paw. The polluted oxygen sent me into a coughing fit, and my eyes watered. Mushroom clouds dotted the horizon like treetops. The sole relief was that there were no lanky Oxal silhouettes in the vicinity, although I could hear the gruesome screams in the distance. The press building was still intact, and that was a positive sign by itself. Stampeding wasn't a viable instinct when bombs were going off in every corner. The runners were likely half-eaten corpses by now, but some people must have sheltered in place. I had to hope my reporter friend was one of them. Autopilot kicked in as I sprinted up the emergency stairwell. There were no signs of footsteps, electricity, or chatter. My prayer was that the Arxor hadn't swept this building already. I doubled over once I stumbled onto the third floor. The steep scent left me winded. Terrified screams followed my entry. You don't need us. We're reptiles like a... Oh, Silani gasped. Sovlin, what the hell are you doing here? My gaze swept the room. There were 4 Harken reporters hiding under desks, quivering in terror. One was holding a seat cushion over his throat, as if that would protect him from the Oxal's teeth. I relaxed my gun and gestured towards the stairwell door. No time! Come with me! I parked a shuttle outside. You can all fit in if you squeeze together, I growled. Silani blinked in confusion. Not so fast. We've heard that you're a human prisoner, and that you were mentally unstable before. Why and how are you here? I won't be a Predator's test subject. The humans sent me to Arthur as a messenger, and you can see I'm in good condition. I need your help. You'll have every opportunity to stay with the Colchians. Prove you're not re-educated, Sovlin. They could have turned you into a mindless minion, doing their bidding, advancing their agenda. The other Harchan reporters watched in apprehension, though they inched towards the exit. I respected that Silani hadn't changed her skeptical ways, but these questions were wasting time. She was too inquisitive for her own good. From the tone of her rhetoric, I wondered if she had bought into the anti-human propaganda. Their sickening eyes made my spines bristle for days. I thought the humans would torture me and lay waste to any civilization they crossed paths with. I chewed my claws with impatience. I believed every empathic act they did had an ulterior motive. I wanted them all dead, and I remember it all, unlike a brainwashed individual.
Selani climbed to her feet. So why would you help humans send a message after what they did to us?
What they did to you? You attacked their home, unprovoked. It's the Orcs are attacking you now. They're not affiliated.
This is a coordinated bombardment against every species in our coalition, at least those that we can make contact with. Someone had to tip the Greys off days ago. Are you sure about that unaffiliated claim, Sovlin?
Shock coursed through my veins. The other coalition members were under siege too. A specific attack against the race who targeted Earth led to some dark conclusions. If these raids weren't spontaneous acts of violence, then maybe the Gojek Cradle. No. The humans were kind to non-combatants on the Cradle, imperiling their own lives for our welfare. Terran rules of warfare disallowed attacks against civilians. Those soldiers fought tooth and nail to protect our cities and cared for our refugees with the utmost kindness. I couldn't believe that they would set such a plan into motion. But who else could have contacted the Greys?
The humans were very interested in negotiating with the Arxel during the last interrogation. It's possible that they reached out, I decided. Protect to help us if they jumped sides out of desperation.
Selani shuddered.
You know the Terrans talk to Greys. I can see it in your eyes.
The humans were pursuing diplomatic avenues, but they also despise what the Arxel did to our worlds. It has to be an accident if they shared this, I sighed.
All I care about is the honest truth, and you might not like what that truth is. I can't help you spread human deceit, not even to save my life.
This isn't about the human city. I'm here because the Federation are killing each other over how they voted. It's going to doom us all. Just please, come with me and take a look at the facts. That's it.
Fear shone in the female Harkin's eyes momentarily, and her skin morphed into a beige shade of the walls. It took that as a sign that she was camouflaging to head out. The other staffers had no qualms stampeding down the stairwell ahead of me. They'd take their chances with an unstable predator-tainted Gojid over an Arxel slaughtered fleet. Terrified shrieks echoed from the first Harchan staffers to exit the building. They turned back, tripping in their haste to back up the stairwell. I gestured for them to quiet down and raised my gun. There must be an Arxel cattle squad or an Eaton Harchan in sight, which meant we needed to depart quickly. I peeked my head out the door. Horror brought my spines to full bristle as I saw 5 Greys leaning against the escape pod. The vicious predators were waiting for the prey to wander into their grasp. My stationary shuttle must have been sighted along their route. These hunters seemed delighted by the unexpected appearance of a Gojid. I suppose that was a rare meal, post-cradle. There was no way I could shoot all of them, especially with their superior reflexes. Running was impossible too, since my shuttle was out-ticketed off this rock. Had I just brought the Harchan to their deaths? My brain froze in terror for a split second, sealing my fate. One Arxel pounced from all fours and dragged me by the arm out into the open. Saliva coated my fur in a sticky dousing as its monstrous fangs pierced my skin. My initiative for the humans was going to end with me as a predator's meal. End of chapter. Chapter 60. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 20th, 2136. The feeling of teeth in my shoulder produced a sharp pain. The joint was about to be ripped from the socket as I was dragged across the asphalt. I wriggled in the predator's jaws, punching its snout to release its grip. The stabbing of my long claws drew blood, and it tossed me onto the ground with a shake of its head. My body slammed against the metallic shuttle. All I could do was see stars. The pounding of my heart was a nauseating experience. This must be what my family felt as they were toyed with, before being turned into screaming male. I couldn't give the Arxel cattle fiends the satisfaction of screaming and crying. Maybe it was worth some sort of plea to get them to spare the Harkin. The sole option that crossed my mind was to invoke the humans. They were the only ones the Greys had a remote respect for. If the primates had directed the Arxel domination of the vulnerable civilian populace, perhaps they would abandon anything the Terrans allegedly claimed. Stop!
I squealed. I'm a human slave on a mission to expose the Federation's lies. When they killed your cattle, like you say, they want to get the details for you.
To my amazement, the Grey paused in its stalking position. The humans did claim the Gojian homeworld, and we recognize their stake. I can smell them on your fur. But where are our fellow predators? If you're their property, they wouldn't set you free. They have my family, I sobbed, with a fake despondency. I'll do whatever they want, even if it's harmful to the Federation. Confusion flashed in Solani's eyes. The Harchan reporter knew my family was long deceased, so that lie wouldn't fool her. I didn't understand why the prey reptiles hadn't made a run for it yet. There were no good options, but stalling the Orcs gave them a small window of escape. The bloodied predator flashed a snarl. Clever. But why are you on this world with those who attacked Earth? These Harchand are priority assets for the humans. I don't ask questions, but I'm sure it's for the good reason. Let us leave, please. The Greys conferred for a moment and inspected the smoking section of the shuttle hood. I couldn't believe that they were listening to any of my bullshit. There was a brief flicker of hope that we all might fall under Terran immunity. Propping myself upright, I nursed the wounded arm with a ginger touch. Talking to them is revolting, but the Orcs just confirmed that the assault is retaliation for Earth. Solani was right. What have the humans done? We'll let you leave as a token of good faith, slave. We mangled your engine and no, so you'll need to find another way off-world. The Orcs spoke monster decided. But the Harchan stay. I think you are disobeying your orders to save our enemies. The prey reptiles scampered back into the stairwell, only to find themselves blocked by a laughing Grey. A single beast must have landed on the roof, cutting off any escape. They intended to flush the Harchan out into the street, one way or another. My eyes widened in horror as the grasps herded them into a cage. Stop! The humans want these four as media tools, really, I pleaded. The vicious predator snorted. The humans want all of them dead. On that matter, it just so happens our interests align. I wondered whether the Terrans would enjoy the sight of the panic Harchan reporters sealed together in a degrading heap. My prisoners would despise this raid, wouldn't they? The cage door slammed shut, and the Orcs gestured for me to scurry off. It would be easy to save myself, but I couldn't watch cattle be hauled away. My gaze darted over to my gun, which had fallen into the dirt. Odds were I could only get off a shot or two before the Greys mowed me down with prejudice. I had to try something to rescue these Harchan, no matter how suicidal. It was a matter of waiting for the Orcs to lose focus, and accepting that I was about to die. Is there a problem? A throaty snarl echoed from my right. Carlos stomped across the road, clad from head to toe in protective pelts. A flashlight was mounted on his helmet, and his binocular eyes hid behind a glass visor. A massive gun rested across his muscular forearm. I was never so elated to see a flesh-eating predator in my life. But what the hell is my guard doing here? I don't even know that he would leave the Harchan to their fate, or worse, laugh about it. The human stopped a few paces from the Orcs posse, and crossed his arms in his formidable stance. The talkative Grey, who must have been the unit leader, sized up the omnivore. It narrowed its eyes with blazing ferocity, challenging Carlos's will. I didn't know how the UN soldier faced the stare. The reptilian predator bared its fangs. Your slave wants to help these Harchan escape. It's using its subjugation as a cover, claiming this was done on your orders. Carlos's pupils flicked to the cramped cage. You heard Soblin and his true orders correctly. He's an obedient servant. We want to send a message to the Federation, and these are the right individuals for the job. Simple. A relative sigh escaped my lips. I was grateful that the human backed me up. After I deviated our flight path to recruit Terran enemies, he might take this Harchan prisoner, or even execute them, but he wouldn't eat them. His kind wasn't like the Greys. At worst, I could reason with him and make sense of the questionable things he might do. Why can't you find another pet? The Grey hissed.
We did all the work, and we claimed this patch.
These prey are of no particular importance, no different than thousands like them, with the same qualifications.
Carlos shuffled closer.
Our personal selections are made of data, simulations, and best strategic minds on Earth. Are you questioning our judgment?
Yes, I am.
Say it again, you feckin' coward.
I'm questioning the judgment of a weak, naive primitives. You haven't a clue what you're doing, or what it means to survive in this galaxy.
The human rose up on his toes and pressed his slender nose inches from the Orc's maw. The grey straightened, and Carlos tried to match his height. It breathed a defending snarl at the UN soldier, but he wouldn't back down. Defiance glowed in the primate's eyes, despite being outclassed.
I could snap your puny neck in a single bite,
the Oxal roared. Carlos jabbed his gun barrel into his stomach.
And I could blow your intestines apart with a single finger. But we're on the same side, so why don't we work this out another way?
A contest of strength. You fight me one-on-one without those overcompensating weapons of yours. If you win, you can have these hearten.
I'm game, if you'll agree not to bite. Unless you think you're too weak to fight without overcompensating fangs.
Oh, let's do this. I'm going to beat the snot out of you, human.
The Terran soldier backed away and tucked his rifle off to the side. He raised his clawless paws in front of his face, forming a white-knuckled fists. What was to stop the Grey from executing him now that he was disarmed? Luckily for Carlos, it was itching to release its aggression. The Oxal lunged at him with a blunt swipe, which was barely dodged. It lashed out with a tail sweep, knocking the guard off his feet. The monster whirled around with quick jabs, which the primate blocked with an elbow. Carlos rolled out of the way and scrambled back to the standing position. He looked slow and toothless compared to the reptilian, not managing a single swing of his own. Carlos scurried backwards and tried to deflect the oncoming barrage. Sweat glistened off his olive skin. Tears showed in his artificial pelts. The Oxal aimed a jab at his abdomen, but the human danced away on nimble feet. While he was focused on the claws, it swung its snout at him with force. Now the truncated maw nailed the guard right in the chest and sent him flying backwards.
The poor guy's getting his ass handed to him. Why did we think that this was a good idea to negotiate? Damn humans and their aggression.
Carlos sucked in a wheezing breath and hopped back to his paws. The Grey charged at him once more, and the human pummeled him in the nostrils. It shrugged off the punch with a snort. The UN guard attempted to deliver a kick, but the reptilian caught its frail leg. It snickered as the human flailed, hopping on one leg.
This isn't even a fight.
The Oxal tugged on the primate's ankle and knocked him onto his rump. It dragged him through the dirt for several paces.
We may treat you like equals, but you don't make demands of us. You don't intimidate anyone.
Carlos kicked his clasped paw with his other leg, wriggling free.
You haven't beaten.
Stay down, weakling. I've kicked the crap out of you. Know when to admit defeat. Basic humility would do you good.
The human began to rise, only to be nailed across the mouth by its tail flesh. Crimson blood bubbled on his lip, and he spit the liquid into the dirt. He rolled onto his back, watching as the Oxal gloated in its victory. His hand darted to his head, wrenching a flashlight off his headgear as it shone inches from his left pupil. The Oxal shrieked as the brightness flooded its gaze, blinking. Carlos popped up on his wobbly legs and staggered into a grappling range. The human drove his knee into its stomach before tackling it with all of his weight. He rolled off to the side and wrapped the elbow around its neck. The Grey struggled to break loose, but its oxygen supply was dwindling.
Game, set, and match. Tap out,
Carlos gurgled. The Grey palmed at the human's elbow with feeble swats, its hideous eyes bulging. Carlos released his grip with a toothy snarl. It coughed several times, caressing its throat. The creature struggled to get back to its feet, and the Terran helped it stand.
You cheated,
it sputtered.
No weapons.
The UN guard shrugged. I didn't use a weapon, just an illumination device. You broke the spirit of sparring, which is cheating to my eyes. You show little respect to our allies, and you're lucky I like irreverence. Take the damn Harkin. It's a whopping 4 cattle. The Oxal slunk off with a narrowed gaze, as their leader hobbled away. True to their word, the demons left the Harkin's cage behind. The relief that flooded my veins was indescribable, though my hammering heart wouldn't pipe down. I raced over to the human and flung my arms around him with choking sobs. Carlos stiffened and pulled my paws off of him.
Oh yeah, don't do that, man.
Sorry, I'm just really grateful for your help, I muttered. What are you doing here?
Keeping an eye on you, obviously. We were concerned about your little pit stop and followed you down here. I would appreciate if you'd not go around calling yourself a slave in the future.
It was improvisation. Can't argue with the results.
Speaking of improvisation, you put the whole mission at risk with this little stunt. The fuck were you thinking?
It was supposed to be a brief, easy trip. I wanted someone I knew, a friend on the team. I've dealt with enough people who hate me in recent weeks.
Whatever. Let's get your friends out of here. Hope they understand we're the only ride out. If they run off, I'm not going to stop the Greys from nabbing them next time.
The human unclasped the cage door and watched as the Harkin tumbled out. Selani inspected the predator with petrified eyes. Her comrades seemed repulsed by Carlos's lumbering form too, squealing. As they returned, he stared. The journalist's eyes darted to the side, as though they wanted to run. Did you tell the Orcs to attack us? Selani blurted.
Carlos narrowed his eyes. I don't know. That's above my clearance level. If we did, it was likely to deter your forces from attacking us. The UN wouldn't want this to happen.
I slumped my shoulders. Not even people like Samantha. Wouldn't she want the Harkin to feel the same losses as Earth? The indignant cough came from an abandoned vehicle behind us. Upon closer inspection, the female human was stretched out behind cover. A thin rifle barrel with a glass ornament was propped up on the ground. She must have been monitoring the interaction the entire time, and watching Carlos's back in case the confrontation went awry. I don't believe people deserve to die for what they are. That's the Federation, she growled. If an individual renounces their government, I'm sure Earth would welcome them with open arms. Now the ones responsible, complicit, or indifferent.
Carlos cleared his throat. We're parked a few blocks away. Somewhere we wouldn't be visible to the whole world. Sovlin, stick close, guys, and follow us.
The human retraced his route with delicate footsteps. His rifle was ready if any Orcs crawled out of the woodwork, and Samantha fell in at his side. The Predator guards forged a path for the Harkin journalists, ignoring their hesitance. It was remarkable to see the vengeful primates aiding a species that partook in the attack days prior. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Memory Transcription Subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 20th, 2136. Bombs continued to crater the industrial city. As we wandered through the back alleys, I tried to place myself in the human's mindset. It was brave, remarkably so, to wander this Harkin colony sporting a predatory appearance. Any frazzled prey soldiers would be happy to take a pot shot at an invading flesh-eater, not differentiating the primates from the Orcs. The truth was, I knew so little about Samantha and Carlos as a people. What compelled them to land amidst an orbital bombardment on a world that bore nothing but hostile intent? Whether they assumed I was a fugitive or not, the Terran guards had no idea what awaited them here. They had no backup and were outnumbered. The Harkin government thinks their humans are a blight to be mopped up. If extermination officers here got their toes on them, well, it might make my treatment of Marcel look like a summer camp. Footsteps scurried ahead of us, with no way of telling the source was Orcs or Harkin. Yet the primates showed no signs of distress, plodding along their intended path in silence. I was stunned that Samantha hadn't berated the journalists for their species' actions. She had been all too quick to lose her temper with me.
Don't do anything to draw attention to yourselves.
Carlos wiggled ahead on his stomach, the stealthy movement of a hunter inching up on prey. A Harkin patrol of 7 also with, flamethrowers? In metallic suits? Crap. Looks like they have thermal cameras. My eyes narrowed. Extermination officers. Great, and they're going to see us as soon as they look this way. The male guard huffed. The Harkin journalist's expression seemed torn between excitement and trepidation. No doubt they were second-guessing the decision to escape with the humans. They had just figured it was their only chance. I don't think they shed any tears over seeing my guards burned to a crisp, even if the predators saved their lives. What's with the flamethrowers? Samantha growled. I chewed my claws.
You don't want to know.
The humans signaled a course to flank the exterminators with their hands and crept ahead. We peeked out behind a wall just in time to see an Orcs or death squad charging the Harken. The prey reptiles crept back from the rabid beasts and lured them forward. Gasoline spurted from the lampposts at their queue, and built-in predator deterrent from our settlements. The oncoming Orcs were doused head to toe and paused with alarm. The Harken exterminators flung a match in the gas, spared from the effect of the flame-proof garments. The screams were on another level. Happiness fluttered in my heart, finally seeing the Greys taste a bit of suffering. That was the agonized death these cattle collectors deserved. That was what I wished I could dole out to them for years. Carlos and Samantha looked horrified, however, watching the burning Orcs flail about. I guess I couldn't blame them, since that was what the officers would do to their kind too. The Harken exterminators chased the Greys with flamethrowers and steered them away from any sources of water. My heart twisted as I thought about them putting the humans down like normal predators.
Well, now I see what the flamethrowers are for, the female guard sighed. Must you burn predators at the stake? It's the worst way to die.
I tossed my head in a non-committal gesture. It cleanses the affected area, not just of any offspring or other dens, but also any traces of their filth. I don't want to step in fecal matter that used to be an animal. No offense.
Selene nodded in agreement. But if your traces and fluids get into the water supply, half-eaten carcasses you leave behind attract more predators. Gross.
You, as in humans, Samantha hissed. God forbid you might inhale some predator molecules on the wind. Carlos and I should be put down at once. The male human pursed his lips, leaning back against the wall. Sadness glowed in his eyes as he listened to the conversation, and I don't think that he had the words to express it. For the first time in my life, I thought about whether animals deserved agonizing deaths. Why couldn't we put a bullet in the ones we saw and then torch them? Terran presence was a contaminating factor, but technicality. I could only imagine the reactions of Venlil extermination officers. Nothing ill-fated had come from me breathing the same air as predators, nor eating plants grown in infested earth soil. Our species had survived in eras where hunters left their excretions in the landscape, inhabiting every corner of our planets. The humans have shown us a different side of nature, even if some of it is disgusting, suffering for what they were born as was wrong. I'm sorry, Carlos. Your life has no value to them, and they'll have no qualms about killing you, I said. That said, I didn't mean that you were you need a shower, but... He snorted. You're an arsehole. And you're a sweaty, bloody mess of a predator. If they could burn off just the grimy pelts, then that outer skin part, that might be okay. The human flashed his teeth, and I hoped that was a friendly version of their snarl. Perhaps this wasn't the safest choice for cheering him up, but from what I'd seen, teasing was good for their mental state. If I'd misread those cues, the guard might be socking me in the jaw in a second. My spines bristled with unease. Terran behavior sure was an elusive concept to gauge. Selene gaped in alarm at the sight of a predator's fangs on display. She seemed concerned for my safety, especially after I riled up the primate. The Harken shriveled away in disgust, as he wiped the sweat of his neck with a towel. The male human wrapped a grimy rag around my neck, chuckling at my mortified expression. He looked pleased with himself. Sometimes I almost like you, Sovlin, Carlos growled. Okay, we have to get across to the square. Let's take these feckers out, and don't walk under any street lamps. My reporter friend shared a glance with her colleagues. You're killing them? I'm sorry. Are we supposed to let them fry us alive? Move out and keep to cover. The human soldiers lined up their rifles and marched out as a pair. The Harken exterminators hadn't heard our chatter over the Orcs' screams. They were leaving no chances of a Grey living to fight another day. One officer was waddling towards us, pursuing a blackened cattled soldier that had collapsed on the street. Her head snapped up as she spotted our heat signatures, and she pointed at us.
More predators! Humans with hostages! She spat. Light them up!
Carlos cleared his throat. Crap! There's no cover. Maybe we can just use you all as bargaining chips. Just pretend, of course. They won't shoot us with you leading, surely. Oh, they'll nail us too if they can't free us. Better dead than to be your cattle, I sighed. Though I imagine our deaths will be quicker. Samantha rolled her eyes. Yes, real sapiens don't deserve to burn alive.
But predators don't feel anything, right? We were destined to be firewood. It's just pathetic. Well, I for one like you guys not exterminated. So hurry up and find a hiding spot. Try the buildings. Carlos attempted to kick down an apartment door, but couldn't get the metal base to budge. He took a running start at the frame and fell back with frustration. Samantha fired several bursts at the Harkin exterminators, covering for her partner. The enemy responded with their sidearms, while lighting up the street ablaze in all directions. The Terran male glanced for another entry before gesturing to retreat to the alleyway. The two humans ducked back into cover, their heavy breathing unpleasant to hear. The Harkin journalist ran away from the confrontation. I chased after them with frustration. Thinking quickly, I wrestled the gun out of a burnt Oxal's paws. "Get the feck back here!" I fired several shots at the balcony just above their heads, and watched as those four dropped to the floor in unison. "We need to get off this world before the cattle squads finish up shop, or we're all fecking dead." Selani raised her limbs. "Exactly, Sovlin. That area is on fire, and the predators are shooting the guns at Harkin. I was trying to trust you, because you've never steered me wrong before, but we need a new plan." "There is no other plan." "Yes, there is. The humans are distracted by the exterminators. Let's go take their ship. We know it's close by, and that's not much time." "We're not leaving them. Those two you see back there saved hundreds of Gojid lives from the Arxor, and now they're trying to save you. I care about them. Don't you get it?" The female journalist's skin morphed into a bright orange, mirroring the tone of the flames. Her pupils surveyed mine for several moments, and I realized my eyes were watering at the thought of my guards on fire. Slumping her shoulders and feet, she scampered back towards the hiding humans. Her colleagues followed her lead. It was clear the close-knit team didn't want to separate. 7 exterminators charged through the alleyway, buffeting flames at the dumpster the humans crouched behind. Samantha unloaded a clip as suppressive fire, but she was cornered. Carlos cursed as his lower pelt sparked and orange light danced across his kneecap. On instinct, he leapt up and shook his leg. An exterminator lined up their sidearm, ignoring the human's pleading shout of, "Wait!" I needed to get a few paces closer to make the shot. There was no time. Fear glistened in Carlos's eyes as he tripped onto the street in a sprawled-out position. The fire had spread to his boots and was making quick work of his pelt. I didn't want to see the predator die. But how? Selani emitted a high-pitched scream and distracted the exterminators for a split second. I sprinted with the last of my energy, pulling the trigger at the gun wielder. My first shot nailed the Harkin in the shoulder. The second one was perfect rocket to the brain. 2 officers whirled around, spewing fire at me. I grabbed my reporter friend, and we tumbled back behind the building wall. "If we don't all die now, that's the second time I've saved Carlos's life," I muttered. "I knew you wouldn't leave them." Selani shook her head. "I came back for you, Sovlin, not them. Every second we spend here is time we're still on Oxal's radar. I hope hideous predators with a murderous history are worth that to you." "Those hideous predators are people, like us. Just watch them, how they act under pressure. You'll see." Carlos tried to ignore the flames, shooting his sidearm despite the blinding panic. The male human only connected with a single Harkin, by way of ricochet. Most of the wild rounds ended up in a wall, missing his target by a wide margin. The primal terror of being set ablaze must be overwhelming his brain. That unbearable heat on his lower extremities and watching it spread, I couldn't imagine. Samantha was a one-woman harbinger of death, rolling out from behind the dumpster with fury. Her green eyes glowed with hunger. I could see the predator energy buzzing through her veins. She grabbed the flamethrower from the downed exterminator and decided to give the officer a taste of their own medicine. The Harkin formation wavered. They weren't used to predators wielding their devices. The extermination officers had flameproof gear to avoid this eventuality, but 2 sported tears in their suits from today's engagements. Samantha switched to her sidearm as the panicked professionals bumbled into each other. She dished out 2 headshots before diving back behind the dumpster. That left 3 extermination officers on the prowl. While watching the human duo take out the majority of the comrades, they forgot all about the rogue Goji prisoner. I popped back out from behind the wall and sprayed gunfire with my claw locked in the trigger. 2 Harkin figures toppled to the ground. Samantha didn't hesitate to terminate the final one. "Carlos, you good?" I questioned. Several grunts came from the alley. "Peck, help me!"
The human's pant leg had almost completely burned away, little more than tatters. He kicked off his scorched boot, and his face contorted into a mask of pain. Those silly artificial pelts saved him from serious nerve damage, in all likelihood, but we needed to put him out quick. I tugged that sweaty towel off my neck and slapped it on his ankle. The flames began to dissipate as I smothered them, and the human rolled around to put out the embers. Samantha hustled over with a water bottle, breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of her partner unharmed. He rubbed the reddened skin on his leg and struggled to his feet. His limbs trembled as he tried to stand. The female guard supported him with a gentle touch. Carlos closed his eyes. "Thanks, Sovlin and company. Let's get out of here. Think I've had enough for one day." Samantha studied me in silence, with a little less venom than usual. The glint of surprise hung in her eyes. I figured she had expected me to abandon them when push came to shove. The curt predator didn't resist my aid when I propped myself under Carlos's other arm. She flashed pearly fangs and gave me a small nod. "I see what you meant about their behavior. These humans help each other, even when it is weakened," Solani noted. "And you don't seem alarmed by their snarls at all. That makes them capable of earning trust, attachment, loyalty." My nostrils flared with indignation. "And it makes you wonder why so many species try to kill them without giving them a chance. Assuming that they have malevolent intentions, purely based on looks, is a recipe for disaster, is it not?" "Before you jump to conclusions, I need a deeper dive into human history and everything the Federation has on pre-space flight predators. I'd like to interview the pale, angry one there. That ape isn't hiding their emotions. They would make a good contrast to Noah's polished speech." "The angry human has a name," Samantha said, "unless you just want to refer to me as it." "Fascinating. Why is this one like this?" Carlos limped ahead, clinging to my neck. "Sam's family was in Melbourne. Everyone she cares about. Her relatives, her husband, presumed dead. No chance to say goodbye. Her home off the map. Write that. Us predators grieve our families too." I suspected the worst case when she visited me in Vendel Prime, exuding hostility. Samantha never shared much about her life, but she had imparted to Talbot that her brother was deaf. Her fondness had been unmistakable. With how thorough her offense was to the suggestion of him being killed, it was the first inkling I ever got to how tight Terran family units were. But the husband tidbit took me by surprise. Carlos hadn't mentioned any progeny, though perhaps she planned on starting a family in the future. I had no idea that humans mated for life. I always thought that predators bred for breeding's sake. It sounded like they coupled for purposes beyond producing viable offspring. Of course, humans were capable of love, but their familial obsession always seemed to be the kids. For predators, shouldn't procreation be a competitive selection process driven by impulse? Parenting roles are a way of protecting offspring from rival mates. Or so I thought. Poor Sam. The female human lowered her eyes. "That wasn't your fucking place to share, Carlos. If you want to smear me for wanting revenge, hearken. I could care less. Just keep your racist thoughts to yourself." "Now listen, if there is something more to your kind, I'm trying to unearth it. But I must start with your problematic arcs or ties," Solani explained. "I also wonder how far humans will go after the attack. It's strange that you freed us, Sam, since it is counterintuitive to your revenge." "Revenge isn't about blind genocide. Now how about less chatter and more walking?" Our posse trudged across the square, vigilant for other activity. If any of my old crew saw me now with the predator clinging to my body, they would have a conniption. Those arms, built from the digestion of flesh, felt warm and heavy, yet I wasn't disgusted by their touch. The emotional connection we established was hardly different than any other soldiers I'd served with. I wanted the humans to like me, to forgive me. We staggered onto the Terran ship with exhaustion, and the Harkin journalist skittered aboard close behind. Solani was surveying the humans with interest. I could see the makings of a story brewing in her mind. Our little band was going to leave no stone unturned investigating the Federation. With a team of inquisitive individuals at my side, it was time to get the answers the predators desired. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Venlo Republic. Date Standardized Human Time October 22nd, 2136. The fact that the Orcs came to Earth's rescue caused less than an uproar than I expected. It became a fact that was conveniently ignored by my government at large. Instead, we celebrated the brave Vendel who hurled themselves into Crocodle's path. Many talking heads were happy to sell the narrative that the Greys were taken for fools, eschewing the newest predators shared their wickedness. The general public were unaware of the looming deadline to trade for our cattle victims. That ticking hourglass was on my mind as I accompanied Noah to the United Nations for a remembrance speech. The event was open to human refugees. I hoped that I could find the strength to treat the upset primates with kindness. The shock of the heartbreaking images on Earth was beginning to wane, but my soul still ached for our friends. It was terrible to see an innocent species suffering without cause. This has all been so sudden, and I know you've had pushback from your opponents. Have we outstayed our welcome here, Tava? Noah asked. I pressed my cheek against his forearm. Never. There's a few people that want you shipped off our world soon as possible, but they're a minority. They'll always fight for you.
Fight her? All that's left is fighting. My pops used to say space was our ticket to a better future. I'm glad he didn't see me feck it all up. How disappointed he must be, if he's watching from the afterlife.
Oh, sweetheart, I'm sure he'd be proud of you, and the man you are. There was nothing else you could have said to the Federation. What happened to Earth has nothing to do with you or speech. Nothing, you hear me?
I appreciate you saying that, I do. And if you don't mind me saying so, you look beautiful today.
I had no idea how to respond to such a forward remark, coming from a human, but it had warmed my heart. The dynamic between Noah, an alien predator, and myself was not something to address at this particular moment. Clearing my throat awkwardly, I tried to track down Elias Mayer. Earth's chief diplomat proceeded with grace in the past, but a nudge towards sensibility might be necessary. It was my hope that he lacked conviction in any violent rhetoric he touted. The last time I saw the Secretary General was when the word of Earth's devastation reached Vendel Prime. The fact that their militaries tallied such a miserable failure and left their home at the Oxal's mercy morphed the dignity into someone else. The distraught mayor had promised to rend every enemy from limb to limb before rushing off to an audience with the ghastly chief hunter. I hadn't been sure he'd survived an encounter with a predator that openly called me dinner in our brief encounter. But the grey-haired human here now, mingling with alien dignitaries, was the person I knew. Mayer had spent his lifetime building relations with unique cultures. The only aspect he was unaccustomed to was the constant terror play route. But he was mindful enough, careful not to show his teeth to non-Vendel. His hands were kept in his pockets to avoid gesticulating.
Glad you asked about the Orcs, Mayo said to the Kupo. When I spoke to them face to face, their hotel room was pitch black. I couldn't make out much of anything, other than the massive shadow looming over me. There's a group of them lying in wait, sizing me up like a cut of meat.
And you still went in? When you wanted to run away? The Mazak president asked.
What choice did I have? Our instincts are nothing compared to yours, but I was thoroughly creeped out. I do hope that you can forgive us for accepting their tete-a-tete, with 10,000 warships surrounding Earth. Our dialogue felt much more palatable than subjugation.
The other Federation representatives were crowding the Secretary General, eavesdropping. It was a relief and a bit of a surprise to see him conversing with those who didn't aid Earth. A smooth-tongued dialogue seeking the Mazak's forgiveness, not the other way around, was stunning. I had expected him to launch into accusations over the indifferences of their allies.
The way Maya was acting a week ago, I thought Earth was going to isolate from everyone but us and the Xyrillians. I don't know what made him come to his senses, but this is a positive sign.
Kupo stepped forward on all fours, shadowing the human leader with his bulky stature. I snorted with amusement as I noticed Elias shuffle back. He tried to play it off as fidgeting, but the predator seemed nervous about the Mazak's size. I don't think the sand-colored mammal realized the Terrans were equally intimidated by him. The Earth-born diplomats were well aware of the single kick of panic could cause a serious skeletal damage.
I appreciate your explanation, but it still leaves me worried that you're turning on us, Kupo said.
Maya coughed pointedly. There's a billion dead humans, and nothing will ever be the same again.
Humanity stood alone, apart from the kindness of the Venlo and the Zerillians, and yes, the Arxel. Perhaps there would have been other options if we received more help from our neighbors.
I have never been dishonest with you. I don't trust you. I think humans should be given a chance because you are our only hope. But placing my people in harm's way for predators, when that friendship is still hypothetical, is unthinkable. Let alone raising arms against known saviors who share centuries of partnered history with us.
The Mazak tensed as he breathed out the last word, expected the predator to fly into a rage. The other alien diplomats listened with interest, perhaps because they held similar reasons. The Secretary General's pupils darted around, and his lips curved down with disdain. Was it my imagination, or did his hair look whiter than the last time I saw him?
That's valid. It would have been easy for you to choose them over us when it came down to the wire. I suppose doing nothing is a concession of itself, I growled.
Cooper blinked in surprise. What? I expected you to disown us.
That's not why I'm here. Humanity under UN leadership will found our own federation. I want as many members in our alliance as possible. I've started a project with promising results to weed out alien fear responses. The Mazaks are one of the races I think that have the most potential. You could lead this initiative.
This would require leaving the current federation. I would want to retain membership in both, if I'd even rolled in the dirt with you at all. Tosa, the Nevok diplomat, flicked her cream-colored ears. I wouldn't do anything that causes further risk to our trading networks.
We can discuss this in a case-by-case basis, I said. What I need right now is for each of you to step up and bring the thousands of Gojid refugees we saved to shelters. Their colonies are also without governments and supplies. Who knows how long the Orcs will recognize our claim to them? We no longer have the power to do anything about it.
Kupo flapped his big ears. I can handle that, Predator. The Gojids deserve help.
Good. Beyond that, we politely request that you send aid ships to Earth. Anything you can spare out of generosity to get us back on our feet. I ain't having to beg so plainly, but my cities were turned into irradiated soup.
The Secretary General's eyes darted over the Sifkit ambassador, who had leapt into a waste bin at the first sight of the humans. Perhaps it was time to confront her with her skittishness, though that would require a more private setting. Mulmire was on the topic of aid shipments. This was the perfect time to slip to his side unnoticed. The Nevok ambassador pounced on Elias's perceived weakness and was rattling off a laundry list of terms. Tosa had attempted to barter for ownership of Luna and the asteroid belt in the wake of the attack. This was an obvious non-starter for the United Nations. This time, she was offering to manufacture ships and airdrop food in exchange for trade exclusivity. That was a true goal, to stop the Fissin Compact from landing advantageous deals. The Fissins often undercut the Nevok's prices, and their trade war has spiraled to new heights. The fact that both of them reached out to actual predators solely to screw the other over. Helmina, the Fissin representative, pointed her horn in a threatening manner. I had landed here 2 days ago after our first representative died, and you're trying to feck me over. Human Mayor, I'll give you a month's worth of food shipments free, with no strings attached. Just don't agree to that. Predators, the Fissins'll steal anything proprietary right under your noses, Tosa hissed. Do you want the species known for corporate espionage on your turf, accessing military blueprints for the first opportunity? We didn't steal your technology. We built it better and cheaper, and you can't accept that. You use your monopoly to rip people off, so you can't stand competition. We turn a profit, which we deserve for our hard work of our brilliant engineers. You upstarts might as well be uplifts with shoddy—
Shut up! Noah roared. Is now the time for your stupid feuds. What about Earth? If you want shit from humanity down the road, try helping us for the sake of helping us.
The tension that fell over the conference wall was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. Sivkid Ambassador Axley was banging her head against the wastebin, wailing at the predatory outburst. The representatives were lucky the media cameras weren't rolling, and that the human refugee audience hadn't been allowed into the atrium yet. Mayer scratched his head with discomfort.
Well, I agree with you. A little charity and unity would be nice, I find the behavior of capitalizing on our misfortune rather, shall I say, predatory."
The Nevok recoiled in shock, roared by the little flesh-eater directing that insult at her. Almina, at least, had the decency to look shameful, pawing at the mane on her long neck. Something flashed in Noah's eyes as he inspected her silver horn. He muttered something about visions only needing hooves. I was beginning to wonder if my friend was losing it. Maya glanced at his wristband, then gestured for everyone to find their position. He curled his lip at Axel's trash can hideout and pushed the squealing grazer into the back room. The auditorium doors were unlocked for public entry, and human spectators shoved their way inside. It blew my mind to see this many predators in one spot, on my own planet. I leaned over to the Secretary General's ear. "I want to talk to you, friend. You deserve an overview of how we're treating your refugees."
"Not right now, Governor, but I have an urgent information on Arxor. You won't believe what Isif actually said," he replied.
The grey-haired primate's eyes splitted from this entryway and widened in alarm. I wondered what spooked him about the incoming Terran refugees. There was nothing to make any of these people look more predatory than the other. If someone tried to charge the Secretary General, I'm sure his bodyguards would intercept them. It seemed paranoid to travel with armed soldiers nearby at times, but humans were proof of assessing danger.
"Tava, where the hell is the event security?" they hissed through gritted teeth. "There are a lot of important figures in one place."
I snorted. "You actually think people would march through that door and attack a public gathering?"
Yes, I do, damn it. You told us that this was a secure venue. Get every diplomat to leave, only a few at a time. We don't want an inside panic."
"You think danger is lurking around every corner? Humans are safe here, Elias. I've guaranteed that nobody will try and exterminate your packs."
"You must understand. I'm worried for you. Any of us are capable of violence when pushed. You're dealing with humans who have lost everything and are looking for anyone to blame, especially aliens, and especially the UN. Understand?"
My focus turned to the incoming humans. Many were holding printed images of their cities or loved ones, and their predator eyes were stained with tears. Several Terrans were comforting each other with light embraces and hand squeezes. These people looked devastated and heartbroken, nothing like angry beasts planning to maul the fluffy aliens. Regardless, it wasn't like Vendel to execute the attack. However, the level of jumpiness Maya was displaying was going to interfere with the speaking ability. If he required muscle to assuage his paranoia, it was better than seeming unstable on a live broadcast. Who would be cruel enough to target an event with such a gut-wrenching focus? I hadn't thought Elias a man of delusions of grandeur, but maybe the recent power bestowed to him had gone to his head. The purpose of this was to console the hurting humans and honor Earth's memory. Even I know these predators don't just attack out of hunger. "We'll postpone the ceremony if you insist," I whispered, "but you can tell that to our Federation guests." Elias sped off. The human exchanged words with the Physons and Poltons. They were the only two to send a replacement for the deceased ambassadors. Perhaps the Takans, Stosser, and Thafki were weighing their options, or they doubted the Predator's message. Regardless, the Secretary General made it a priority to evacuate the newcomers first. I suppose he didn't want to risk them losing another diplomat to a violent end. Whatever Maya told the duo, it scared them sufficiently. Fearful expressions stretched across the alien faces, and they bolted from the atrium without hesitation. Was that predacious delivery necessary? I glared at the human, willing him to become more tactful. Kupo stomped up to the UN leader. "What are you up to? Is there a reason two ambassadors spoke with you and immediately saw themselves out?" "Keep your voice down," Maya hissed. "You damn predators always keep me in the dark. We're in our danger, aren't we? I'm sick of having threats concealed right in front of my trunk." Nervous chatter swelled the primarily human audience as the Mazak president made a scene. The fire alarm was activated by a bystander. The visceral screams echoed through the sprinkler-doused room. Several Terrans made a beeline for the exit, pushing and shoving each other to get out. It seemed like the predators were verging on stampede, which I didn't know was within their capability. "It's back up! That's blinking!" The human's thunderous voice permeated the chaos. "Run!" Ambassador Noah wrapped an arm around my shoulders and hurried me to the emergency exit. I had no idea what had just happened, but it was tugging at my own panicky instincts. Through the chemical fog, I worried that someone was going to get trampled in this madness.
Elias was irresponsible. We should have just proceeded with the speech instead of...
A deafening blast rocked my eardrums, and the subsequent shockwave sent me and Noah flying. The impact rattled me down to the bone marrow, making every nerve tingle. Vision slipped away, and my adult brain could only register the incessant ringing. Pain fled my tail. Something sharp, like a needle or glass shot, had impaled itself in the bushy appendage. I coughed weakly, trying to move my arm. My pupils flicked out towards the sitting area where the charcoal-colored mist shrouded the vicinity. Humans closest to the blast area were soaked in blood, and some seemed to be missing limbs. Their open mouths suggested that they were screaming for help. I still couldn't hear anything but a high-pitched reverberations. Mayer crawled over, his attire caked in dust. The aged predator was sporting cuts across his wrinkled forehead, but his eyes were something alien. I'd never seen a human in combat mode in person. That dilated stare jolted some life into my veins. My brain recognized him as an animal, with the erratic eye movement and strained breathing. The Secretary General stopped adjacent to me and jostled the shoulder of a face-down human. Horror flooded my chest as I realized there was Noah beside me. Elias punched the ambassador's chest several times until glossy brown eyes blinked open. The elder Terran slapped the astronaut across the cheek, trying to snap him awake. Mayer's gaze searched for the other survivors before resting on me. His lips moved, but I could only make out hints of the sound. I think he was telling me to run away. The only reason I suppressed my fear of the adrenaline-fueled predator was concern for Noah. That worry was a sickening knot in my stomach. I needed to see him stand up. Tava! The human capacitor broke. Get here! I had no idea if he was saying to get out of here or to get over here, but I took it as the latter. My paws rushed over to his side, and his glazed eyes drifted to my tail. Horror flashed in his pupils. Concern crossed Mayer's taut grimace as well. The injury must be worse than I thought, but I decided not to look. I didn't want to pass out now. Noah struggled upright, fueled by worry for me. His hand steered me onward, and his wobbly steps became more certain. My mind hadn't yet processed that humans had attacked their own remembrance ceremony. Right now, I prayed that there wouldn't be a follow-up strike for whatever deranged predator plotted this. End of chapter. Chapter 63. Memory transcription. Subject: Governor Tava of the Venlo Republic. When humans began their cultural exchange, they shared the blemishes of their history. The satellite wars almost sent the most powerful nations back to the Stone Age. By their own words, Federation researchers also documented the senseless atrocities of prior era, and noted the uncanny resemblance to Orcsal brutality. It had been difficult for me to picture the Earthlings acting so violent towards each other. Those moral people killing millions of their race was unimaginable. The scale of bloodshed today forced me to reckon with that. I knew in my heart what the predators were capable of, but I hadn't wanted to accept it. Sweeping their history under the rug in favor of the empathy tests and the charitable acts towards us was easier. Talking with Noah and Maya made me want to believe that they'd changed as a species. Maybe even your human friends could act out of aggression. You've seen outbursts from both. They restrain it because they learned morality, empathy. But does Noah ever fantasize about killing people? Just a tiny bit. Keep walking, Tava. The Terran ambassador placed a trembling hand on my shoulder and made me jump. You can't go into shock. We need to get you to a hospital. Please stay with me. Tears soaked my cheek for... Where are the other alien diplomats? I'll look for them, but Tava needs a tourniquet, Williams, Mayer growled. Yeah, I agree. Listen, Top, if anything happens, I want you to know that I love you, Noah whispered. You don't have to say it or feel it back, but I'm going to protect you. The chocolate-skinned predator scooped me up into his arms, passion alight in his binocular eyes. His visage became fuzzy. I felt cold, despite the warmth of his body. Saline swelled in my eyes as he ripped his shirt sleeve off with his bare fingers. His nails had turned grey from the grime and soot, and orange blood was smeared across his chest. There was no lot of it, sourced from my tail. Knowing the aggression hardwired into his genome should have struck sense into me. Humans were coded to be destructive and violent. Still, the fondness in my heart cried out louder than ever. My Noah was little hot out of the collar, but only when faced with injustice. I trusted him with my life. I couldn't make myself regret befriending the Terrans.
I love you too,
I croaked. The human's lips quivered, torn between a smile and sorrow. He wrapped the cloth around my tail tightly, and blinding pain rocketed up my spine. It felt like he was amputating the limb, wrenching it from my body with an iron fist. I yelled in agony, burying my face into his chest. His brow furrowed as he finished tying the knot. The astronaut patted my head. It's done now. I'm sorry. I had to stop the bleeding. You're gonna be fine.
I don't know if I am. This was an isolated incident, right?
I whimpered. Honestly, we've had tragedies like this happen on Earth before, though it's rare. All I can ask is that you don't judge us by our worst individuals. This is why the Federation wants us all dead. Most humans would never do something like this. You know that.
But what kind of monster would?
I don't know who did this, or their motives. They're sick, with grief or some disorder. Anything I say is speculation. But we're going to hunt the bastard down. Pardon the word choice. If this was a drastic action born of anger, human emotions needed to be monitored under a microscope. I had tried to normalize the predator's stay and welcome them like any other class of refugees. But if they could be mass carnage any time a lone Terran was upset, I didn't know how safe it was to integrate them into our society. What other venues could be targets of senseless violence? How many Vendel lives could be lost? My vision began to dim as the fear chemicals lending energy tapered off. Ambassador Noah lunged at me with bared teeth, catching himself a bare shot to my face. He released an incoherent roar in my direction, the feel of the predator's warmth, breath on my lips, and the sight of maddened eyes inches from my face sent flight cocktails coursing through my veins. Electricity jerked at my muscle fibers. Instincts propelled me upright and sent me stumbling away blindly. It took me several seconds to realize Noah was intending to startle me awake, triggering my flight response and jolted me back into consciousness, though that might not last long. I collided with Mayer, who had his back turned to me. Crap! Watch here, Tava. Noah, you need to get her out of here, the Secretary General spat. The human leader had thrown caution to the wind, pressing his shoulder by a drowned Kupo's side. The Massic was bleeding from several places, including a mutilated leg. I appreciated Mayer's efforts, but he was going to be crushed if Kupo fell. The old primate couldn't support a creature several times his weight.
Leave him, Elias. You can't carry him. Come with us, I coughed.
Kupo flared his trunk. I am conscious, Tava. I don't want to die. Enough that I'm letting a predator touch me. My skin is crawling. The grey human gritted his teeth. Nobody else is going to die on my watch. We have to help the big guy up. Give him a fighting chance. Ambassador Noah frowned before kneeling beside Secretary General. The two humans pushed Kupo off his side and hoisted him back onto his round feet. The Mazic teetered on his legs for a moment, but the predators strained with the last of their bite. I noticed scarlet fluid drip through Noah's short mane. The sand-colored mammal swayed as he fixed the glare on the human. What the feck happened, Predator? You predicted this, so you clearly know. Oh, get to the hospital, President Kupo. I'm going to look for Tessa and Axley. Elias growled. Let me help. I can carry them, the Mazic president offered. In your condition, just go. I'll deal with it. My eyes should work fine. You're not going to cover up these deaths. I won't leave until we find Nevok, at least. Whatever. Look around. Be my guest. Kupo glanced in every direction before pointing his trunk at an arctic-colored biped on the floor. Elias released an audible gasp and raced to the Nevok's side. His slender fingers crept to the pulse point on above the Tosa's hoof. His binocular eyes glowed, and he shook his head with a defeated expression. There was nothing but gore among the human spectators, with many primates dead or dying. Most responders were nowhere to be seen. We were alone in this mess. The Mazic president took a final look at the decimated auditory before trundling over to the nearest exit. I imagine he would blame Mayer for this catastrophe for a long time. I limped over to the back room where Axley was, ignoring Noah beckoning me to the exit. Ironically, The Sivkit's cowardice in the trash can left her more sheltered from the blast than anyone. Her fluffy white form was huddled in the receptacle, unconscious. The rise and fall of her chest was visible, so I assumed she passed out from terror. Maya was right behind me and picked the Sivkit diplomat up with haste. That was not going to end well if she woke up carried by a predator. Noah pointed us to the side exit with a scowl on his face, fighting off dizziness. I sandwiched myself between the two humans, all strength dissipated, as the duo ushered me through the exterior door. The shivering was unbearable, and my paws were becoming heavy as concrete.
I'm ready to sleep. So cold.
I gasped at Noah.
Please, don't scare me again.
The human grimaced. We're almost there. Just stay awake a little while longer, okay? The shaken UN bodyguard brought the bright red kit over to Elias, who deferred it to Noah. The Secretary General couldn't administer first aid while his hands were full with the Civ kit. The astronaut popped open the lid and pried out the fattest syringe that I'd ever seen. Before I could wince at the size of the needle, he jammed it against my neck. An adrenaline surge caused my limbs to convulse, and I fell over, gasping. My hearts feel like someone is squeezing it inside my ribcage. Sure hope my atrium doesn't burst. The hormones did the trick to stabilize my blood pressure, and I tried to get a grip on my surroundings. Rough shouts stemmed from the throng of humans by the main entrance, who were barely kept at bay by armed UN personnel. Those soldiers seemed to have been shipped by the truckload in a hurry. Judging by the signs of vulgar language, the gathered refugees were protesting Elias Mayer's arrival. I heard about this gathering since its organizers didn't apply for the receiver legal permit. However, the Terran demonstrators had moved away from the designated area in the wake of the attack. Some were pushing towards the scene of the blast, though I had no idea whether it was to help or finish off the survivors. Others were escalating to violence, charging at the UN officers and throwing objects. What chance would Venlo police have of containing these animals? A few predators were setting fire to glass bottles, then hurling them at the surroundings. Historic row houses lit up like kindling, once the picturesque shutters were swallowed by flames. Before my eyes, the Terrans climbed up on the hood of the UN vehicle and began swinging a bat at the windshield. Surely, these humans realized that didn't accomplish anything. It was terrifying to see their destruction spiraling out of control. This violence must not be as isolated of an incident as I hoped.
I thought you were an intelligent species. What is this?
I cried. My shriek drew the attention of the mob, who began jeering at Maya in particular. Several lobbed accusations about Earth, and they overran the UN crowd control with renewed focus. Rocks, bricks, and other blunt objects were thrown with intent to injure. Noah herded me off with a rough grip. I hadn't felt his terrified of humans since first contact. I had no idea what motivated these creatures, or if they could even be reasoned with. As much as I loved the first contact team, allowing Terran refugees onto Vendel Prime was a mistake. We were going to have to get the current populace off-world if they would still heed our commands at all. I would warn my advisors to implement stringent psych evaluations for any arriving humans. This was wholly unacceptable. These predators had no care for who they might hurt, and today's death toll had to be in the dozens. I didn't want to judge humanity by their worst individuals. People like Mayer and Noah did not deserve to die for their deranged cohorts. Blanket condemnation was not the answer. But the Venal Republic just learned the hard way that we needed to be more selective in which predators we dealt with. Mayer's eyes darted around. We're going to restore order and fix this, Tava. I'm sorry.
Bad things happen when a lot of angry humans get together.
This'll pass, love, Noah said. Glass shattered inches from my heels, and my flight instincts bubbled back to the forefront. Coupled with the given adrenaline, I found myself running at full speed. The screeching sound of tires on asphalt met my ears. A black sedan careened down the narrow street, with no regard for any protesters in the path. The crowd parted at the last minute, raving and discombobulated. The Secretary General pointed towards the car. Run! Get in! The vehicles had an actual driver, who seemed to be switching between autopilot and manual steering. They popped open the side door, leaving our posse to clear the final few feet. I prayed that we would be able to escape these beasts. This was what it felt like to be hunted by pack predators, and there was no hope of humans tiring from the chase. Noah positioned his body behind me, and shielded me from the projectiles sailing at us. A broken bottle nailed Maya in the back of the head, which earned a cheer from the crowd. Another human protester wrested a gun away from a UN peacekeeper, then began firing at the figurehead's center of mass, without hesitation. The UN leader clutched at his abdomen and staggered towards the car. He dumped the civ kit over the threshold, somehow maintaining its grip. The elder human collapsed in a splayed position, which suggested the concerned severity of his injuries. I prayed to any deity listening that nothing had connected with my astronaut. Noah gave me a forceful push to the shoulders, sending me tumbling into the back seat. He dove in on top of me and tugged the door shut. The driver floated away from the mob at max velocity. The Terran ambassador sighed in relief before he turned his eyes to the Secretary General. Multiple bullets had pierced through his stomach, and the leader was gasping like a fish out of water. Blood was oozing onto the floorboards, draining away with a steady flow. I realized with dismay that Mayer might need hospital care more urgently than me. It took a second to roll him over, so that I could stare into his dazed eyes. The human tried to sit up, but fell back down with a weak groan. My paw raced beneath his neck and propped up his skull. Elias's eyelids fluttered. "Tava! Chief Hunter Isif wants to help us."
"Stop talking. That's not important right now," I said.
"It is. I want you to make peace with the Orcs. Please. Let that be my legacy."
The primate drew a shaky breath and cued on his hesitancy in my eyes. I didn't want to argue with a man who was fading in my arms. It was obvious that he wanted those negotiations to work at any cost. Perhaps it was true that Isif aimed to help humanity, the only other predators in the galaxy. But that Grey had outright stated that Vendel were lesser animals, a delicacy that he felt entitled to. That wasn't an open invitation for civil relations.
"What Isif said to you was theatrics, so he wouldn't be executed," Naya coughed. He wants to end the sapient farming and the war. Need a better future. Likes your spirit. Told me so."
I blinked several times.
"And you trust him?"
"Why would lie at his mercy?"
Mayer's eyelids sealed shut, and his irises rolled back into his head. Noah pried a packet of human blood from a glove box and began feeding it into the Secretary General's veins. The vehicle was less than a minute from the hospital, but every millisecond seemed to be an eternity. My own weakness was creeping back in, while the UN leader's breathing grew more faint. I didn't know if I could honor that request, despite Elias framing it as the last wish. As much as I respected his discernment, the likeliest answer was that the Orcs or Hunter was manipulating human empathy. Isif knew the Venlo Republic wanted nothing to do with him. His species had enjoyed every second of the war. Even if the Federation had starved the Greys, they used that as a free pass to slaughter everyone without exception. The tires squealed, and we veered into the hospital's entrance. Squeaky voices alerted the other staff, and the injured predator was on sight, followed by recognition of this particular human. My mind was far away when Noah placed me onto a stretcher. Unconsciousness took a hold, and Venlo paramedics rushed two planetary leaders to critical care. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Memory transcription, Captain Calsum, Craig Cottle, Alliance Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 22nd, 2136. The line between dream and consciousness grew blurry. I slipped between waking moments in delirium. Whatever drugs I was given seemed designed to keep me out of it, but there were brief flashes of humans putting my wings back into place. Rumbling voices cascaded around me and filled me with the urge to claw my way to the surface. The vivid dreams of my brain in anguish. My near-death experience had turned decades of rotten memories into a jumbled casserole. There had been one nightmarish case where we found an elderly crocodile ripped apart in her backyard. With a cruel sense of humor, my dream state decided to reenact the scene. Standing over the rotting corpse and seeing the innards tugged at her stomach was the abyssal image of evil. Extermination officers were supposed to act in time to prevent these occurrences. I could feel a sour swell in my beak, It was followed by a scorching sensation as I regurgitated my meager lunch. My partners insisted on immediately torching the area. This body was beyond burial salvaging. The victim's family would understand. Some faint remembrance told me that this was the case that made me transfer to the military. We never found the predator. I looked, obsessed, ran down every lead. "Over here!" a voice hissed on the wind. My wings flapped in urgency as I sailed off in the direction of the call. All I wanted was to fry the animal that would commit such a heinous deed. This had been the only predator I ever hated. My standard practice was to refrain from emotional judgments. It wasn't a hunter's fault for being born, but its existence of whatever did this was offensive to me as the Orcs. The scenery blended together with that dreamlike passage of time. The abrupt change wasn't jarring in the moment. Without warning, I was buffeted down by a brutal gust of wind. The forest clearing around me looked quite familiar, and my instincts screamed that something wasn't right. There was a neon fabric dome, a sapient-built structure, which tickled something in my mind. Invisible forces tugged the entrance flap open, as though inviting me in. I inched closer, despite wanting to back away, on legs that felt like concrete pylons. Violet crocodile blood formed a thin trail across the grass, which returned a sliver of my resolve. A predator like this could not be allowed to reproduce under any circumstances. The bravado it had to waltz into our settlements meant that it was a true abomination. My eyes were not prepared for the sight that awaited. Inside, there was a crouched and lanky brown-skinned creature, which I recognized as an adult human. The predator was chowing down on a crocodile's gullet, and blood was smeared on its chin. How had an alien sapient gotten out there? It looked up as I entered, with feathers jammed between bloodied canines. Those brown eyes, with that awful pleading quality still present. It belonged to Arjun. This must be that kid, all grown up, and now as ugly as the rest of his freakish race. "Humans are not vicious," Arjun whined, in the childish register that didn't match its development. "You're brainwashed, Calsum." I tried to raise my flamethrower, but my wings wouldn't move. The predator bared its teeth, inching closer. I should have killed the conniving demon while I had a chance. It didn't matter that humans were capable of empathy, when it was a selective concept that could be turned off like a light switch. What a curse, to be given a gift of sapience, yet to have such an atrocious form. The hideous monster sprang forward. Its unrivaled endurance meant that its bloodlust would never be sated. Any compassion was overridden by the instinct much stronger. That's what their history told us would happen all along. The Federation needed to kill as many humans as possible, but I had forgotten that. Its clawless fingers pressed into my throat, and all I could hear was the pounding of my heart. "I'm gonna kill you," I shrieked, snapping upright. "Savages!" My head spun, and I realized I was in a ventilated building. The cool metal beneath my spine suggested that I was on some sort of operating table. At least, I hoped that was what the tiny knives were for. My wing was bound in some sort of plaster, and gauze was wrapped around my aching neck. This must be somewhere amidst the predator-infested lands of Earth. The realization that it was a dream provided immeasurable relief. Thinking about the details, it was a senseless nightmare. Social hunters wouldn't wander and pick us off alone. Still, I couldn't help feeling uneasy at the peak of the future. It was tough to picture the human kid developing and encroaching on the Federation worlds with his brethren. I slid my talons off the table, clicking around on wobbly feet. Why had Arjun's father listened to its son's plea to spare me? Weren't the primates furious about the cities we destroyed? Arjun didn't deserve to suffer, but maybe I should have put him down. If I knew humans were such brutal hunters, their compassion wouldn't have swayed me. Those drawn-out methods are far worse than the Orcs. With a bit of hesitancy, I tested a door handle. It was unlocked. The humans kept their structures more sanitary than I expected. From creatures accustomed to constant blood and death, there wasn't any reek of predation, or biological markers left to intimidate me. Perhaps the Terrans realized I showed mercy to their kid and stayed their hand. They were a cogent species, not the non-sapient terror I saw in my nightmare. Still, I felt like I should be bound or caged, Maybe the primates were testing whether I could be enslaved. That was the only reason I could fathom why they'd patched me up. Thoughts of Thyon and the only surviving member of my party raced through my mind. It begged the question of how long I'd been out and whether that Marcos faction had sniped him. As I turned into the wider area, a gun was jabbed inches from my face. An adult human watched with a neutral expression, but I could see the hunger that lurked in those pupils. The alien predator looked like the result of a disastrous lab experiment, with his exposed face and glistening skin. I felt sorry for the prey racers like the snake that had to deal with these things marching around. What was that noise? You're going to kill me? Its eyes glowed in the middling light, and its dry lips tensed. That must be the cue that it wanted blood to wet them. I encourage you to try, bird. I squeezed my eyes shut.
Was nightmare. There's no point in killing you now. We failed. Calsum thinks we're going to conquer them, Dad.
Arjun offered from atop a footstool. Well, I don't think we'll have that chance, kiddo. The Greys beat us to the punch, or so I hear. Solemnness clasped my heart as I thought of the undefended Nishtal. The Orcs wouldn't pass up a golden opportunity if it was brought to their attention. There hadn't been time to dwell on the reptiles' arrival at Earth, but it told us a lot about the humans. The fact that the Terrans were a feeding people who cared for each other hadn't stopped them from jumping in bed with the antithesis.
You are dangerous, and still I have shown you mercy time and again. My home is gone. Do what you think you must, human, I grumbled.
The father peeled back his plump lip. The name's Minaj. You have a sick idea of mercy, but my son is alive because of you. That's the only reason I'm not ending you myself. Got it?
I see. It is difficult to look at a sapient in the eye and kill it, Minaj. Even for one of your spawn. What happens to me doesn't matter. I won't resist the execution squad.
Come on, resist a little. I got wildlife doctors to treat you and your pal with some reluctance. They gave in eventually, on the condition that I'd turn you over to the UN forces once you are stable.
Wait, my pal?
Arjun told me where to find him. Pure genius hiding spot. Look under the bedsheet, behind me. The full-grown human was positioned right and obstructed my vision. On closer inspection, the tubes and wires behind the predator were attached to a fossil officer. Horror coursed through my veins. Thyon was missing an arm. The jagged edge around his shoulder stump suggested teeth had gnawed them off. Minaj must have gotten too hungry around the injured officer and experienced the lab in its control.
I know it must be tough for a predator to stitch together a wounded prey animal who was a comer, but my gosh. You ate Thyon!
I checked both my wings and squawked panic. The human scalpels could have shaved off tiny bits of flesh, in fractions that I couldn't notice.
You are just like the Oxel!
Minaj snorted. Damn, you're a fucking idiot. Human teeth aren't big enough. Certainly not to do that so cleanly.
That? Yes, you're a predator. Then you fed him to the tigers, I suppose.
Actually, it was the leopards that got him. Same family as tigers, but with spots instead of stripes. Would have had nothing left but crumbs, except that I showed up when it was picking at him. Arjun was just upset about it. Else I would have just let nature run its course.
You're lying. We placed him in a tree. There is no way land predators could have gotten to him.
Minaj pulled up a clip on his holopad with a snarl born of cruel amusement. The human set the device down on the table, and I leaned over it hesitantly. A massive beast with mottled pelt was walking up a vertical trunk, defying gravity with ease. Sinister forepaws hugged the bark's circumference, while the hind legs moved like a descending ladder rungs. The predator's speed quickened without warning, and its hind legs pushed off. It leapt onto a branch in an adjacent tree, faster than any landwalker should be able to. I suppose those leopards were more than capable of scaling greenery in a blink. The only reason I could conjure why the Terrans kept such a beast alive was their arboreal roots. The aerial terrorization might be relatable to them. Minaj had shown me that they were quite willing to scale forest trunks themselves.
The tiger reserve makes sense now. The humans respect this family of animals because they recognize the bestial common ground.
The adult predator leaned back. So we reduced the drugs, keeping Thyon in a medically induced coma. He's already starting to stir. This should be good.
I assumed that you would want revenge, Minaj, and I know that it's just how humans are. But please, take it out on me. I gave the orders. I deserve your wrath. All Thyon wanted was to stop predators from hitting any more worlds. We couldn't sleep at night, knowing that there was another Arxor out there.
We are not the Arxor.
Nobody understands that but me. I always saw your redemptive qualities and how unique humans were. I wish that was enough. We both know coexistence wasn't an option. I'm sorry that it had to be like this. Truly.
It didn't have to be like this at all. We wanted peace, to fight alongside you, and you committed genocide against us for it.
I wonder if there could have been another way. Human conquest is as inevitable as your growth. There is no future generations for any other race, with you alive.
The human skull was growing more visceral by the second. I wondered if it was a reconsidering its promise to Argent to spare me. My exterminator training faltered as its narrowed eyes bore into my skull. A fearful squawk bubbled in my throat, but I fought to ground myself. Beneath its anger, pain manifested in its increasingly hostile posture. The skin of its hands went tight around the bone knobs, which suggested waning control. My thoughts wandered to how Argent had appealed to my morality and claimed Terran religions called for natural compassion. I reminded myself that those emotions were genuine. They didn't just disappear at adulthood. This father, monstrous as it was, resisted murderous urges in favor of its bond with its son. Perhaps if I appealed to that side and continued to treat this ghastly beast with dignity, I could save Thyon.
Extermination officer is a dangerous job, where you're always on call. Not good for settling down, so I never had kids, I stammered. I've killed a lot more living beings than I'd like to recall. But I have to believe that somewhere, for how we slowed Earth's expansion, there is a hatchling who lived to adulthood.
A low rumble emanated from Manoj.
There's millions of children on both worlds who are dead right now because of you trying to kill us. All for our eye placement.
Human, your eye placement is a symptom of a bigger problem. Predators do have forward-facing eyes, but it's much deeper than that. That's like saying that a virus is to be eradicated for its spike proteins. Its actions, the infection and spread, are the issue.
The adult human adjusted its rectangular object, which appeared to be a video camera. A red light blinked by the lens, and I guessed I was being recorded. That was a sensible action for intelligence purposes. Manoj bared yellow teeth, approaching me with shuffling steps. It traced an oily finger across my beak with a chuckle, before pointing my nose towards the camera.
Say hello to the people of planet Earth, the predator sneered. You're being broadcast to social media right now, wherever the internet still functions. Look, the eventual millions who'll see this in the eye and repeat your little virus line.
I squeezed my eyes shut.
You're angry. I don't hate humans for what they are. It wasn't personal. It's just the reality of the situation.
It sure felt personal, Drumstick. I happened to find footage floating around from the UN raids, a crocodile transmission sent to the downed ship. Those pink markings on this fella's beak look awful similar to yours, don't they?
The Terran pulled up another video on his holopad. I recognized my own visage on the feed. An allied ship must have intercepted the hail we sent to the downed human, who had shown us a picture of its family. Pity swelled in my throat as I thought of the offspring in its image. Those 3 primates had looked younger than Arjun, and now were left without a parent. For all I knew, they died in the bombing, and the UN pilot had sacrificed itself in vain.
Surrender yourself to our custody peacefully, and I'll see that you survive.
The cadence of my voice was overlaid by static interference.
You can ensure that your culture is remembered.
Manoj offered a chilling grin, its alien features giving off contradicting signals.
That's your mercy, Calsum. The perfect view of the destruction of your planet, your culture, and everyone you cared about. Meanwhile, you're a prisoner among people who want your kind exterminated forever. An exhibit in Twisted Museum.
I wanted someone to study your culture. I wanted you to be remembered.
Feck off! We can execute you, and that decision won't be up to me. But my suggestion, people of Earth, let's give him the same mercy he offered to one of ours. Let him witness the destruction of Nishtal in HD, while he keeps him locked up to document crocodile culture.
My eyes shifted to the floor. There was never such an undercurrent of cruelty in my offering. I had been trying to minimize their suffering, while Manoj aimed to twist the knife. Crocodile culture was well documented by every Federation race, so it was not in jeopardy of vanishing from the records. There was no point in that existence. The humans viewing this video would have demanded more violent end for me, wouldn't they? A motor revved outside the compound, and predatory shouts rippled through the air. Those must be the UN soldiers picking me up. I shot a final glance at Arjun, who was watching me with interest. The human kid raised a clawless hand as we locked eyes. Perhaps this was some gesture of farewell, like the tail signals of many species. The foresight of Arjun as a human adult floated through my mind. I doubted I would ever see him again, but if I did, he would be something unrecognizable. These creatures grew out of the tolerable phase much too quick. Fighting off tears, I lifted my uninjured wing to him. An explosive noise at the door flying off its hinges pierced the air. Terrans couldn't do anything quietly.
"Goodbye, little predator," I whispered. "Don't go scaring any more snakes."
Dark fabric enveloped my head before I knew what was happening. Pure terror coursed through my veins, and the sheer number of humans I sensed around me. This was the largest concentration of predators I dealt with in my life. Part of me hoped that they would take me as a meal, instead of skewing my mercy into a revenge fantasy. End of chapter. As of this recording, we are caught up with current, but fear not, we will continue this in the future when there are more chapters. Chapter 65. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time, October 23rd, 2136. By my assessment, the human shuttle was barely FTL worthy. It would be lucky to defeat a solar sail in combat. I was certain that their craft choice was designed to tail me with minimal risk of detection. Now, it wasn't like I was going to forget they were on my tail, so I didn't see the point of stealthy monitorization. With Carlos requiring medical oversight, we persuaded the predators to dock with us. The Terran shuttle squeezed into the escape pod bay, with little room to spare. The Harkin journalists were floored to see the accommodations the Terrans had whipped up for the deaf Talpin. I imagine the Federation would be shocked as well. There was a reason the humans chose the Gojids to represent our refugees. That painted a different picture of the Cradle invasion, apart from the story of the vicious annihilation circling now. Samantha and Carlos were still unwilling to land on Alpha in person, after their ambassador was held hostage for weeks. I'm sure the attempted murder wasn't an enticement either. My guards value staying in one piece. My expectation was that the humans would detach from their shuttle once we got close enough. Their little clunker would either hide out until our hopeful return, or they would find their own way back. My read was that they weren't eager to stay around the Federation hub.
"I know what I'm going to tell the representatives about the humans, but I don't know how to justify my own actions with Marcel."
The low hum of the ship's engines pulsed in my pores as I slunk around the human's personal effects. Samantha had left an unlocked holopad unattended, and I was gripped by the compulsion to scour their internet. We wouldn't have access to their live networks, hundreds of star systems away from Sol, but there was an archive that what existed before our departure. A guilt drumming away in my skull wondered what the Federation was told about Marcel. I breathed the words out loud as I typed in the search bar.
"Marcel, human tortured by Gojid."
My heart ceased, scrolling through the results that turned up. After everything I had learned about the Terrans, it made my sins even more terrible. The thought of that predator could share such similarities with us, and that they could truly be our friends, had been fantastical at the time. Why had I not even considered for a second that the human captive was innocent? I tapped a video result that claimed to have been shown to the Federation. My claws landed themselves in my mouth as I chewed with more intensity than ever. Marcel was feeding a prey animal while the speaker called Noah elaborated on his veterinary aspirations. It was tough to see the life on his hazel irises, the same ones I'd seen pleading with me in agony. How could I ever come to terms with the fact that I tormented a herbivore human who found his joy through saving animals? The images switched to close-up images of Marcel's wounds. It broke my heart to see how famished the human looked, and to think about his misery. Tears swelled my eyes, and mucus oozed from my nose. A few choking sobs came out, as the full weight of the self-hatred slammed down on me again. Samantha had been right when she told Carlos I didn't deserve cordiality. A clawless hand swiped the holopad away from me. Dear God, Sovereign, why would you do that to yourself?
Sam, that's not the worst thing he could have sought out on the internet. Perhaps we should be happy,
Carlos chimed in. I jumped out of the chair, wiping my eyes on the back of my paw. Samantha's auburn hair looked disheveled, and my woefulness transitioned to concern. I hadn't seen the female eat anything, which was compounded by a lack of self-care and sleep. The reason why she was grief-stricken was obvious now. We had to be certain that she wouldn't make any hasty decisions with such a tenuous mental state. What is the worst thing, Carlos? Predation? Xenophobia? I asked.
The male guard snorted. No, forget about it. You're going to give the holopad back to Sam and promise never to tinker with our things again.
Sorry. I needed to remember what I've done. I was starting to feel almost normal with you and the Harkin. It felt like I was in my old crew, but that life is gone. I don't deserve happiness. It's time to move on, Sovereign. Samantha showed a rare hint of sympathy, curling her lips in a way that didn't seem hostile. The female predator looked lethargic and downcast. You can honor Marcel by doing something good when you land on Uffa today. But you fucked up bad. That was then. This is now. I've decided that there's something worthwhile in you, and so has the UN. You have no right to let us down. My paws relinquished my grip on the holopad, and I allowed the alien hunters to steer me out of the common area. Somehow, Samantha's rough words were comforting. She reminded me I had a purpose here far beyond myself. Every living creature on this side of the galaxy, Slanek, Marcel, my guards, the Gojid refugees, were depending on me. The entire Federation would be disbanded and slaughtered if I didn't disprove the Orcs' deceit with conclusive evidence. It would be a travesty for them to flip the script, a masquerade as the original victims in this mess. Whatever my past failings were, penance wasn't as important as stopping the humans from forging this unholy alliance. I need to save the Terrans from the vengeful temptation. The species who liberated a cattle ship and bashed Arxar prisoners over the head is still in there. Finding justice for my first officer's death was an urgent consideration, too. Rissel lost his life, per the human's dossier, after helping Marcel escape my clutches. The Colchian Commonwealth had proved themselves a menace to the Federation, and our forums of diplomacy. Someone needed to put an end to their treachery. Before more innocents turned up dead, this was personal to me now, and I wanted to see the masterminds hang. The Harkin journalists were dotted across the common area, with scribbles and notes strewn everywhere. Selene looked concerned as she noticed me sniffling and bleary-eyed. I knew the journalists were worried the predators were intimidating me, or throwing their weight around. It was all I could do to delay any interrogations of Samantha, with her fragile state. The human needed to talk it over their history soon, unless they wanted it covered in an unfavorable light. Selene, has your team located any pertinent information? I asked. The short reptile drummed her toes on the table. If I give you this rundown, are the predators finally going to answer my questions? Samantha bared her teeth. You're not in any position of power here. This is our mission, and I'm not your lab rat. Your what? The translator mangled that idiom. A rodent in a lab, I repeated. For animal testing, to develop drugs or research behaviors. Every prey sapient in the room gaped at the primate, and even I failed to mask my horror. Humans ran unethical experimentation on captured animals, treating them like expendable objects. That was not an empathic practice. There was no defense for wide-scale cruelty. It was implied that there were no safeguards to mitigate the suffering either. Okay, all of you, quit it with that look. Carlos leapt to Samantha's rescue, rounding on me with a glare. How else do you develop medicines to cure disease and uncover the side effects before giving it to your own people? Cell cultures, Harkin tissue samples, micros dosing, and computer models, murder-free, Selene said. My spines bristled from the predator's anger. Like any civilized culture, we don't treat animals as our toys. The female guard bit her lip. Human, no, sapient lives take precedence over everything else. I'd sacrifice 1 million animals to save one person. person, As much as I wanted to push back against Samantha's statement, it was tough to argue with someone who looked so broken. If I believed that it was my only option, there was no sacrifice I wouldn't make to bring back my family. Humans rushing disease cures might have come to the same conclusions. I tucked away my mental note to give the predators some simulations that could put an end to that barbarism. The Harkin reporter blinked in disgust.
There are better ways. That's not science.
On the plus side, at least the humans do try to heal their people, I told Selene. When I first captured Marcel, I didn't even think they had medicine. He moved away from my sedative needle like he was scared of doctors. Carlos slapped his forehead. Sovlin, maybe we just don't like needles. Between the sight of blood and the pain, it's not a carnival ride.
Sorry. We're off to a terrible start. I don't see why their reporters can't get along with you. Work this out for your sake. This is your chance to justify yourselves to the galaxy's humans.
We've done nothing to you. Why do we need to justify anything? Samantha spat.
I know you don't want to, but it's about time someone listened to your side of the story, don't you think? There's a lot at stake here, especially if more races decide to come after you.
The two predators shared a glance as the Harkin scrutinized their mannerisms. They both gave grudging nods and settled down in their seats. I offered a silent prayer that Selene would go gentle on Samantha. If I saw that the human was showing signs of distress or a breakdown, I was going to intervene. Her welfare was more important than any media coverage.
You first, Selene, Carlos growled.
The Federation dumped a lot of footage from their initial discovery of humanity to undermine Noah's message. The reptile's skin camouflaged with blue ship walls as the predators leaned towards her. She was brave to face them so early on.
I found a clip from their discussion, that unanimous vote to destroy your species, almost 2 centuries ago. Look.
The male guard knitted his brows in confusion. I could sense him biting back a retort, since that wasn't the information the UN was looking for. Part of him must be curious to observe how humanity had been discussed as heartless monsters. If the Gojids had been sentenced to death before escaping our world, I want to hear those proceedings. The Harkin reporter tossed a video onto the projector, and my own eyes turned to the screen. I'd never seen this footage. Humanity had been little more than a historical footnote, with a few graduates like Zahn diving into the Federation's observations. Why had the vote passed without a single objection? What could be that terrible? A Vendel male spoke at his station. Those monsters are our neighbors. If FTL ever falls into their lap, we'll be the first ones dead. It won't be your species' turn to carrion. Hurry up and kill them.
Governor Melnick is correct. From what we've seen, humans are barely sapient. True sapiens don't develop the weapons they have. Chemicals, disease, bombs, and early satellites,
the fossil representative added. Thank you, Ambassador Royan. Can you picture those savage apes making it a day into the Federation? They'd eat us, the first chance they get. I shudder to think of Venlo coming across those things. Anger returned to Samantha's face, and her hands curled up into fists. Knowing how close human-Venlo relations had become, I could imagine the damage this footage would do. At least, to my knowledge, Governor Tava had been forthcoming with the United Nations as her species rolled in that era. It wasn't her doing, so the Terrans shouldn't have a gripe with her.
The Venlo pushed everyone away to save the Predator scientists. It makes me wonder what that first contact team said to make Tava walk back her distress signal, to renounce her species' stance.
Carlos threw his hands in the air. Even the Venlo spewed that vitriol. Hurry up and kill them all, savage apes, Samantha echoed.
Quit pouting and listen. This is the important part,
the Harkin reporter hissed. Royan tossed her head on the screen.
The humans have a lot in common with the you-know-who. We once believed the predators can have feelings, but we learned that lesson the hard way. The Orcs all faked plenty of things, from artistry to passivity. We saw how trying to make them one of us turned out.
Selene paused the feed. Did you catch that? This historian species of the Federation claims the Orcs all faked feelings. Given the context, That implies they showed signs of emotional intelligence before first contact. I mean, the Orcs had artwork.
The last part caught my attention. I don't like the way they said, "Make them one of us," Samantha growled.
The humans were much too eager to spin everything into evidence for the Orcs' tale. I understood why they resented the Federation, and Carlos put in perspective long ago. That way those ancient leaders spoke about the predators made my skin crawl. I hoped it hadn't been so flagrant when this Noah figure came there. All the same, the Terran guards were reading too much into one sentence from a stressed diplomat.
It's referencing the Federation uplift of the Orcs. We tried to welcome them into the galaxy, and that started up this mess, I spat.
Samantha glared at me.
Then why did they say, "one of us"? That means turning them into prey. I don't have enough evidence to reach a determination, Selene sighed. It is difficult to unearth much footage from the Orcs era. I really don't understand how the records can be lost in the digital age.
Someone has something to hide, judging by this dialogue. It's become more and more distorted over the years. Carlos bobbed his head. The people who voted to kill us were much more informed about the war's origins. That's useful to know. Good work, Selene. My spines bristled with irritation as I realized the Harkin reporter wasn't challenging the premise at all. This must be some misguided effort to appeasement. She didn't understand that the Terrans weren't looking for a lackey. This endeavor was too important to insinuate that the Orcs were angelic victims. Creative ability surprised me, but I was certain what passed for art in their culture were war photos or hunting manuals. They were a sociopathic species to the core, and that was a well-documented fact.
We uphold our bargains, Harkin, Samantha offered. To be honest, I'm surprised that you are taking this seriously. I'll let you ask me one thing about humanity, but tone down the racism. The reporter flicked a tongue. I want to know about your species' heroes, your collective dreams, your moral code. How did they start, and are they universal? Do humans disagree on ethical issues? That's not one question, sorry.
Surprise flashed in both of the predators' eyes, and I noticed their postures relax. Carla studied Selene with a newfound interest, perhaps reassigning her journalist acumen. Her query was a question I was interested in myself. If I read the cues right, Terrans possessed an internal conscience and could use it to steer their worst instincts. Samantha leaned back, crossing her legs. I'll answer as much about that subject as you want. Thank you for taking an interest in the real humanity. Tell her about the international laws, I interjected. Humans have codified rights, even for criminals like me. They let a hospital ship pass to save active enemies when I fought them at our border outposts. Carlos bared his teeth. That's not an awful idea for one sovereign. For all the talk about warfare, we've built rules signed by every modern nation to prohibit attacks on civilian populations, to ensure that combatants receive humane treatment.
Rights that the Federation denied us, Samantha noted.
You could sum up human morality in one statement. We call it the Golden Rule. Do unto others as you wish to be done unto you. The Harkin reporter palmed her chin in thought. Traces of fear lingered in her gaze, but I could tell that she was listening to their words. That was a lot more than most people would attempt. I'm glad that I was right about giving them an honest shot.
Selene squinted at the duo. Does that still apply?
To anyone willing to return the courtesy, sure. But humanity isn't itching to be the galaxy's punching bag, Samantha said. The Federation broke the first rule.
Sam, if I can call you that, the way we all have talked about you is terrible. The public discourse is hateful, and your personal losses resonate with me. I can't imagine what I'd do in your paws. My species was part of that.
The female predator sniffed. There's nothing any of us can do about that now. Let's talk about heroes, shall we? You might be interested in some ancient mythology. How early have modern humans made sense of the world? Delaney hesitantly rose to her feet and dragged her chair alongside the human. I could see the tears swelling in her eyes alongside the acceleration of her breathing. Her slender arms were shaking, but she situated herself by the humans. She reached out with a trembling appendage, offering Samantha a tissue. The UN guard took it deftly and dabbed her eyes.
I'd like that. Let me tell your stories,
the Harkin replied. A glimmer of hope crept into those green eyes, reminding me of the humanity that came to the galaxy with the righteous seal. Those people were still in there, despite the heartache. I had to believe it was possible to mend our rifts and to steer them from the path of destruction. Those lost on Earth couldn't be brought back, but my predator friends didn't have to die with them. Samantha wove a yarn of supernatural fantasies, holy scientists, and ambitious explorers seeking trade routes. Carlos added his own tales of monster slayers and fictional kings, with their own honor code. Terran legends sounded grandiose and heroic from their lips. They elevated their greatest champions as guardians and pioneers who advanced civilization at personal risk. The contrast with the legacy of conquest and subjugation Zahn put forward was striking. The prey reptile shivered from the prolonged exposure to the humans, absorbing the descriptions of their early history. All it took was active listening to keep the predators talking. I mused to myself that this was how it should have been. This was the peace that should have been reality. End of chapter.
I would quickly like to thank the T5 channel members and Patreons. Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Barky, Lord Azrakal, It's Difficult to Pronounce, Dragzoon WRE, Holly's Sister, Arcadian. Thank you very much.